Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics Wednesday. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. How you doing, Etch? Welcome. Alrighty, let's start this show. Sorry, guys, I was having a little bit of an issue before I started stream here. Also, yeah, I don't know. Today was one of those days where I kind of missed my mom today, so feeling a little, not down. It's weird. Like, grief is weird, man. Like, it really is. The way that it hits you, like, it just kind of hits you in waves, and then it's the weirdest shit that makes me, like, break down. It really is. Like, when I realized that my mom's not, like, ever gonna buy me socks again, and, like, that was kind of our thing, it would always be funny because, I'm her little boy, so she would always be, every Christmas, make sure that I was good on socks. And yeah, I don't know, man. That's what kind of did it. So, yeah. But I talk about this stuff, so you know what? You guys can kind of. I'm not sure if like the word normalizing is kind of what I want to use, but I fuck it, for lack of a better term, I want to normalize it. I want to normalize being able to just talk about this kind of stuff, because you know what? Eventually, you're going to go through it, like, no matter what. If you guys care about anything, anybody, as far as, like, animals or, parents or anybody, like, your loss sucks. So, shout out to Pet Mom. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. My mom was the shit. Like, she really was. And, yeah, I miss her a lot. Like, a lot. But, actually, that's why, I got the Cubs gear on today, because my mom was a big, she was a big Cubs fan, and yeah, we're just, I don't know, keeping her in my thoughts today, but I appreciate you guys popping in. What up, Fitness Game? How you doing? Natch, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Fitness Game, I'm happy to see you returning to the show kind of frequently now. Like, I'm glad that you like the content. That goes for all of you guys. Like, I really appreciate that. You know the deal. If you can double tap, sub, all that kind of stuff. Man, I wish, like, I could do the Nightbot thing, but realistically, per the analytics, they say that, like, when you ask, it's just like, it comes off as more like, dude, it's like consultant bullshit. Like, god damn. I remember when I was, like, first starting to do comedy, and, like, that's when managers were starting to talk to me. I had this one manager tell me that, he just, like, out of nowhere, by the way, he didn't even introduce himself, sitting at the bar, just kind of, I guess he watched my set. He comes out and he's just like, if you tweak this here and here, you could probably get your stuff out there, and you could definitely market yourself to more people. I was just like, okay. Because at first I thought, I'm like, is he just another comedian? But then he didn't have, like, I had never seen him before. He didn't have that look. So I asked him, and he's like, yeah, I'm with a talent agency, blah, blah, blah. And immediately I just, like, glazed over. I'm just like, okay, whatever, man. And then talking to other comedians, they were just saying, like, how eventually you're going to have to deal with that. And if you do, they're like, yeah, if you're lucky enough to make it big, you're going to have, like, an agent like that. I was just like, oh, they're really the scummiest people on the fucking planet. God, the way that they think about this stuff, the way that they just, it's so gross. But whatever. He was selling his services. Yeah. No, he literally did, like, the fucking lamest shit where it's like he had his business card, like, if you change your mind kind of thing. It's just whatever. I do know that, like, this is something in comedy where most people, like most comics, they dread that. Now, I've met comics that their sole purpose was to get famous, and this was the way that they did it. I also felt grossed out by that. I kind of feel that way about YouTube sometimes, where I'll run across some content and just be like, oh god. Actually, that's like that gambling content that we were watching, where it was like the fake the fake live feeds where they were doing like the gambling stuff and like the the crocodile and all that. Oh, I'll call 911. Yeah, that stuff is that kind of got me going. Like, all right, but you know what? No matter how bad I feel about that kind of stuff, I will never ever fucking dilute my content just because of that. And also, I will not be I will not be shifting because of that either. Now, shifting because YouTube is YouTube, as far as just like, talking about some other stuff, and if I have to label the channel as like entertainment, I've talked about that. We'll see. Whatever. But he was checking in on Chill Chat. Hey, appreciate that. Yeah, I got the thing. Following political content is for neurotic people. Tom Babaldi, you ain't wrong, man. Or Bombdale. Jeez. Whatever. Oddly enough, I was just actually watching some Lord of the Rings content. It was like a 10-minute video on how they changed like some of the looks of the dwarfs in The Hobbit. And Thorin Oakenshield, I never thought about it, but yeah, they totally, like, he had a short beard the entire time. I was like, oh, wait a minute, yeah, because like that's one of the few things I do remember about the Hobbit books was Thorin was supposed to have like a tied like dual beard essentially, where it was like in like he would tuck it into his belt. I always was like, oh shit. So but either way, you ain't wrong there, brother. Yes, following politics, it sucks, dude. Like, I kind of had that moment this morning when I was doing my my prep for the show, while also doing my the fun gig, you know. God, I hate having a real job. But yeah, I at least can, prep for the show. I have at least that freedom. But while I was doing that and doing the show prep, I just kind of did have a moment where I'm like, oh God. It's just more Trump corruption. Go figure. Hey, look, now Biden wants to like pull a fucking move, like to block the deal. What? Like, wow. Great. Cool. Give another distraction. And the big one was that like nobody's talking about is how Trump just said he's not worried about the midterms. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're stealing these elections, guys. And I think that this was like all a fucking psyop. I know I've been using the fucking the phrase way too much lately, but come on. Like, think about this, dude. It makes so much sense. The Capitol riots, getting these idiots riled up, post-truth era, like it was all a ploy. And he would have executed this had he actually won the election in 2020. This would have happened a lot sooner, but realistically, this was all part of the plan. He had an 8-year plan, got 4 years through it, and then got really upset at that. And yeah. And then they thought, hey, you know what we can do, though? We can at least make it so, like, now, when the left wants to question elections, well, what are, like, whoa, moral high ground here, buddy. I don't know. He's way too confident. He's way too fucking confident in just talking about, like, not talking about the midterms, not worrying about the midterms. 100% of his candidates win? I don't think so. Math ain't math in there, homies. I'm just gonna say it. Like, he's historically unpopular, but he still has all of his candidates winning? How does that fucking work? I'm just saying. And then you look at the actual turnout in Kentucky with Thomas Massie. I'm putting it out there, guys. I'm pretty sure that fucking Elon Musk did figure out a way to fuck with the voting machines. But now here I am sounding like Mike Pillow. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Like, I saw a graph from Fox News today saying that he's had a 100% success rate since taking office again, as far as primaries, like the primary challengers. So anybody that he primaried apparently has not won. Now, like, I understand what you're talking about as far as like going back to Zoran Mamdani, like the last election, but it just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Jeff Walder. Actually, Jeff is the reason that you guys saw me in chat. I checked out some of oh my god, the Logical Leftist. I don't know why I just blanked on his name. I know him as Jeff. Yeah, check out the Logical Leftist. He also does live content, not exclusive, but he does live content for this space, which is awesome. But yeah, he was talking about this, and again, the math ain't mathin'. He stopped short of that, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, I stepped over that line where I'm just like, fuck it, you know what? I'll say it, because I think that this is shady as shit. But whatever. If Trump steals the elections, then what? Here's the question, guys. Are we actually going to do anything about it? Are we actually going to, like... Are we going to do anything? Because I'm already hearing people finding reasons to check out entirely from politics. Like, they're just done. You know, I saw this guy talk in circles about how, like, the Democrats are never going to do anything, and this was on Twitter, so take this with a grain of salt. But the guy was going in circles about how, you know, we need progressive candidates, but then, you know, when it comes down to it, I don't vote lesser of two evils, so then people were just kind of pointing out, it's just like, all right, man, well then... do you care about this, like what we're dealing with right now? Like, do you actually care about like the true pain that we're all feeling? Like, I don't know, guys. I'm not doing well. Like, I'm really not. I'm not doing well financially. I'm not doing well mentally. All these extra expenses have really fucked me. I've had to go through and prioritize a whole bunch of shit. I had to get rid of a whole bunch of shit. I'm planning on selling a whole bunch of my shit. So, I don't know, like, and this is also where I do have a little bit of, like, special hatred for the ones that are doing well in this economy right now, because, all we had happen was my wife got cancer, and that kind of, you know, really fucked us. I try to be optimistic, but yeah, well, it's not easy. Like, I just realized I was trying not to do this, because I didn't want to bring my mood, and then also, like, bring that to the politics and talking about this shit today, but it's getting hard, guys. It really is, and it's getting harder because I kind of feel like I don't see any, like, we're not planning for this, and it's the reality, the eventuality that Trump is going to try and take over the country entirely. He already has. I mean, now dude, the federal government, they are putting NDAs to every federal employee. I think that it's time to fucking wake up, guys. And I think it's time to stop fighting ourselves on this. And we need to fight AIPAC, like, hard. But like I said, this is where it's like, if we can't speak to the issues that, you know, most Americans would get out for, I just don't know. I don't fucking know anymore, guys. We don't have the benefit of fucking playing, you know, the whole, like, microaggression politics is what I'll call it, where it's just like we focus on the dumbest shit. My wife actually pointed this out, where I was like going through my budget, and I did the thing that we all do. Like, I'm looking at all these things that cost, like, you know, hundreds of dollars, and then I'm like, well, what about this thing that's $20? And she's just like, okay, priorities. I was just like, oh yeah. And she said, yeah, I sometimes feel like this when you're covering stuff. Like, it's the same thing. I'm like, oh. Yeah. But, I don't know, guys. If you guys have ideas, shoot them out there. Now's the time. Let's have this conversation. Because I'm done beating a dead horse on a lot of this stuff. But I'm also, I'm legitimately asking. Like, I need help here. I need help seeing that there is something to look forward to. Who's doing microaggression politics? Come on, Anna. Not you, but come on. Have you not been paying attention to the online discourse surrounding Hassan, or just surrounding pretty much any politician? The AOC thing, the AOC MTG thing is actually what kind of did it. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's getting to be kind of like, oh, cool. Great. More Mamdanis? We don't have them. Where the fuck are these candidates that we, like, Abdul Saeed is the only, or is it Abdul Al Saeed? Whatever. The guy from Michigan. I think that he's doing well, but like, dude, this APAC money that's going to be going against him, like, if truly APAC money is like the make or break the way that it was with Massey, then then we're fucked. Then we're fucked. How are we not? Right? Like, how are we not making this the biggest issue where it's like, take money out of politics? Because that's a bipartisan issue that we all agree on. The thing is, we just don't focus on it. Nobody does. Truthfully, no, because online discourse is completely disconnected from politics on the ground. Whatever I hear of it, I get here. Whatever I hear of it, I get here from you. I know, a little bit of a typo. That one actually kind of made me do the extra work, but I don't know. Maybe that's it. You know what? I toyed with this where I'm like, because, you know, I said this about starting Twitter for this fucking channel. It is very bad on my mental health. Plain and simple. Same with Facebook, same with any fucking social media. It's all geared towards fucking the outrage machine. Everything I see on Facebook is all about fucking, oh, what's the Illinois Republicans saying? Darren Bailey. Like, it's all Republican bullshit. Yeah, I'd stay off it. I'm trying, but the thing is, like, I would like to grow as a creator, but you know what? This is the first time I really had it where I was just like, what am I doing? It's like, fucking A. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'd stay off it. Never joining Twitter. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, I got I got Blue Sky, but let's be real about Blue Sky. Nobody fucking uses Blue Sky. It's all just, it's literally just it's a bubble of, you know, a few people that are just like, I want social media and I want to have something to do when I'm bored and my fucking dopamine isn't hitting. All social media promotes fear to keep you inside. That's the thing. Blue Sky doesn't. And that's why Blue Sky doesn't have retention, is because they don't do that. You know, kind of speaks to the shittiness of everything around us, where it's just like, dude, literally everything is about keeping eyes on you. Like, I'm supposed to play into the outrage machine. I'm supposed to get everybody fucking scared. What I'm doing now is essentially what they want me to do all the time. Am I just responding to the market, or do I really feel this way? For you to decide. If you must be on Twitter, I'd find some way to automate the posts that never go back. I can't. I literally can't. Like, I can automate, like, my posts to, like, get the show out there, but the other problem is, Anna, I have to do this in order to stay up to date on things. Like, that's how I have actually been able to cover some stories as they're breaking, because I'm on fucking X. Like I said, though, the discourse that I see, like, the Nick Shirley bullshit that I'm seeing today, like, again, like, it's all, and then on X, they really prioritize showing me content that is not just anti-Hassan, but it's all about, like, the leftist infighting. So it's the biggest hit of hopium. I don't see it, but fine. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I don't think you guys see it, where, like, because I'm on the outside and you are in it, like, on the inside. I'm not saying what you're doing is, or what the group is bad in any way, shape, or form. But I'm just saying that people, like, most outside people, like, all it will take is just fucking Fox News or CNN to say that these are some extremist group, and, you know, I'm gonna just say it. You have enough shitheads out there that do kind of say the wrong thing in those news cycles that kind of can be, I don't know, maybe the way that you handle yourself here and the way that you sell it, I would actually say you should, like, maybe, like, be a voice of PSL, like, as far as their marketing, because you are good at, like, taking the hopiums aspects of things like that. But are you trying to stop fraud? Fuck you. He's not trying to stop fucking fraud. You don't actually give a shit about fraud. Dude, if you support Nick Shirley, you support a president that fucking commits fraud on the fucking daily. Like, shut the fuck up. If you actually cared, then maybe you'd care about who he pardons. Like, Marco, I can't take you guys seriously at all. I actually have zero fucking mental bandwidth for you idiots. Like, seriously. The fact that you guys bought into Nick Shirley without looking into the fact that there was already investigation going on, right? And then you guys also did the thing where you were like, oh, well, this is going after a community that I already don't like, and this is a story that I could totally get behind. But again, what about all the white collar crime that is committed by your fucking politicians, by the people? Like, I guarantee you there's some local fucking shit happening to you that you wouldn't want to look into, specifically because your party's doing it. But like, honestly, the biggest one is the pardons. Go look at the fucking pardon list. Go look at the people that he's pardoned and what crimes they committed, and then get back to me about how much you care about crime and fraud. Look at just the one guy from Florida that committed all that fucking or was it Florida? Because I might be mixing up Rick Scott, but the guy that committed all the Medicaid fraud. Yeah, you don't give a shit. You literally don't give a shit. You guys are just disingenuous fucks that just, you don't care. You want an authoritarian state, fine. You should have moved to Russia a long time ago and let us actually keep our America. But no, you ruined one of the best fucking experiments as far as like a country. Like, and I'll just say it. There's my rah-rah America. Good job, though. You guys turned it into something it wasn't before. You guys sat there saying it wasn't great. You guys sat there shitting on the ideas of fucking democracy, on having even two parties. You guys want a fucking single party. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're not serious people. You guys are just authoritarian fucking shills. Like, whatever, man. You guys really are the fucking most pathetic people on the fucking planet because you can't think for yourself. On a positive note, the mug looks awesome. Nah, thank you. Are you getting closer to becoming Canadian yet? You may be already be Canadian. I wish. Technically, cultural. If you're going based on culture, like the Canadian culture, the fact that I can play, like, hey, I can play hockey, you know? Right there, you guys, you gain a weekend goalie. Do you understand how much of a commodity that is? I would start playing hockey again if I moved to Canada. Quality rant. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm just speaking my mind, man. Like, I understand that sometimes you guys come here for also like to feel like a little hope, and this is where I'm going to give you that. Because as much as I do feel this way, like what Anna's doing and like what the PSL is doing and what DSA is even doing. Like, you know what? Great. But sometimes, man, it's the people. And it's like the online discourse that I have with some of these people where I'm just like, God damn it. Specifically with some people from the DSA. Like I got into an argument about my local DSA. And they were just saying like, well, it's not on us to produce candidates. We just endorse candidates. I'm like, that's stupid. Like, how do you not have somebody that is homegrown from the organization that you could fucking get behind and then, like, try to... Like, what are you doing? But whatever. Apparently, I guess I might have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the actual goal is with them, but... The online left are the worst. It really is. It is. Online left sucks. Dude, I'm sorry. It's hard. It really is. Like, I've had so much discourse with the online left where it's just like, God damn it. And like, it's just justifying me even asking questions. Like, that's the part that really gets to me where I'm just like, yo, man, I'm trying to learn. And also, I know that some people really do not like my blunt language about some of this where I'm just like, yo, this is how I feel, but this is also how I would, like, this is where I've been trying to say, guys, and I'm not trying, like, I don't want to lose this. Because of what I do and because of the people that I hang out with, like, I'm a good voice for just the average every fucking day American and like the issues that affect them. You know? Anything Democrat is a hoax. Ah, shut up. I'm out. Like, I'm done with that bullshit. Get out of here. I really do not care about what you guys think. I'm sitting here shitting on the Democrats, and I'm literally lamenting the fact that we have an authoritarian takeover happening, and you guys are sitting here cheering it on. That's cool. AIPAC shit. Yep. Israel shit. Yep. Yep. if you haven't read lists of literal library of books, you're not a yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. And like, I told you that when we first, I think our very first conversation, I kind of said that, where I was just like, okay. It's very annoying when you're getting told like, oh, you don't know the full theory of Karl Marx. No, I don't. You want to enlighten me and actually like sell me on these ideas instead of being condescending about what I don't know? Fuck. I don't think. Yeah, I remember. That was a good conversation. I don't think it's justified. Wait, I don't know if Trump is in the files or not. Yeah, he is. I mean, objectively, he is in the files. Whether or not he's implicated in crimes, I mean, he is. That's the thing. He's implicated in crimes, but dude, anytime that you speculate about a Democrat doing a crime, it's a fact with these motherfuckers. But you could bring multiple accusations against the same person, Donald Trump. Oh, they're just accusations. Get out of here. Like, seriously, this is what. Just get out of here with your bullshit. Nobody cares. Like, goddamn, that's why you guys, like, that's why these idiots have to come to a leftist stream to fucking say their bullshit. Is because nobody else is listening. If you want to talk about it in private, I'm not. Yeah, you know what? I might. I could probably, ironically, use a pep talk. Because yes, I'm getting a little upset. I'm not seeing any movement. The Democratic Party is silent. The media atmosphere around the Democratic Party is not just, it's silent, but it's also like it's opposite, like there's so much opposition. It sucks. It really sucks. But you know what, guys? This is where I'm gonna keep saying it. You do have to, like, you gotta get out there and you gotta care. Like, if you guys are not politically active, you don't necessarily have to follow politics every day. Trust me, I know. But you got to stay up to date on what's going on. And if you have a question about something that's going on in, like, our everyday, then yeah, you should be able to ask without getting, like, condescended to. Bob, how you doing, dude? Thank you for being here. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate that. That's why I chat, to be honest. Oh, cool. Gas was cheaper everywhere before Trump's new war. Yes. Yeah, dude. This is where I also just get sick of it. Because, like, this is where I'm just saying, like, all jokes aside, and usually I can put on the face and I can, do the whole, I'm impenetrable bit. But it's not even like you guys are breaking through. It's more so the other stuff. Like, it's literally it's the Democrats. It's literally just like what I see as far as like the political left right now in America having absolutely no pushback. Like, it really does have an effect on me. I feel like I'm sitting here fighting for people. Like, I'm breaking the number one rule of what my grandma used to say, where it's like, don't try to help people that don't want to be helped. Do you think both the parties are owned by the same group? No, not as blatantly like that. It's not like there isn't like, dude, stop with this fucking shadow force. It's billionaires. They're in a club. That's the fucking club. It's not a shadow. They're all in the open. Every single fucking one of these motherfuckers was standing in the fucking White House recently. You can look at them. They're all there. Stop with this need for it to be this fucking like, oh, the shadow Rothschild or whoever the fuck. No, it's Trump. It's them. They're right there. You gave them the fucking office. You gave them everything. And now they're fucking us. Fuck. And I'm not one of those shithead lefties that would fucking just go, oh, well, Trump is failing all around. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not the fucking Midas touch, motherfuckers. But you know what? This is where I was getting pissed. In January, I acknowledged that he had the opportunity to take the economy that he was essentially, I don't want to say building because, yeah, it was essentially a continuation of the Joe Biden fucking shit. And yes, he was doing this thing where he was bringing the inflation down. He was bringing the gas prices down. Things were looking good. And it was getting harder for me to even fucking justify being so angry at the dumbass when I'm just like, oh, well, fuck. Economically, this is going to be really hard to sell on people. But then he did the thing. And then when he did the thing, I saw nobody on that side pivot at all. Lockstep with that motherfucker. And that's what drove me right over the edge, where I was just like, no, fuck this. I have spent too much time trying to be good faith with these assholes when they have none. They will never be good faith. They are the worst people on the fucking planet because they're idiots. They're fucking morons. The biggest fucking morons. And I mean this like clinically. They have like a single brain cell functioning in it. All that one does is make sure it leads them like a dog to whatever they hate. We need a change. Biden numbers were bad because of lockdowns and supply chain interruptions. No, Biden's numbers were bad because they kept trying to sell us on the idea that the economy was better than it was. It's not as... Again, stop with this fucking... Everything needs an autopsy. Everything needs to be finely picked through, and then it's gotta be, well, it's this, or it's this. It's fucking easy, dude. And I know this is where I'm sorry, guys. It's as simple as this. Americans only care about good economy. If they can afford shit, guess what? They can't afford shit. That's why people are pissed off at him. Deal with that. MAGA, deal with that. That's the one thing where I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like gaslit by a bunch of morons that I could just go outside and literally look at the gas station right down the street from me and just be like, oh, hey, economy's still bad. That's the bitch of this. You guys spent so fucking long with Joe Biden looking like literally daily gas price updates after that fucking $5. You're just like, look. But now you're just like, don't look. That's why I said, like, again, you guys are just fundamental idiots. That you can't break from the idea that your guy just failed you and consistently fails you and America. But no, look at the lefty crashing out. Like, that's all you care about. Which, cool. I hope that fucking brings prices down. Trolling the libs. Hey, Agrum, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. That's cope. Prices were supposed to come. It was only supposed to be 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was going to be maybe a total of 6 weeks. We're in the third fucking month. Gas prices are still high. Inflation is still high. We're looking at until 2032 for prices to come down. And guess what? That high stock market, that should scare the fuck out of you. You ever been on a really, really tall roller coaster and you got to that drop and then it's just that's where we're at. So guess what, man? Cope harder, bitch. Hey, Jerry, why don't you take that out into the real world? Why don't you go stand at your gas station? I already challenged you to do this. Go stand at your gas station with your fucking camera in hand. We all know you have one. Do a whole bunch of fucking interviews. Just say, hey, I'm trying to prove to this idiot liberal online that you guys are happy with gas and you guys are happy with Trump. What do you think? You could even lead that. You can lead them that way. Go ahead. Since you're not a real fucking journalist, why don't you go do that? Oh, no, you're going to sit here online just fucking defending your Lord and Savior because you can't think for yourself. You need your daddy to sit there. Like, you need your daddy to be like, and this is the thing, your daddy's a loser, dude. Your dad fucking fucked the country. And everybody's telling you that your dad is a fucking loser. He's a cheater. He's a loser. He doesn't even love you. He doesn't even love his own kids. Why do you think he would love you? Good fucking luck, Jerry. Hey, Jerry, this is the thing. I don't care what you have to say because you already said some bullshit like this in my chat. You already, like, you were saying that this was going to be over. You said that this was, you know what? He's making America safer. It's always an excuse with you, Jerry. That's why nobody cares about you. That's why, honestly, you're on an island, brother. You can sit there believing whatever the fuck Fox News, even CNN, like all these news stations that are now regime media, believe them. But when it comes down to the people in your life, explain exactly the way that you come on here that prices will be fucking lower. Trust me. Just trust me, bro. Trust me. Yeah, you are so in denial. Dude, inflation is literally about to hit 4.0. And then when the stock market crashes, we're fucked. Also, you don't believe in climate change. You don't believe in a whole bunch of things that are really causing us to have even bigger problems. You don't care about the fertilizer that's trapped in the Strait of Hormuz because you don't fucking care. You can still go to the grocery store. You can still find the things that you want. Now. But then, once that starts happening, once there's food shortages, once there's a gas shortage because we're starting to hit that point, then what? Then what, dude? Yeah, I know you don't believe in climate change. You didn't have to say a fucking word, Jerry. I can already guess that you're an anti-intellectual. Like, we get it, dude. It's the Jerrys of the world that make it very difficult for me not to use the R word, but we get it, dude. But that's the thing. I actually think you are mentally challenged. That's why I'm not using the R word anymore. I really shouldn't be calling people that are actually mentally challenged, you know. Rebound. That's the R word, rebound. Yep, there will be motor oil shortages. There already are. There already are. Like, there's a lubrication shortage. Get it, lube? The Jerrys aren't sending their best. Nah, they ain't sending their best at all, man. You got me. Cool. What about all scientists? Yeah, you're an idiot. Nobody has said that climate change is fake. You have maybe a few fucking pseudoscientists that have come out there and said climate change is fake, but climate change is fucking very much a real thing. All you have to do is just look at the way that we have impacted this stupid fucking planet. But you know what? Whatever, Jerry. I don't care. I hope a fucking hurricane takes your house. No, they didn't, Jerry. Source it instead of just being like, yeah, they did. Proving to me that you are... Oh my god. He's proving to me that he is actually as stupid as I thought. Like, this guy, I'm surprised that he is able to function enough to to type words into chat. They're bots. Jeez, Pep. Oof. What? What am I saying that's so mean? I'm literally checking my sub count to see. It's like, all right, let's see if this rant loses somebody. All right, Jerry. Whatever, man. You can sit there denying whatever you want. I don't give a shit. The fact is, this was something that it didn't affect, the actual, trying to counter it really didn't affect you. But if you're using the term chimping out, then you're fucking banned. We already know. All right. If Chud the Builder's your fucking hero, then welcome to the decline of America, folks. You really did a good job, mothers, fathers. Great job. Honestly, this is Chud the Builder. Fuck him. I want to talk to his dad and his mother. I want to know them. I want to know what type produces that. And I think that parental shame should be a thing. I really do. Pep, what ways can Democrats help the working class again? Oh, it's pretty fucking easy. You make single-payer healthcare a thing immediately. You can let the fucking stupid insurance companies still, grape all the dumbasses that think that somehow they're going to have better coverage. Then you institute some, broader safety nets. Shit, dude. If they really wanted to fucking play the game, then they would just be like, you know what, fuck the deficit. Nah, we need to give payouts to every American because of what they did to us. You know, pull a Trump. Literally, pull a Trump. Just say, hey, you know what, fuck it, we'll pay you. And they have to literally say, like, we're forcing Trump to do this. Like, but they won't, because they're bad at messaging. They're bad at doing anything with authority. They always respond to something. Like, dude, they remind me of what one of my hockey coaches said. That, yeah, you can have the best defense on the planet. You could have the most solid goalie on the planet. But if you have nobody peppering the net, you can still lose those hockey games. Because all it takes is for them to get that one goal. And then if you can't score, then what are we doing? I don't think Dems can help. They can. They can stop whatever the fuck it, like, as far as just stopping the Trump regime in their tracks, like, technically yes they could. Because then all of a sudden you don't have as much, you know, you don't have the no checks on this. But I mean, listen, and I'm going to just say this much. If we're already at the point where everybody in politics is all bought and paid for by the same entities, like, honestly, I'll check out. I will literally check out. I will be done with politics because there's no effectuating this. It's all going to go the same exact way that it would have before had I actually cared or not. That's what I've been trying to stave off. But if that's the attitude that we're going to have, then I'm done. We're going to do comic books for the rest. I'm going to change everything on this channel today. And I will just be like, no, comic books and fucking entertainment from now on. I'll fucking rip Pokemon cards. And I will just go back to, like, I will bury myself in all of my fucking, like, my interests that are outside of politics. Because at that point, what are we doing? And seriously, is that where we're at? Is that where we're at? That they're all bought and paid for? And they're all that ineffectual? Like, cool. AOC, I guess, isn't good enough. Whatever. This is where, I guess, you know what? Fuck it. Pro wrestling. Let's cover wrestling and comedy today. Sorry. Being a little dramatic here. Hey, you'll show up? Awesome. I appreciate that. I appreciate anybody that would still be here. I mean, I feel the love, but do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Or is this just like another pep crash out? Because I'll be fucking real, man. Like, this is the stuff where I'm just like, all right. Well, Anna, it's not just you. It's, like I said, it's the broader fucking online conversation. I'm already seeing people, like, just, it's like they're trying to lose. You know, as much as I can speak to, like, the Democrats trying to lose, it's like, yeah, well. Jesse Ventura, pet detective? Not now. That's how you know I'm actually, like, in a pretty tight spot right now, mentally. I can't even do the jokes. Hey, Dennis Paco, how you doing, man? Paco. Used to be my my school bully's nickname. His name was Kaz. He's a fucking asshole. Not the Kaz I know, by the way. Not my friend. Not my Kaz. My Kaz is awesome. Actually, I need to bring him back on. But also, yeah, welcome to the show, guys. And hey, you know what? This is what we're doing for like the next 15 minutes at least. Like, I am going to break this down because if you guys want me to have hope, all right. Well, then I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Sell me on the idea that it's not as fucking, you know, movie scriptish as if it is. You got a 15-minute break? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm all right. I'm just... No one bullied me because I was friends with the kid that was all people thought you were connected. Yeah. Yeah, dude, this can be fixed. I hope so. I hope so, man. They dismantled this in under a year. You understand that we got here in under a fucking year, or just under a year, I should say. Just under a year. Yeah, and it'll take decades to fucking unbury, like, to unfuck this. Like, dude, it's the bull in the china shop thing. Like, it's, and you know, the biggest thing that happened to me is essentially, you know how like the Nazis did that thing where they just like, they bore everybody down, and then, you know, they kept doing fucking false flags, the Reichstag, all of it. And then eventually people just checked out. And then it happened. So yeah, I'm a little worried that me even thinking about checking out is going to make it to where it's like, oh shit. Dementis, yeah, you're pretty chill for a conservative. Yeah, I keep forgetting you're conservative. No one bullied me. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Just reread that from chat. Nah, it'll be changed easily. Yeah. Okay, well, alright, maybe I'm being a little too much of a pessimist. What do you think could be changed easily or quickly, like from this? Sad in the age of information that so many people are uninformed, because now people only seek information that confirms their own worldview. Yeah, and they have AI that's more than happy to give them that exact, you know, feedback. Yes, because, dude, you saw it with Jillian Michaels. Fuck, I've done this, but the thing is, I'm not intellectually dishonest. I will read something and then be like, oh, you know what? I was wrong. My bad. Like, if I said, and this is also where I try not to, like, speak to something that I'm not actually educated on. Like, I'm not one of those people. Always seems impossible until it happens. Then in retrospect, everyone will see that it was inevitable. I just wish it wasn't somebody that would, like, I don't know. There's still that part of me that laments that, where it's like, wow, I thought the Antichrist wouldn't be so stupid. Whatever. It fits the timeline. Everything is kind of stupid when it comes to that. But yeah. Hey, if things bounce back, fine. But this is different than... Dude, this is different than the George Bush era. At least during the Bush era, there was a peaceful transfer of power. That we didn't have somebody that was just playing with democracy like it's a fucking children's toy. And teasing us with it. Just going, maybe there will be elections, maybe there won't. Like, dude, do you understand how fucked up that is? Like, even the Trump 2028 bullshit, it's not funny. There isn't anything funny about it. And there isn't anything, like, the trolls. Again, it's not funny when you're watching, like, a bunch of people who claim to be Americans rah-rahing something that's just antithetical to the American Constitution. But they still wave those fucking stupid flags. They still sit here talking about the 250th anniversary of our stupid fucking country. Cool. Fuck you and your political opinions. Oh, okay, cool. You hate MAGA, you hate hardcore liberals. I'm not even a hardcore liberal. And I hate political party system. I'm funny enough, furry. Hey, look. Had you actually listened for a half fucking second and not been a prick about it. You understand what you just did there? Like, you came in here shitting on people that kind of think a lot like you because I'm having a political rant and you just came in like halfway through. Number one, yeah. Like, you did the thing where you like walked in on a show and you're just like, this show sucks. It's like, have you ever seen it before? No. It's like, oh, okay. Whatever. Sad being an independent thinker in politics just makes you enemies on both sides. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I get called a moderate leftist. I get called a fucking liberal. I get called a right-winger. I get called, like, I've been called a communist. I've literally been called everything on the political spectrum because I don't fit a fucking mold. And it's not just me being stubborn either. I haven't been fucking overly sold on anybody's ideas to be completely fucking real. Oh, God. I recognize that at least when it comes to leftism, yeah, they usually think with not being selfish cunts. They usually kind of lead with the, well, we want, you know, X program because we want people to not suffer. And then a bunch of conservatives are just like, fuck you! Suffer! You didn't work hard enough for it, even though I inherited my money. Even though the actual hard workers in my family were from 4 generations ago. Oh, wait a minute, they also had a one-up. Assholes. Yeah, was it communism when the UK built the NHS? Apparently, you guys are just a bunch of socialist kumquats. Yeah, again, Canada affords national health care. A bunch of socialist kumquats. Like, they're a bunch of just... God damn, dude. We're neighbors with a bunch of commies. Fucking Mexico just gave their fucking citizens socialized medicine. But yeah, you know, richest nation in the world. Let's just add it to the deficit for the war. We're all paying more for our everyday lives. But yeah, you know what? Fuck the left. Fuck anybody who wants better shit for the citizenry of America. Channeling Pet Mom. Thanks. Socialism is going to get us, oh no. Yeah. 30,000 per citizen so far. Yeah. Trust me. Just wait until, like, millennials start getting to the age of actual retirement and realizing just how bad off everybody is. But whatever. Greed is ruining the USA? Hell yeah. It absolutely is. We have been told that greed is good. It's the 80s, the 80s. Like, literally, it's the fucking 80s. And it's gross. It's, like, it's black, fucking, you know, black, what do you call it? Black gloss with fucking gold trim everywhere. Like, it's just fucking dumb, man. This feels good, though. I needed this. I needed to rant a little bit. And honestly, that Furry God is coming out here and saying their piece about this, where, you know, number one, oh, how cool. Wait, Furry Goddess Zero is like the coolest person on the internet because, look, they don't fucks with party systems. They don't fucks with anything, but they recognize the reality behind it. Look. Remember? You hear Bezos moved to Florida to avoid taxes? Yeah, cool. Whatever. Catzilla, yes, he's laying on my lap because he understands that I'm not doing well. He understands that, you know, Papa's upset. Don't worry, Lito. I know, no matter what, you will always be here to terrorize him. Yeah. And then watch, just in about like 5 minutes, he's just gonna fucking start like, Arr. I see the clickbait title got you. Welcome, Chris. Whoa, Trump's not panicking. Why? Why do you defend somebody that doesn't give a shit about you? Like he's your father. Like, Jesus Christ, you people are weird. I've never defended any politician the way that you do. Like, it is so fucking genuinely weird. But whatever, man. That also tells me that you're pretty insecure about things. Uh-huh. I really don't care about your statistics, Stuffelson, to be completely real. So, yeah, gas is expensive. And it's all Trump's fault. Cool. We can all at least agree on that. Even Catzilla not being evil? That's how you know shit's real? Yeah. Yeah, once the cat... Yeah, he is being good. Well, we're almost to the hour. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care what time it is. What's the moniker? It's always time zone somewhere. By the way, Ken, congratulations on your 25 show streak. Nice. Appreciate that, man. Huh. Fuck it, we ball. I mean, in reality, we do. What happens next, Pep? I don't know. Listen. I'm a commentator on the internet, man. I appreciate you guys like coming here for my opinions and my takes on things, but I'm not a psychic. I'm not qualified to even like look at some of these trends and just go, you know, go there with my like, you know what? No, I am qualified. Enough with the imposter syndrome. I am qualified to at least come at it with my opinion on this. I think it's going to get a lot worse. I think that honestly, in at least like the next 2 months, right around September, I think that the bubble's going to burst. Like the AI bubble is going to burst, and then once the stock market's fucked, then it's the entire economy that's done. Even though we all feel it now. Like, dude, the fact that any economist is still like, well, there's about a 50-50 chance of a recession. It's like, what? Well, the jobs, what? So, yeah, Pep Fuchsias say. What's Pep Fuchsias say? You know what sucks? Realistically, there's just as much chance within the next 3 years that that we're all in camps, and that they do round us up, and that they say we're all dissenters, and then they use us for slave labor. That's what I think. That's what it is. Unless like America rises up against his fucking just blatant tyranny and corruption. I don't know, because if he actually like stays in office and he just doesn't, and like he also steals the election and come November, yeah, because again, nothing's what broke me was seeing him say, "I'm not worried about the midterms." That broke me. That literally did it. That was him telling, like, all I heard was that he's already got it in the bag. It's the same thing as the fucking 2024 election that we really should be looking into. But no. We don't want to be hypocrites. Fuck off. No. If there is, like, Ashley Sinclair should be, like, we take Nick Shirley at face value, but Ashley Sinclair, who literally has the spawn of Elon, no, can't listen to her. Just because she's a dipshit doesn't mean that you shouldn't be fucking listening. Fucking Christ. I really hope that Hassan didn't stick his dick in her. Like, seriously, I hope he has some form of self-respect. But who knows? Probably not. Sorry. Okay. Don't fall into despair. Things are bad and will probably get more bad. But look at history. After something terrible, yes, it's always darkest until the dawn. The thing is, there's no guarantee that I will make it till the dawn. My wife got cancer before she was even fucking 40, dude. I can't get screened until I'm 45 for the exact same cancer, but we know that there's a good chance that I might have the same kind of cancer, but honestly, that's where I'm at, man. Our system fucking has failed us at every fucking turn, but we have assholes like the MAGA chuds in chat just sitting here defending it, offering nothing else up. All they care about is just this. All they care about is the perception that some lefty is fucking triggered. So then it also dilutes the whole, like, actual, you know, people who aren't politically engaged all the time being angry. Like, this is, dude, you bought into it. You literally are some of the most useful fucking morons in the history of the planet. Congratulations. Here's your fucking Nazi symbol. I hope you can fucking figure out how to put it on. Chances are you're going to stab yourself. People are on Lord Dementis, the thing is, if there's no blue tsunami, people will just accept that, I guess, the election, you know, honestly, dude, I would not doubt that Trump is just going to do it. He's not even, like, I don't think he's going to cancel the elections, but I think he's going to steal them. I would not, listen, I'm going to say it right now. What's the date today? May 27th. In Illinois, we're going to have a Republican governor, and then they're going to, they're going to win California too. I'm going to just say it. They are. And we're just going to have to accept it because apparently that's where we're at. Not challenging is the new thing where it's just like, okay. Trump is the world's biggest troll. Yeah, I know. Cool. I'm glad that that's, you know, our leadership. I'm glad that our leader literally has the fucking demeanor of a fucking small child. It's great. You fucking... I bet MAGA was watching Eric Cartman the entire time going, we need that in office. We need Eric Cartman to be our president. Because that's what we got. Oh my God, you guys. I mean, realistically, it even sounds like him a little bit. No way Republicans win California? Don't. Well, number one, yeah, do you remember who the last Republican governor was? Yeah, I have to say, you know, people might have miscalculated when it came to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Just laying it out there for you. Did you know that technically I was the better governor? I had a better approval rating than Arnie did. Did you know that technically people are saying that I'm the one who should go and run for governor again? They're saying that they want to abolish the term limits to bring me back. Fucking it. Hassan Poker. Bro. I don't get that quote. Before dawn, you have twilight, which is usually darkened, which is less dark than 3 a.m. Hey. It technically is darkest before the dawn. It's just, yeah, you got twilight. So twilight doesn't get its shine. Okay. Whatever. Trump has cancer? What? I mean, if he did, fuck. You know what's fucked up? I have enough humanity after watching what my wife just went through. It's the same with Pam Bondi. I see too many people taking joy in the fact that Pam Bondi has thyroid cancer. That's fucked up. Yeah. I'm actually, like, consistent on this one. Where it's just like, it's easy to say, oh my God, her negative attitude is what caused it, blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. Nobody deserves to get fucking cancer. Hope things get better for you in your personal life. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice. It would be. But, what's starting to affect my personal life? The fact that everything is so goddamn expensive. It's almost like my wife got cancer and then Trump decided he wanted to ruin the economy. So it was like a cascading moment. There's light at the end of the tunnel, Pep. No, I know. It's just literally, like, I don't know. When you have the collective fucking brainchild of what a 15-year-old thinks is based as our president, I don't know. It is kind of sad. It's sad that so many grown-ass adults are just like, yay! Despite the fact that it's hurting them. Like, dude, like I said, I know that my neighbors are done. Like the guy down the street from me that usually has all the Trump shit, the Trump flag. This guy had a wrap on his car of Trump. Yeah, guess what's gone? All his Trump flags, the Trump wrap. It's almost like, it's all very expensive for him, and he's starting to really figure it out, where he's like, oh shit. I say he's got 12 months. That'd be great. Listen, don't give me hopium. Like I said, I mean, but no, I don't think that he has. It's Vanessa Trump that has cancer. Oh, yeah. No, dude, he went to Walter Reed. He probably did get a fucking clean bill of health from his dipshit fucking doctor. What I'm not doing is I'm not going to play this game that the libs are right now. Like the fucking I've Had It podcast. Like I've Had It and Midas Touch. They can continue speculating on his health all day. They do it every day. They have literally been saying that Trump is... All hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump wasn't able to keep his eyes open. I think that it might be time to invoke the 25th Amendment. Like, fuck off. It's the same shit with Kyle Kulinski. Cool. Yeah, we need to do this, bro. We need to do this. MAGA is it's not pretty much a cult. It's a cult. I was in a cult, and I can tell you right now it's a cult. The way that people defend it, and then they also turn on people that break from the cult, it's a cult. Good impression. Thank you. But yeah, like the I've Had It podcast is one of them where I'm just, I've had it with I've Had It. I can't fucking watch that shit anymore. Oh, the liberal wine moms. God damn. Took it, ran with it, and fucking they took it and ran with it right into a brick wall. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, stick around. I got 20 more. Let's see if I can get to 21 and surprise myself. Did you know that technically I also have one of the better impressions of Jesse Ventura? It's been hurting my voice a little bit, but I'll commit to the bit. Did you know that I was a Navy SEAL, and that when I was in the Navy SEALs, they had me doing underwater demolitions? That's when I started figuring out that when it was so cold and alone down there, that the whole system is broken. And then I saw on my way up from decomping that that's what we call it, decomping, not decomposition. No, it's decompression. Don't be fooled. When I was decomping, I was coming up and I had nothing but my thoughts, and I was thinking, you know what, maybe I should run for the governor of Minnesota. And then I put that off to go be a professional wrestler. I turned in, did you know that I was actually one of the best heel commentators ever? Better than Gorilla Monsoon. Actually, I can't say that. Gorilla, that's why they call it gorilla position. Did you know that? Did you know that when you go into the backstage area of the WWE, that technically when you take your first left and you see where Vince McMahon would be sitting, with now Triple H is sitting in the chair. And guess what? When you go there, that's called gorilla position, because Gorilla Monsoon was the best, will always be the best. So I spoke out of turn there. But yeah, what was I talking about? I was talking about politics or something. Let's talk about Building 7. You want to talk about Building 7? Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. I know this because I was an underwater demolitions expert. Sorry. Went a little long with that one. There must be a way. No, there isn't. That's what sucks. Because did you know? Yeah. I can't do it without the jaw. Literally. That's literally right. Because, yeah. Did you know that I was the governor of Minnesota? That's my old impression. But you gotta bring out the jaw. And then you also gotta kind of shake a little bit. Gives you the inflection. Yes, jet fuel burns at a hot enough temperature to weaken it because it burns forever. That's the thing that, like, the Mythbusters episode about that was pretty good, you know, despite the fact that people were like, this is a government. See, it's a cover up. Yeah, but it's true. I don't know. Did you know that Jesse Ventura was the first one to talk about thermite paint? He used to have a theory that dating back to 1998 that they were coming in with crews and they were going systematically they were going literally from the basement to the top, where they were doing renovations on all of the offices. And when they did the renovations, they took down all the drywall, and then they went to the steel girders and they put thermite paint on the steel girders, even though there were technically fires that also hit those steel girders within that time period. Don't ask too many questions about that. Thermite paint can only be ignited by jet fuel. New game show, did Ventura say it? That's actually not bad. He did say that. That one he did. That was a Jesse Venturaism, like, through and through. He used to have his, did you know that I used to have a show called Conspiracy Theory? It was on True TV. You could watch Adam ruin everything and then come see Jesse Ventura also ruin everything for you. Anyway. If you guys are enjoying the impressions and enjoying the show and have not already subbed to the channel, we are one sub away from hitting 1850, or 2850 if you guys feel like you want to be part of this collective that is the Pepperheads or whatever. I forgot what you. Oh, the Pep Squad. There you go. Wait, was it Pep Squad? God damn it! What are y'all called? You know what? I shouldn't. I just thought about this. I should have no input on this one. You guys need to deem whatever the hell you guys are. Like, you guys have been watching me for long enough that, yeah. People don't realize how... Dude, every single fucking president was evil and corrupt, including FDR. You can have your favorite fucking president. They still did some shitty things. Abraham Lincoln was even kind of shitty at some points. Can we just stop with all of this fucking, like, surprise, people in power are corrupt? I don't care. He got the civil rights passed. That was objectively a good fucking thing. Whew. Sorry. I have had it. I have fucking had it. God damn. Pep said calmly. That one actually, like, I felt that one up here where I was just like, ooh, that blood pressure's getting high. Is it stroke time? Burnt toast. Do I smell burnt toast? George Washington was corrupt too. They all were. They were all pieces of shit. Thomas Jefferson was also fucking... He was a piece of shit, despite the fact that he did write the Jefferson Bible, which hey, when I learned about that, I was just like, holy shit. He ain't wrong about half this shit. Yeah, okay, whatever, Nick. You're fucking so dumb. Nick, how long did it take you to put that thought together? Because it seems like that you were sitting on that one for a while. That's how you get on the I've Had It podcast? What? Wait, what'd you say about, like, how do I get on the I've Had It podcast with my little rants here? Cry? Yeah, whatever. Host is a moron. Yeah, well, Nick Piper's a fucking bot, so I'm not exactly insulted. By screaming, I fucking had it. I mean, I have. Like, I really have. I've had it with like the fucking stupid political discourse that I have to come into every fucking day. It's the spell that summons them. Sure. Sure, Simon or Damiano, so I've had it all. Then they fucking whoosh. You know what, Plumps? I think that he's had it. Let's have, what's your name there, son? Pep? Pep Talks? You give pep talks? Well, Pumps, I think that we're ready to have a pep talk. I'm not hot enough for them to swoon over me like, Hassan, so they'll just talk to me like I'm some fucking schmo, which is fine. Whatever. Oh, fuck. Hey, it's, you know what? Sense of humor's back. Cool. We're back, baby. We're back. Oh, god damn it. It's Wednesday. I just realized that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll probably be living in a van down by the river. You know what? And that might be a peaceful, that would be a peaceful life. If I just had me, the cat, and the dog. Yeah. But nope. Well, actually, let's see. How big of a van to have 2 people? No, because I couldn't even have the dog. It would just be me and the cat at that point. Maybe if I had like a small Sprinter. There we go. Yeah. A Sprinter van. Then it could be me, the wife, the cat, and the dog. There we go. Oh, I got another cat. Can't forget him. Oh, shit. All right. Now we need it to be a Sprinter. Oh, we need a school bus. There we go. Yeah. No joke. My buddy, he took a short bus, converted it into a camper, and made it, he wrote poop where it said school, so it was the poop bus. So, yeah. Very on brand for Pep. For Pep Talks here. I was also in a cult, can confirm. How'd you deprogram? Because God, damn, someone said that in chat the other day, where they were just like, yeah, man, like, must have been hard, like, to break from that, but that they said I had like a special brain for it, and I was just like, oh shit, that was nice. But I don't know. Having a house is great and all, but it is. I don't want to sit here pretending like, no. Having a house is awesome. Having, security in your home is great, but yeah, dude. I'm literally a living example of like how one life event can literally just turn everything around. And then you take said life event, and then all of a sudden, it all cascades. And I mean, like, it all cascades, like the economy cascading too. There's like that. I did have like that shitty thought for a half second when I was in a really bad place where I was just like, well, at least everybody's suffering. But then I'm just like, you know what? Misery loves company, and I'm not misery, so fuck you. Property taxes suck. Yeah, property taxes suck, but they're property taxes are actually some of the oldest taxes to ever exist. Like, dude, property taxes are in the fucking Bible, bro. Like, yeah, own less. You want to pay less in property taxes? Own less property. Fucking learn how to do with less. I hate to be that guy, but apparently that's what needs to be said. Dude, we have a place called Barrington Hills, right? It's essentially the Beverly Hills of Illinois. In Barrington Hills, the property tax is skyrocketed, so now you see nothing but a whole bunch of these fucking dildos going out there trying to sell their fucking 200,000 square feet fucking houses, and nobody wants them because, yes, the property taxes are insane. But yeah, you know what? You don't need a house that big! How much do you need? Like, this is the part about the billionaire discourse that really pisses me the fuck off, is when they just can't admit when enough is enough. They look for new ways to spend their money. They look for new ways to justify having it all, and then also find new ways to shit on people that don't have it. Because realistically, they're empty inside. They need this idea that they're better than everyone else. And the way that they get that on this planet is by being on some yacht or some shit and saying, oh, look at all these poors being happy with their families on the beach. God, we should take that away from them too. That's America right now. By the way, yeah, cheers. Jesus. That was a little bit more than I was anticipating. Whoa. Wow. Yep. Jesus said we couldn't serve two masters. Yep. Yeah, it's almost like that Jesus fella was onto something. But it's almost like the people that fucking propagate him, or like they propagate that they follow him the most, are the ones that fucking do the very least. Like, honestly, they call people that actually live a godly life socialists, like it's a fucking derogatory term. And then they don't want to recognize that Jesus was a socialist. MAGA Jesus disagrees. Yep, well, MAGA Jesus is apparently a thing. Fucking an orange-haired Jesus. Money doesn't make them happy? No. Dude, this is how I know that they're empty. Like, so, and maybe this is where I'm broken as a person. So, I have had a level of success on this YouTube channel that even surprises even me. When I hit when I had a stream hit over 100,000 people on that one stream, and it was a live stream, like, it kind of blew my mind. But then I had this realization that it was just another number, and that I didn't feel any different. I was just like, oh, huh. If anything, it actually brought a level of negativity to it, because then it became like oh, I did this. Well, if I don't do it again, then I'm somehow failing and blah, blah, blah. Like, it was just a whole cycle of shit again, where it was just like, yay. And then when I saw that I hit 1 million views on my channel, I was just like, oh, cool. Same thing. So that's where it kind of hit me, where I'm like, oh, that's what they don't have, though. They don't have the recognizing that it's like, oh, this is no different. Like, okay, great. You know? I really am like the quintessential dude where it's like, if I made just enough, like, you could tax 100% after I made mine. And mine is not like this fucking huge, exorbitant, amount by any means. Would I have a nice pool? Yes, I would at least do that. Because, having a nice swimming pool would be cool. There's a few things, but realistically, after that, fuck, man. Take it. Especially if it helps. Like, if I got billions, like, I would be the worst billionaire because I wouldn't last as a billionaire. I would hit being a billionaire, and then I'd just be like, all right, well, I'd also be like one of those really shitty billionaires, because I guess I would be spending on things like, hey, you know how, like, there's this city, like, there's this debt in the city, or like there's this, like, there's no funding for this. Well, I would fund something, for a long time or whatever. Cut to Pep swimming in a pool of Pokemon cards. No, I mean, I would. All right, so like there's dumb shit that I would buy, like, if I could afford it. Like, I actually thought about that. So, like, Pokemon's a good example. So, Pokemon, obviously, scalpers get to it first. I barely fucking care anymore. Like, if I find cards in the wild, it happened at the grocery store the other day, where there was a pack in the machine, and I was like, all right, why not? Had the wife open the pack, because I don't like to do that. She has the luck. Didn't get any like significant hints, but it was fun. Either way. But yeah, I would actually like. Then I would just buy some of the like sets that I missed, or like some stuff on aftermarket. But then again, I would have a hard time doing that because I don't want to support that. I don't want to support scalpers. I don't know. Being principled sucks, guys. Having principles and actual like morals, principles, and like an actual code of conduct in my life, it kind of sucks. It does. Every once in a while, because you break this point, you hit this point where you're like, man, if I was a massive piece of shit, I think I'd be doing a lot better. Ay. Build a pool on my channel? Well, could have done that last year. Now, when I bought this place, it already had an above-ground pool, so I at least got that, but that's why I said nice pool. It's another expense. It really is. It's just another thing to fucking dump money into. I mean, it's fun, and I love having it because I actually use my pool as like a way to exercise and also to decompress, but yeah. This year, it has not been a priority, so it's still sitting there covered. I also had the cover fucking blow off, so it just fucking... There's a bunch of... It's essentially a big algae pit right now, so whatever. There's nice pools, and then there's Tim pools. I can't live with myself being a massive POS. Yeah. Well, it's also, dude, like, I gotta be careful. Because of what I did, I saw how unhappy people were. And I met a kid. He is the son of one of the billionaires. And, when you meet these kids, when they're, they go to fucking boarding school, like he went to a boarding school, and he was lamenting how, like, it was awesome that even though, because I said, well, I'm in a private school. He's just like, well, I'm in boarding school, so I don't see, like, all my friends are in the school. And I don't get to see them when I'm not in school. And then also when I'm here, I'm always spending time with like, coaches or nannies, but I don't really see my parents. And I was just like, oh. So like there's this weird disconnect with these people. And I think that's on purpose. I really do. I don't know, but yeah. No, they're very empty. They're super empty people. Like, that's the thing about Trump. Like, he's an empty person. Like, you can see it. He doesn't... Like, he can make all these billions of dollars, but the only thing he's trying to do is he wants to out-billionaire Elon, which is never going to happen. Like, when Elon reached $1 trillion, the last thing he could do was just, well, you know what? I might as well be friendly to the richest man on the planet, even though he's a fucking weirdo. But, yeah. His frontal lobe is empty. Yep. Except when he shits his pants. Yeah. Nah. I realized that when I trying to do music, you have to be a sellout hustler POS to make money. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks, or you have to you do have to have an element of just allowing it to happen. That's why I look at people like Chapel Roan and I'm like, I don't look at her like she's some fucking bastion of the left. Like, trust me, she ain't. She helps yes, okay, she got some jams and, great for the queer community as far as representation, but honestly, look at the way that she lives, look at the way she treats people, and then tell me, yeah. Honestly, I bring her up for a reason, because it is, like, I've read enough articles at this point where I'm just like, what an asshole. Like, goddamn. And the way that she uses her bipolar disorder to fucking try and get around it, where it's just like, I have BPD, I'm a dick. It's just like, all right. Using your mental illness as a SWAT shield, I see. Democrats are disgustingly low IQ people. All right. He says, proving his low IQ in chat. Nick, what happened to you? What made you a miserable person? Do you have like do you have a set moment? Like, was it when, like, did you have a Mexican girl, like, just, like, totally fucking shoot you down and then also made fun of you? Like, because I'll tell you what, I don't know what it is about Mexican girls, but god damn, when they got roast jokes, they got roast jokes. I have been deconstructed once or twice. Fucking Latinas are, yeah, they bring the fire. He got the real founder kicked off the board. Wait. Elon Musk didn't even yeah, he didn't. No, I know. He got the real founder kicked off the board, and then he just took it, and then. But that's the thing, dude. He rewrote history. He's going down in history as the guy. Oof. Natch. You have how am I brainwashed? Who brainwashed me? Like what as you say, being brainwashed by a person, a party, and a political position that makes you very linear in your thought process. Yeah, please extrapolate a little bit. Okay. Sure. All right, Nick, it sounds like you're just parroting something that your dad said. Does your dad not love you enough, and you think that trying to be like him on the internet's gonna make you, like, loved in his eyes? He's not gonna hug you, bro. Hey, Paps, hope stream has been good. I dropped in earlier because I was surprised to see you on so early during my lunch break. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome, Ghost Dog TV. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I go live at 2 on Wednesdays. Smug meta. Sure. I love how anytime that like these guys get bodied intellectually, they're just like, oh, look at the smug fucking smug leftist. Oh, these intellectuals. Bro. Smug Meta. Is that a band? Dude, actually, Smug Meta, that's a kick-ass band name. Because, like, my whole thing for a band name is that, like, when I say it, it's just like, yeah, I'm going to see Smug Meta this weekend. Like, it's good. That's good. That's good. Hot new channel. What, Pep Talks? I'm the hot new channel. I'm the hotness. Is that what's up? I mean, I know it's fucking cool, like, to be a smaller stream. You know, I am a trendsetter after all. Like, God, you know how many times I've caught Hassan and Kyle Kalinske stealing ideas and bits from me? You know, all of it, like, I move my camera and then all of a sudden Hassan, he puts his stuff, like, in the same kind of position, you know? Although, you know, his pivot to suits. Smug, yeah. Sniff my own. Yep, you sniff your own farts. Nice. Smug Meta's in town? Oh, shit, dude. Yo, Smug Meta's one of those bands that you could, like, you gotta find out that they're in town right away. They sell their tickets for fucking $29.99. You know, super affordable, but they sell out quick. Smug Meta. Dude, oh my God. I should just make a Smug Meta band shirt and put that on my merch where it's just like, and like people will wear it too, thinking it's just like a saying, where it's like, no, that's my fictional band. Like, yeah, I'm part of Smug Meta. I'm the bassist. I'm the bassist, lead singer, manager, drummer, all of it. I am Smug Meta. All right, now this is fun. Give it. Yeah, I'm sitting out there. Hey, come see Smug Meta tonight. Playing at the ballroom. The what? The Trump ballroom. Oh, that's even better. Where I could even do it like a picture of like the poster playing one night only at the Trump ballroom. Smug Meta. with a special acoustic pep talk set. You know? When we brainstorm, we brainstorm. Yeah, the poop knives. Yes. Yes. He's also bringing the poop knives. All right, this is like all inside like joke stuff here. Deep lore from the channel. So if you guys want to be part of this, just remember to hit the subscribe button and be part of the conversations here. Like, honestly, dude, this is what we do. We have a lot of fun here, man. Like, I'm an hour and a half in. I haven't touched a news story. I love this stuff. Like, I love being able to have these rants, you know, although I probably should have gone with pep rants. But God, my name works for too much of that stuff. It was funny. I was thinking about the pep walks and I'm like, reevaluating it. Hey Sophie, how you doing? Sorry guys if I have missed your chats from the horizontal stream. I just noticed that it is not part of my multi-stream right now. So here. There we go. My bad. I should have done that earlier. When I started stream. Oh shit. I also didn't put Twitch in. Nate, how's it going? Just saw you pop in here. There we go. All right, got all my chats. Woohoo! Chill chat. Honestly, I mean, I'll be real. Vertical hasn't been that bad ever since they did the bot purge, and then on top of whatever the hell happened in the algorithm, it's been chill. You know? I don't know what that. Anyway, make sure you guys also share the stream. Do whatever you can to get the stream out there. Let's also do this. Did you like the stream? And sub to the channel. Yes. I did. There we go. And let's see. What's the no gonna be today? What's Trump do? What's Trump do that's super embarrassing and disgusting and just, I don't know, what's insulting to them? So they have, like, do you understand that's why I do it? Because, like, I know for a fact that they're gonna click it, so it's just like, hey, you might as well get them to admit something. I like the one where they were slurping his diaper, but that was also really gross. Like, the visual's not worth it. Yeah. Feel like you can summon bots by talking about a country. Oh, well, that's crazy. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Did you hear what's going on with Israel? Any minute now. Dude, I swear to God, if I saw my view count go up, like, after saying the word Israel, I would have shit. Dude, I would have shit. That would have been very, very funny. The Trump, yeah, I already did the Trump human centipede. That was pretty funny. Oh, here. Oh no, that's disgusting. I was about to say that they would eat Trump's soggy biscuit, but that's a little much. Trump has now threatened to take one out of every 13 countries of the world, apparently. Yeah, cool. So some good Ganda. That said, good Ganda. Dude, that's fire. Ghost Dog, I like that. You saw some good. Did you get that good Ganda? What? Yeah, the Ganda. Fuck, that's funny. That said BB was having prostate issues. Well, doesn't he have prostate cancer? Yeah. I mean, he even came out and said that he had that and that he was getting treated. I don't know. Prostate cancer, dude. I have a weird attitude with prostate cancer because it's like, if you get your prostate removed and like you have the surgery pretty early on. Yeah, that's not that. And prostate cancer is one of the ones that you like. Yes, you can get a prostate exam at your fucking GP. So, suddenly Bondi has thyroid cancer now. Suddenly. Listen, Charlie, with all due respect, that's how cancer works. So, yeah, there's no conspiracy. There's no grand conspiracy of fucking cancer, okay? The grand conspiracy is how they are now making it impossible to sue the companies that are responsible for the colon cancer in America. That is. You didn't mean it that way? Okay, I misread it then. My bad. But either way. I mean, you could see how I could take it that way. DHS wants to sabotage airports and sanctuary cities. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. They want to, yeah. Yeah, sanctuary cities, you know, the biggest cities in America, you know, the biggest economies. And honestly, at this point, if JB Pritzker doesn't start fucking fighting back with some like serious moves, like threatening to withhold any funding, like to like the federal government at this point, like, guys, come on. Like, this is why they're just able to fucking walk on us. But whatever. Whatever, man. If America's gonna let it happen, then let us fucking have, like, let us have our fall. Because that's what it is. Like, we're speed running the fucking, like, 20th century. You know, we already did the fucking pandemic. Now we're moving into a Great Depression on top of a World War. Great. All because one dude wants to be remembered that badly. Because, yeah, he's totally in 100% good health. Fucking... the dude literally bruises... Like, if you touch him, like, yeah, it shows great health. 80 years old. It's almost like, I don't know, they're all lying to us. You think state could secede? No, they can't. Because doesn't that require, like, majorities in Congress or whatever? I don't even know how secession works, but whatever. I don't believe it. I've been hearing that about Illinois since I was a little kid. Like, we would go to Springfield, and it would always be the same thing. You're not even a real Illinoisan. You're a Chicagoan. You guys should have your own state. Without these idiots realizing that they would be fucking paying so much more in taxes because, yeah, you know, that whole benefit of having all, like, the, you know, being tied to all the people in those cities is, like, that you guys actually get taxed less than us. Oh, that's, yeah. Whatever. Works by civil war. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Dude, we are all fucking meat pie with, like, a bunch of computer bricks in our face. It ain't happening. People are too fucking disconnected and lazy. That's why anytime somebody was, like, talking about that kind of stuff, I was just like, yeah, don't see it. But whatever. Yeah. What the fuck? Sylvie? I feel like you just, like, came in here and just said the equivalent of meow. Meow. Oh, you're saying no. You're like, nya, like, no, nya. Like, okay, I got it. Your Hot Pockets are ready. Guarantee you live at home with your mom. Yeah. Yeah. How's it feel being consistently wrong? Whatever, man. I just got here. Yes, that's the new. That's a meow. uh, better material. Oh, dude, it's like literally the most tired shit. The mom's basement. Fucking. Yeah, we get it. We get it. Oh, look at this guy. He has a bunch of plush toys and fucking bullshit behind him. Ooh. We get it. You don't have any interests. You don't have, hobbies. That's your hobby, is coming to places like this. I mean, dude, you know how pathetic it is? I say this like almost every stream, but it is truly pathetic where it's just like, wait, you guys come here to like try and be mean to me? This is why I do like ask genuinely, like, hey, what's up? Like, what broke you? Like, I want to know what broke you. Some people hate fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, they do. They're all the equivalent of that lady that went viral for fucking hosing her next door neighbors that were having it was like some kind of barbecue. And then that dum-dum got fucking arrested because she doesn't understand that that's technically an assault. I mean, it does. It does technically constitute an assault. And then she tried to poison their dog because, she's a real winner of a human being. Yeah, I hope you guys saw that one. That one went, like, pretty mega viral. But, god damn it. I don't know what to say about Trump. What should I say about Trump that pisses people off that'll get them to click on it? This is the real-time method, guys. You guys are getting, like, the inside workings of Pep's head. Uh-oh. Don't leave that door open too late. Okay, that story escalated quickly. Yep. Who the fuck poisons a dog? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, man. There's a lot of people that get, like, into spats with their neighbor, and then they try to to poison the dogs. How much do you think Trump actually weighs? Like 275. I think he's like 6 foot, about 275. Especially now. Even with the Ozempic. I mean, let's keep making fun of that neck pussy because for real, that seems to really bug him. There have been multiple reports that, like, anytime he sees something making fun of his neck pussy, he's just like, will you get them to stop? It doesn't look like a pussy. Totally looks like a pussy. It's like, come on, Don, you would know. You said you could grab him by the pussy. Sitting there doing this a lot. You're going straight to hell for poisoning a poor defenseless animal? Well, then you might really hate what they just okayed to do in the national parks with the cyanide bombs. Who cares about what these chuds say? You're doing more than most to give your opinion in a good way. Screw these losers. Brian, I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Look at that. See, I do the opposite of what a lot of performers do. A lot of performers will only focus on the negative feedback. So, like, I know a bunch of comedians and, like, people that, like, put their stuff on YouTube where they say that, like, they could get 10,000 fucking compliments, but they will see the one guy that makes a fucking mean, like a mean tweet, and they're just like, yeah, that sticks with you. I'm like, I'm the opposite, where I can ignore pretty much every insult that comes my way, but I really enjoy a good compliment, and it's very nice. It's not lost on me, so thank you. Screw these losers. Fuck yeah. Yeah, see, there's some cool people out there. Fuck yeah. High five. At least, like, mental high five. Oh, geez. We're almost 2 hours into the show. I really need to start getting to some stuff. All right. Let's do this. Excuse me. All right. I do want to talk about this, and believe it or not, this is something that might shock you guys. I might I don't have like a conservative sway on this one, but I do think that there needs to be something needs to be done about this because it is getting a little dicey.
Hopefully you can hear me now. If you're heading north on Lakeshore Drive, 65th Street, that's where you want to get off. Heading south, 53rd, that's where you're going to want to get off. Again, all of this happening right around Hyde Park. I had a chance to
Oh, by the way, this is in response to the teen takeover in Chicago.
walk into
It happened 2 days ago.
Hyde Park itself to kind of see what was going on, get a glimpse of exactly what was happening. It's just a large gathering of teenagers, as we've been seeing in times past, some teenagers dancing on cars. I did have a chance to speak to a police officer on this.
MAGA equals stupidity. At this point, dude, I used to be like a little even like you know, some people voted for, you know, MAGA, but no, you're right. You're right.
Seen off camera. He told
Also,
me that
Richard
a lot of
Isaacs,
this actually
welcome to the
started
show.
at the beach itself with a group of teenagers
How you
that
doing, man?
sprayed mace into a crowd. It's unclear if there was some sort of fight that led up to the mace being sprayed, but again, a officer did tell me off camera that some teenagers were
Is this Project X? The thing is, it's bad.
using mace into the crowd.
No,
That,
it's
of course,
bad. Like
us a chain reaction into what we are seeing here. We do have some
the
video
entire city has kind of come together on this one to be like, no, fuck these kids. This is, there's nothing to be said about like this not just being fucking degenerate asshole behavior.
that we wanted to show you that came into our newsroom of the gathering.
Now some people are making it racial, which that's bullshit,
at the
but
beach, you'll see it is a sizable crowd of teenagers.
oh, it's
there.
bad. The thing is, they're threatening people, like do something like that bullshit. But then they're also like, you know, not breaking into cars, but they're like literally smashing cars, like walking on the fuck. Like you can see it, they're
Again,
walking
these
on the cars.
quote-unquote
Like
teen
it's
takeovers, as they are called, have become a bit of the problem.
Yeah, and the thing is, like we do kind of like. We could follow this if there was a cyber division of the, you know, of the police that I don't know seem to communicate with any of these assholes.
Just in the teaser, you were talking about those 5
You return. They made me wait so long before my appointment. They had to poke me.
police officers that were run over at the
Oh, you
last
had to get
one. I
poked
can
3
tell
times?
you, it's
Oh.
nothing like that, at least not now. But we are seeing
I'll
a
come up in a
massive
minute
police
and,
presence, which was part
see
of the city's summer safety plan
Hey,
to
Hermit.
try to combat
How's it
this,
going?
to be proactive and not
Why? Why are they doing what? Why are they doing this? I don't know.
reactive.
But what's happening is they go on like whatever social media app. Like God, I sound so old right now. They're going on the social media and they're organizing these takeovers where nobody can do anything.
At this point, we're not getting any reports of any gunshots or
Can you fight them? No,
or,
you can't put your hands on
any
them.
injuries just yet.
What? Will the cops do anything? No, not necessarily. I don't think so because realistically, the cops were getting fucking.
Changes, of course, we will let
They
you
had some
know.
problems.
We're getting reports of fireworks being detonated. We did hear
Yeah.
a good amount of fireworks since we arrived here, but right now, again, it's more of a traffic issue, a traffic headache. Avoid Lakeshore Drive if this is part of your drive. Of course, we're keeping an eye here.
Yeah, great.
A close eye on the scene. We'll, of course, update you if anything else develops. But for now, Stefan, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Okay, we appreciate the information. In Washington, there's cars behind
Your boyfriend left you because you got pregnant with his dad's
you,
baby.
JC, slowly
What?
making their way through the traffic to get off of Lakeshore Drive there. So good idea. If you do have to drive in that area tonight, just stay away from the area. Not a bad idea. JC Navarrete. A teen takeover spiraled out of control this weekend on the Near West Side. We've seen things like this before in the summertime, but now some are pushing for new ways to hold parents more accountable.
Yeah.
Paris Schutz is on the story, joining us live.
And
in the newsroom,
honestly,
and with a
I'm here for it.
new response from Mayor Johnson. Paris?
Yes, Evan, those calls are growing.
This shouldn't be a government. Like, the fact that this is becoming a government problem, it's all like, if I was in deep conspiracy mode, I would just say that the Trump administration is putting out the actual, like, they're organizing these takeovers so they can bring the National Guard in.
Louder and louder today.
Because now you got people coming out saying they want the National Guard.
Parents of teens who get arrested during these illegal takeovers past curfew. Kansas City is reeling from that takeover on the Near West Side that nearly turned deadly for a number of police officers.
Police officials say an 18-year-old plowed his vehicle into a group of police officers who were trying to break up an early Sunday morning teen takeover. It was near Roosevelt and Loomis on the west side.
And honestly, this is the shit that the teens that are like doing this shit, they should be fucking now kind of realizing like, hey, oh no, we're not part of that.
CPD says 5 officers were taken to the hospital and are currently in fair condition.
Jesus, yep.
But Alderman Brian Hopkins says some are suffering from broken bones.
The car was going at least 20, possibly close to 30 miles an hour when it hit those officers.
Remember,
with
Trump
no
will
warning at all.
fuck over
Hopkins
everyone to
says
make a
the
dollar.
gathering
Doesn't
was
matter if
full
you're
of
MAGA or
underage
not. He wants to
kids.
screw
But he says
over
it's
as many
past
people
time
as
to hold
possible.
parents accountable using a law that classifies the crime of
Sorry, I
contributing to the
paraphrased
delinquency of
your,
a minor as a Class A misdemeanor.
Hey, Rebecca, how's it
laws are
going?
already on the
Oh,
books.
this crap
They-
is happening in Australia too. They're running amok. The thing is, like, I read a story on this where it's all from social media. Like, they see this as just like them taking their power.
need to be enforced, and we need to have that conversation with the parents of Chicago and let them know this is completely unacceptable.
He says he and city council colleagues are drafting an ordinance that would apply this law to parents of teens who are caught up past curfew in one of these illegal gatherings.
The whole intent here is to provide a disincentive for
Nah.
parents to allow this kind of thing
Nah.
to happen.
No, dude, teens are shitheads and will always be shitheads.
It is
This is just their way of being shitheads with, you know, having the added layer of social media.
to let it happen so we can throw parents in jail. What we want is parents to cooperate and to heed the call to manage their children properly and to keep your young teenagers at home on a Saturday night when it's 2 a.m.
Earlier this morning, Mayor Brandon Johnson put a public statement out condemning this weekend's violence and calling for some parental accountability. But later, following the city's Memorial Day wreath-laying event, the mayor stopped short of endorsing any specific new measures.
Parents, we have to know where our children are. And I believe that if all of us come together to ensure that our young people are not being exposed to these unauthorized gatherings that can be dangerous.
So it should be noted there have been several shootings already this weekend, including a mass shooting in Little Village. However, as of this afternoon, CPD has recorded 0 homicides for this summer holiday weekend, and we know that these weekends,
Oh, are you
4th of
guys
July,
upset
Labor Day,
about that?
tend to turn violent.
Are you guys upset about that?
0 homicides. So
You sure seem upset about that. Did you see the way he fucking said that? God damn, these fucking ghouls at the news.
for this summer holiday weekend, and we know 0 homicides for this summer holiday weekend, and we know that
What a
these
fucking...
weekends, 4th of July, Labor Day, tend to turn violent. 0 homicides so far. They will have
So far.
official updated numbers tomorrow. Stefan?
Okay. Paris shuts on the story.
Wow, Pep, you were... No, it's bad.
Paris, thank you
Yeah,
so much. We
yeah.
appreciate
No, as I said, guys, like this is something where we've been aware of this. This happened last summer too.
it.
We begin in Detroit.
And now we're moving to Detroit, where it's also happening.
With
Like this is, I did this as a segment because I was like, no, I want to give my thoughts on this because realistically, you know, I want to debunk what MAGA thinks the left is about on this one, where they're just like, oh, this is the left paradise. It's like, no, I'm a lefty and I think that this is shit, and I think that there needs to be something done about this. And anybody that says otherwise is kind of a shithead.
another case of senseless violence with life-altering outcomes tied to so-called teen takeovers. Thank you for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 5. I'm Mike Duffy.
And I'm Glenda Lewis.
It's not even the courts, Dementis. I'm sorry. The courts can't do anything. Dude, when you're a teenager, all they could do is charge you as an adult, right? But they can only do that with certain crimes. Like the kid that hit the police, he's getting tried as an adult. I guarantee it. I think he was 17 or even 18, but yeah, he's getting tried as an adult. But everybody else, it's just it's petty offense bullshit.
2 teenagers shot just about a week apart during these mass gatherings in Detroit, and the most recent just last night on the West Side.
100%. We always hear they were on bail when they did it.
Last week, we spoke with 14-year-old Tavon Clark, who was shot in the chest after a fight broke out during a teen takeover downtown.
You didn't know that they can... Yeah, they can charge you as an adult as long as you're like close enough to your age of, being 18.
On Saturday, the 17-year-old accused of pulling the trigger was charged as an adult.
Boom!
The teen takeovers have been causing problems for weeks. Last month, Detroit Mayor Mary Sheffield announced a 6-point plan to address summer violence, focusing on gun safety, curfew compliance, and youth engagement. Well, Randy Wimbley is your Detroit reporter, and he was there for that announcement last month. Tonight, he's raising the voices of concerned neighbors and community leaders, asking, what is the solution?
Massive crowds flooded Peterson Park on Detroit's west side on Memorial Day for another so-called teen takeover.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
Neighbors tell me it started out peaceful, but things took a turn as fights broke out and police moved in to disperse the crowds. All of it leaving neighbors like this man who did not want to be identified on edge.
Me and the neighbors, we talked about it today, and it was just like, I don't know. I don't know, or, you know, what's causing this. And this is spreading. How serious is?
Where are they getting the guns? Likely from somebody buying them in the suburbs. They know somebody that can purchase them legally.
It's going to get. Yeah. And it's
So
something
they do.
Again. Where's the next?
That's how most of it's done. Actually, Chicago gets a lot of its guns from Indiana.
Next one going to be? Because I fear. Start
That's the
thinking about my
facts.
property.
They need to be able to do, like, have fun and, like, you know, do what they want to do, but at the same time, it's getting too dangerous.
Parents need to get a handle with their kids. It's embarrassing to the community.
After police broke up the crowds over at Peterson Park, the kids gathered at different gas stations, including this.
That's why I'm saying Brandon Johnson just kind of turning his like, oh, well, there's not much we can do about it. It's like, bro,
And the
you do understand that this leads to the National Guard, right?
Family Dollar
Like,
right
come
behind
on.
it. About 8 miles away, police say a 16-year-old was struck as gunshots rang out near this park on 14th Street between Euclid and Philadelphia at another teen takeover event.
I just wanted to enjoy the holiday yesterday, and people started shooting and fighting.
Chloe Cade saw the chaos firsthand. Are you going to go out to the next?
No.
No.
No. Staying in the house.
Police say the teen is in stable condition. No suspects are in custody. Back at Peterson Park,
Do you think that he's trying to avoid the bad optics for re-election? The problem is now he's becoming more like a Lori Lightfoot, where we're starting to see him as being very, like a lame duck.
DPD says officers
He's not doing anything.
arrested 2 adults and
Kids will be kids. Yeah.
cited another pair of
I mean, kids will always be idiots. There's that.
teens for curfew violations.
A lot of times when you see kids out here, it's a cry for help. It's a cry for help for things for them to do, right? That's why I'm standing so strong with Mary Sheffield in terms of her community approach.
Negus Vu is from the community violence intervention group, The People's Action.
And I think we just need a little more participation from the family, right? Instead of it just being a teen takeover, right? Those parents of those teens getting.
Pep, just to let you know, you didn't get the YouTube notification today, only the Twitch one. You have it set to all, right? And if you do, then that proves everything that I've been thinking.
All too. It starts at home, then after the home, it's the community.
Thank you for letting me know, by
so
the way.
The things that we're seeing is a result of our lack of engagement with these
Hi,
kids.
Platinum.
So we as a community have to stop pointing
Welcome to the show.
the finger, and we have to look and point at ourselves, and we have to be accountable.
Meanwhile, if anyone has any information about the shooting that happened at this park off of 14th between Euclid and Philadelphia, please call Detroit Police. I'm Randy Wembley, 7 News Detroit.
All right, Randy, thank
An Indiana State Trooper is
And here's the last story that I have before we go into political news.
recovering after a shooting on I-80.
Yeah, this happened during a traffic
But by the way, yeah, Indiana. What's going on, Indiana?
stop overnight. Zaquan is live to update us on the investigation.
First, say, do we know how that officer is doing right now? Have they given us an update?
No, we haven't gotten an update. In fact, the latest update we got was from Indiana State Police at around 9 o'clock this morning. And we do know that the Lake
The parents are probably busy
County
working.
coroner has now identified the suspect.
Yes, but then they need to be able to, like, it's not about keeping them in the house or anything like that, man. It's about asserting, like, hey, you do this shit, then you're
34-year-old Aaron Barnes from
Big
Gary,
fucking trouble.
Indiana. According to police, an autopsy is still in the works. What I want to focus on is the fact that this is the second officer-involved shooting in less than a week here that Indiana State Police are going to have to investigate. Last week, it was a LaPorte.
just a reminder that there were no homicides over the holiday weekend in Chicago, that this happened in Indiana. Huh.
County Sheriff's deputy, who was
Weird.
shot.
What's going on with that? Red state violence.
This time it was one of their own.
I know what I'm doing. Like, by the way,
So we're at University of
trying
Chicago
to
Medical
point out how
Center right now
stupid,
because we
all
are
that
told
shit
that
is.
this is where that K-9 trooper who was shot and who has, by the way, been with Indiana State Police for 8 years now is undergoing surgery. Once again, in an early update this morning, officials said that this trooper was stable heading into surgery. They also say that he is expected to make a full recovery. According to Indiana State Police, that trooper pulled a car over for what they say was a minor traffic violation. Once again, this is on I-80 94 going eastbound, not too far from the Illinois-Indiana state lines. But during that stop, the trooper called for backup after he noticed that the people inside the car weren't complying. The trooper told the dispatcher that he was holding these suspects at gunpoint while he was waiting for help to arrive. Now, when the other officers did get there, including 2 Lake County Sheriff's deputies and 1 Hammond police officer, police say the driver pulled out a handgun, which then led to a shootout with all 4 of those officers firing their guns. The suspect was shot and killed on the spot, which once again we have now learned is 34-year-old Aaron Barnes of Gary. The trooper was shot in the chest, even while wearing a bulletproof vest. The trooper's K-9, other responding officers were not hurt. However, we did ask Sergeant Glenn Fifield about this and really the reality of being in law enforcement right now. Listen.
When we say a routine traffic stop, we stop hundreds of cars a day, and I've stopped thousands of cars in my career. Of those stops just like this, a routine traffic stop for a minor infraction. You pull over a person, you get their information, you go back to your car, you give them a ticket, you give them a warning, and they're on their way. That is a routine traffic stop. What becomes routine can turn into a tragic in the blink of an eye. And that's what's scary about this job. And sometimes I question if the public understands the most dangerous thing we do is we walk up to the unknown, which is walking up to a car
Hey,
that
Sophie,
we just pulled over.
I'm doing okay.
That is the most dangerous thing we do, is walking up to the unknown.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, there was another person inside that car. Right now, all we know is that the passenger is the 34-year-old woman, also from Gary, Indiana, and she's actually being held at the Lake County Jail right now on probable cause hold. Basically, that just allows investigators more time to figure out what charges they will file, if any. And in fact, we have learned that investigators have 48 hours to submit any of those charges. Otherwise, that person must be released. Once again, as far as that officer goes, or the trooper, excuse me, who was undergoing surgery here, we still have not heard of any updates. You know, did it go well? What is it like? How is he doing now? We do expect that information sometime later today. Indiana State Police are now leading this investigation. They say they will release the name of that trooper at a more appropriate time. Guys.
All right, Saquon, thank you.
He's probably going to go with you. Aduste. Hello. All right. Let's see, is there any update on this? Who cares about this Matthew Perry bullshit, dude? I have, like, honestly, great. I'm glad that it's happening, but dude, I have seen way too much of this, while there's like a whole lot more like this. This is way more important. Alabama asks U.S. Supreme Court to allow pro-Republican congressional map. Like, what? But Matthew, fucking ground news, dude. You know, I'll be honest. This is why I'm kind of glad that I'm not really associated with them anymore. All right, well, let's focus on a story that they didn't even bother to bring to the forefront on their front page. Yeah, Biden's suing the DOJ. Weird, right?
Former President Joe Biden is
Oh, God, I don't miss that.
suing the Department of Justice.
Just every time that he did anything where you're just like, he's so old. He's just so damn old.
In an effort to block the release of audio recordings and transcripts of his past
Oh, my God, every time that he spoke, too, you're just like, oh, God, what's he going to, he's going to say something. Oh.
interview with a ghostwriter. The files were obtained by the special counsel who investigated his handling of classified documents. The lawsuit comes ahead of the department's planned June 15th release to the
Oh, this is about his handling of classified. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, well, this is one of the ones that Trump might not care about.
U.S. House Judiciary Committee and the
Because if he does, bet motherfucker, let's go.
conservative group Heritage Foundation. The case pertains to audio recordings and transcripts of interviews at Biden's home in 2016 and 2017 with a ghostwriter who worked
So, Pep, can you explain what these maps are and what these fights are even over?
With Biden on his 2 memoirs.
What are you talking about?
The files were scrutinized by special counsel Robert Hur as part of his investigation into the former president's improper retention of classified documents. Hur's years-long investigation led to no criminal charges against Biden. The Justice Department previously argued that the files were exempt from disclosure under the Public Records Law.
Well, he also returned them. That was the whole thing.
But his lawyers say that the disclosure would, quote, constitute an unwarranted invasion of President Biden's privacy. Republicans have argued that Biden was given a pass by his own Justice
Congressional maps?
Department and that President Trump has been unfairly victimized by prosecutors. However,
the fight is over. The fact that the new Republican body that wrote up the maps blatantly were trying to cut out the black districts. So they, a Republican Supreme Court in Alabama said, yeah, this is pretty fucking obvious. So even they knocked that down and were just like, nah, like this is blatantly racist. But now that the Supreme Court has knocked out Article 2, now they're trying to challenge it under the fact that Article 2 has now been abolished. So technically they don't need to protect the black populace because we're not taking race into it anymore.
Democrats,
which cool, man. We're back with abortions, Jim Crow. Like, dude, we literally regressed so hard as a country that it is fucking astounding, and it's all under the auspices of DEI. I'm an insecure white person.
Stressed Biden's cooperation in the investigation and strongly contrasted that with the separate criminal case against Trump.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Not gonna lie. So this is wild. Not sure if you guys saw this shit. So RFK was trying to like wrangle 2 snakes. Which, what is with this guy just like doing really weird shit all the fucking time? Swimming in a creek that is known to have really, really toxic elements to it. Like literally swimming in shit. Yeah, here's this dum-dum going to apparently wrangle 2 snakes. Yeah. Oh, he is bad at this. Crikey! You gotta grab him from the back there. Oi, what you doing there?
So, what are they?
Look at you getting bit.
Well, they were having sex, so what were they?
Yeah, they're water moccasins. Stop getting bit, you dumb fuck.
Are they biting?
Oh, Pat.
The mouths are huge.
Crikey. Just this freeze frame alone, just cornering 2 snakes having sex. Oh, sorry, they were having sex. That's what you guys donate the bucks for, right? The waka wakas and those highbrow jokes. All right. Well, something a little less funny and jovial. ICE protests escalate outside Delaney Hall. We watched this live last night.
People detained by ICE continue to protest in front of an immigration detention facility.
You don't earn that.
Today, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill and several members of Congress stopped by demanding to see conditions inside. But once the governor left, things got chaotic. Christine Sloan joins us live from Newark with the latest. Christine.
Dick, I'm standing back here because the situation is escalating here in front of Delaney Hall. As you can see, ICE agents have pushed back a large crowd. Now, some of these people have family members who are detained in there, but a lot of the people, other people showed up who appear to be organized groups joining in the protest. Again, you're looking at this military-style vehicle trying to leave this area. They're trying to get other cars out of here as well, but these protesters are standing here. They are not moving. leaving. They are blocking the roadway, and ICE agents are standing guard. ICE agents in riot gear showing up late Monday afternoon at Delaney Hall. Our cameras capturing those agents removing protesters, blocking the immigration detention facility's exit as protesters could be seen throwing objects at them. Amid the chaos, U.S. Senator Andy Kim.
You see how much that they are trying to hide what's happening here. She intentionally tried to do that.
Less confrontational earlier as a congressional delegation got inside the facility where a pregnant woman's been demanding her detained husband be released.
They lied to him. They told him that he was getting released, and then I witnessed him getting kidnapped, shoved, and thrown in a van.
Gabriela Soto telling her story to Governor Mike.
Why do ICE agents need riot gear?
Who talked to other family members and a detainee by phone.
We demand that if you can come inside and be with us.
Immediately.
This type of facility shows exactly why we should not have private mass detention facilities.
The Democrat says she was denied a request to go inside the facility. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson calling Cheryl's visit.
It'd be nice if they could show any passion.
To Delaney, quote, nothing more than a political
the lack of
stunt
riz
on
is
Memorial
just fucking
Day,
astounding.
when visitation is currently suspended due to riots outside the facility. DHS adding Soto's husband, quote, an illegal alien charged with assault was scheduled for a transfer to another ICE detention facility, but agitators obstructed the vehicle's path. We caught up with Congressman Robert Menendez Jr. at the detention facility in Elizabeth.
There is nothing
Privately owned by who? Yeah, we should definitely know.
Says that you should believe, and anything they say you should doubt immediately.
Democratic lawmakers and family members claim some detainees are not receiving proper medical attention.
We come here every single day. His diabetes. They don't allow.
Yeah, imagine thinking lacking paperwork is deserving of torture. People are just so happy to see others hurt because they aren't like me. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
The medication.
And then they're like, "Why? Don't call me racist, though."
Pregnant woman who
I work with a Mexican dude. He's one of the good ones.
Ripping her stomach and wasn't receiving care.
This 9-year-old speaking to us with her mom's permission, asking just to see her dad.
I just want him to get out because he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, hi. They've deployed tear gas here. You can see the crowd is still staying here. And we're going to tell you that a DHS spokesperson says that detainees are being given comprehensive health care inside.
Oh, she's trying, dude. She got fucking nailed.
Situation out here. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Tear gas deployed. As you can see, this man in front of me
bad.
throwing water on his face.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at that, but it is kind of funny that she like.
The ICE agents down the street again.
I shouldn't be laughing.
All right, Christine, I think you should.
We're gonna live in Newark. Christine
Sorry,
Sloan, CBS
but
News
it's
New York.
funny the way that they're navigating it, and she is a trooper. I got to give her some credit, but it's just like
step back.
Back
and
to
get
you.
A good distance from that smoke, because that can really cause trouble with your eyes, obviously with your lungs, etc.
Absolutely, but clearly a very tense situation here this afternoon at Delaney Hall on this Memorial Day. You saw ICE being kept back, blocked by these protesters as they were trying to leave. These protesters.
Notice how like they went like somber the second that their person got hit with the tear gas.
They're saying that some of those people that are
It's okay. The thing is, that's why I'm laughing, is because she works for CBS.
being held
Like she's there as a fucking literal like part of the machine.
inside Delaney are.
But then again, you know, this is always like where's the mainstream media? Well, there they are, and honestly, it kind of hey, you know what? Maybe they'll be fair at their coverage now.
being mistreated. Some of those family members that you also heard from.
Gonna take a
and then
nap?
The pictures that you're looking at
take
here,
care, Natch.
these
Thank you for
live
being here, man.
pictures from Newark, as our crews did need to step back from the protests that were happening. And then, as you just heard, Christine Sloan saying that they deployed tear gas, and you can see one of the men there being doused with water. He's closing his eyes, clearly being affected by the tear gas that was sprayed his way. And even our Christine Sloan and our crew members there feeling the effects of this situation, this very tense situation at Delaney Hall. We will continue to keep an eye on developments here and update you as soon as we get some more information. But it does look as though the ICE team has left this area. They were parked in that parking lot there to the left-hand side of your screen, but it does appear as though they have now cleared the area.
Yeah, they claim that protesters are blocking the entrance, and then you see people are still scattering away. I gather there may be more agents, federal agents, over by the entrance to Delaney Hall, because this has been a flashpoint for months now, and it comes to a head periodically.
Cheers.
Okay.
We'll continue to follow developments.
Following, yes.
And I have another update at 6 o'clock, and of course tonight at 11.
Yep. I don't think that they would have ended it that way had their own reporter not gotten hit. All right. Let's get some Iran news.
Iranian state television is reporting that according to a draft memo, the U.S. will end its blockade of Iran's ports.
Right, I have to pee
and in
quick.
return, Iran will restore the number of commercial ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels soon. CNN's Oren Lieberman joins us now from Jerusalem with the latest. Oren, what are you learning about this draft memo being reported on Iranian state television?
Linda, this is our first sense of what's in the memorandum of understanding that's being worked on between the U.S. and Iran to try to get to a ceasefire agreement. It is important to note that this information comes from Iranian state television, so we don't yet have confirmation of this from the U.S. side. And crucially, even Iranian state television says this isn't finalized yet. But it does include a lot of what the U.S. is looking for in terms of the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state television says the memorandum of understanding, or MOU, calls for the U.S. to lift its blockade of Iranian ports and for U.S. military forces to withdraw from the vicinity of Iran. And in exchange, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that traffic through the crucial waterway is back to pre-war levels within 1 month. All that according to Iranian state television. Now, that's not it. In terms of monitoring the flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, through which some 1/5 of the world's water flows, through which 1/5 of the world's crude oil flows, it would be up to Iran working with Oman to monitor and control that traffic, according to Iranian state television. That, in and of itself, may be unacceptable to the U.S. because that, in a way, leaves the Strait of Hormuz under partial Iranian sovereignty, and that, of course, has been a red line for the U.S. Now, Iranian state TV says this is still in the works, it's still being negotiated, and it's not finalized, but Pakistan is mediating between the U.S. and Iran to try to get to some sort of agreement here. Now, there's a lot we don't know here. According to Iranian state television, it calls for the U.S. to withdraw forces from the vicinity of Iran. What exactly does that mean? Iran has called for the U.S. to withdraw forces from the broader Middle East. I think that's clearly not going to happen, so a lot depends on how Iran defines its vicinity and whether the U.S. would even see it as acceptable that Iran and Oman are left monitoring and controlling traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. But this is a look at the MOU that's in the works here to try to get to a broader ceasefire agreement to end this war and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Linda, we have seen a trickle of traffic flowing through the strait. I believe there were about 24 ships, or 25 ships that went through yesterday. That's still a fraction of pre-war traffic.
And Oren, we know that the U.S. president is set to host a cabinet meeting discussing Iran in the coming hours. Do we know what exactly the U.S. will accept, and who is negotiating on behalf of the U.S. right now?
In the end, it's almost certainly simply up to President Donald Trump himself. What is he willing to accept as part of an agreement here? Now, the red lines he's drawn are no highly enriched uranium remaining in Iran and trying to essentially end the nuclear program. Now, that's not in this. Iran has, through the means of this MOU and its other negotiations, pushed that off to a later phase of negotiations. So it's really up to Trump in terms of what he would accept. Pakistan has been mediating here. We've seen Vice President J.D.
clawing the carpet. I was like, what the fuck?
Vance be a part of this, as well as envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Let's bring in Ali Fayez, who is the Iran Director for the International Crisis Group. Appreciate your time today.
There you go. Good to be with you.
So I want to get your reaction first to the Iranian state television report about this draft agreement, including major concessions, the withdrawal and reduction of U.S. military presence, and, of course, changes to maritime restrictions. How much of this reflects Iran's framing of a proposal rather than an actual negotiated draft?
Look, it is most probably framed in a way that is tilted more to Iran's interests than is truly the case. I'm sure the Iranians are also making a lot of concessions that are pretty painful in order to get this memorandum of understanding. Both sides have done one key important thing here, which is to prioritize the urgent over the important. The urgent is reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and removing both the Iranian blockade and the U.S. naval blockade. The Iranians would need it because they are not able to export their oil. The United States needs it because the energy prices are keep hiking at this moment and would affect the president and his party's electoral chances in November. And so overall, this is in the interest of both sides. And then they are giving themselves time and space to negotiate over the next 60 days about the important issue of the future of Iran's nuclear program.
To ask you about that, because the Strait of Hormuz certainly seems to be the centerpiece of this draft framework. Why is maritime access being prioritized ahead of that key, very sticky issue of Iran's nuclear program?
Look, because experience shows that given the degree of mistrust between the two sides, given the complexity of these issues, it is going to take quite a bit of time to negotiate a nuclear deal. Whereas, a lot of countries in the global south are going to run out of fertilizer.
Oh my God, is she for real?
The Strait of Hormuz does not open in the next few weeks.
Yeah, this is part of the problem is like, dude, nobody's challenging him. Nobody. Like, right-wing billionaires have just fucking neutered actual journalism.
Basically, hundreds of thousands of people might lose their lives around the world.
Katarzina? You're from Europe. I am sorry for Americans. It's so sad. Even you don't know how really beautiful the world is. Well, I've traveled the world, so yeah, I do.
Because of food security.
I've been to Europe.
Concerns. So this is a major problem and it has to be resolved.
I'm one of the rare
as
Americans.
soon as possible. But then,
also been
of
to
course,
Mexico,
Iran and the U.S.
Canada.
There's been 20 years of history of negotiations over the nuclear issue.
Never
This
been
is
Asia,
going
though.
to be
What about
addressed
Asia?
over time. Look, it is not an ideal outcome, but it is the best off-ramp from a road that should not have been taken to begin with.
There are reports that Iran has allowed 25 or so vessels through the strait in the last day or so, but Iran says hostile vessels are still blocked in the Strait of Hormuz. If a deal is reached, which countries would those refer to?
Well, the United States and Israel, the two countries that launched a war against Iran. I think the Iranians are not going to allow U.S. warships to pass through, or not going to allow vessels associated with Israel to pass through. But that really doesn't exclude the rest of the world.
Just a reminder that
And
I don't think this is
here we're
actually
talking
happening, but
about 20%
stranger things have
of global
happened.
energy flows, 20% of fertilizer, helium, urea. So the things that are essential for the global economy, and if they don't pass through, we are going to have a global recession in the coming months.
Are any of the Gulf nations likely included under the banner of hostile nations?
Well, so far, despite the fact that tensions really were pretty high between the UAE and Iran, the Iranians have not framed the UAE as a hostile nation. And at the end of the day, the UAE is part of the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, and Oman, which is also in the Strait of Hormuz, runs through its territorial waters, is part of this understanding with Iran about the future framework of the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm sure that Oman is not going to throw another fellow GCC state under the bus. So if there is
the
some
USA
sort of
won't do
framework
anything
that
until
emerges out
a
of this
tiny little
for the
country
strait,
or
it
another
is
little
going to be
country, a
inclusive,
certain
and it is
little
far
country says,
to imagine
yeah.
that it would come at the expense of any of the
I mean, did you hear about Ben Gvir? Ben Gvir literally, he reassured people that until they let us, that yes, this war's still on.
You helped bridge the gaps that led to the 2015.
You'd think that like the Israeli, like Benjamin Netanyahu, like in his cabinet would be like, you know what, fuck you, Ben.
15 nuclear deal. What is fundamentally different this time?
Guess there's no optics bad enough. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you're a demon.
Well, a lot is different. You know, in
You lose sight of
2015,
things.
there was basically political will on both sides to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. It did not follow a war of aggression. It did not follow basically demands of capitulation from one side or another. It was a positive, constructive process. Whereas now we are in a situation that basically mistrust is at the highest level it has ever been. And until recently, at least the United States still expected Iran to surrender to its terms.
Does this guy remind me of?
And also in that
like
case,
his whole vibe. I wanted to say like he reminds me of like a like a vampire butler. But
2015, it took 2.5
I think there's something
years
like
of
somebody
very
more
arduous
like
negotiations,
there's a role
to
or
reach a
something.
deal. So this is not going to be easy. This memorandum of understanding doesn't really fundamentally resolve issues, but it gets us to a more stable situation and buys time and space to then for the hard work of diplomacy to begin to try to address the longer term problems.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Ali Vaez, we appreciate your analysis as always. Thanks so much.
All right, well, Breaking Points is going to give us a little bit more clarity on that. Oh, God. Yeah.
Good morning and happy Eid. We have an amazing show today, don't we, Emily?
Oh my God, I hate the fact that when you speed it up, it's just Ryan at normal speed.
Amazing show. Big election results that we're going to get to in just a moment. We're excited about that. Now, just a reminder, we're on Supercast now, back on Supercast. Happy to be there. If you are having any issues connecting your account, go ahead, email support@supercast.com, support@supercast.com. They're there to help. We'll take care of it. Don't worry. We hear you, working on all of those kinks as we make the transition. Like I said, happy to be back at Supercast. So
check your spam.
Check your spam. That's really important too. So we will be sure to help if you email support@supercast.com.
It'll be good. You're getting your Spotify link faster, much better.
Yes, little transition process, but it'll be smooth sailing. So we appreciate it. Yes, thanks for sticking with us, everyone. All right, Ryan. Netanyahu and Trump had a phone call yesterday. We're going to break down the details. Incursions further into Lebanon. No surprise there, but we have some drone footage that we need to show you guys. Robert Pape is going to be joining us to break down some of these latest developments as well. Interesting, actually, developments in Gaza that we're going to be talking about. Man, one of Donald Trump's economic advisors, Kevin Hassett, you've seen him before, got grilled actually by Maria Bartiromo on consumer sentiment plummeting. We have video of his response. We're going to talk about the elections, as mentioned earlier. Interesting, Ryan, with Graham Plattner, we have a little bit of stuff to talk about with Auchincloss.
Yeah.
We're going to have a guest in that block, somebody who's running in California as a Democrat, to walk us through how those dynamics, or what we can glean from those dynamics.
Yeah, we'll be talking to Randy Villegas, who has the endorsement of basically the entire kind of progressive world, including like Bernie Sanders, Progressive Caucus, all these, running against the DCCC-backed candidate, Esme Baines. DCCC is trying to put its thumb on the scale in a bunch of races, and California is next week.
Which, by the way, is what the NRSC did in Texas.
Yeah.
And so we have those details about Paxton.
Not great effect.
Man, this race is already...
They burn? 80 million?
It's so much money. I thought it was, we'll look it up, But it was, I mean, that race is shaping up to be utterly insufferable. That's my take. But anyway, we'll have more on that. And Ryan, you have an interview that you're going to air on J Street.
Yes. Yesterday, after yesterday's show, Crystal and I sat down for an hour with Jeremy Ben-Ami, the executive director of J Street, which describes itself as a, quote, pro-peace, pro-Israel organization. And we talked to him about the kind of uncomfortable place he sits in with the Israeli ambassador recently calling them a cancer, and on the left, they frequently get called enablers of genocide, although even he now acknowledges what's happening as a genocide. So I found the conversation very interesting. I think people will too.
All right, well, looking forward to it. Let's start with Trump and Netanyahu. We can throw this first element up on the screen. A1, it's a Times of Israel headline. Netanyahu, Trump said, talking after security cabinet meeting ends. So Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking on the phone with U.S. President Donald Trump. According to Hebrew media yesterday, they say in the Times of Israel, the reported call comes after the end of the security cabinet meeting amid an intensified military campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're going to talk more about that in just one moment. And as the U.S. has reportedly barred Israel from striking Beirut, so as to not sabotage the U.S.-Iran talks. Ryan, this also comes as yesterday, A2, Iran was threatening retaliatory strikes after what the U.S. said were defensive strikes. Help us understand a bit about what we know regarding this Netanyahu-Trump call and the timing in the middle of all of the uncertainty yesterday.
Yeah, and Israel, and we can talk about this more, has continued to strike Beirut despite Trump pushing him to. What the Iranians are insisting that the war in Lebanon has to end as part of this broader war. The Israelis are insisting it absolutely will not. The reporting out of Iran is that the U.S. has effectively agreed, we'll talk about this more with Pape, to a lot of the Iranian red lines, which is that effectively they're not going to move the highly enriched uranium out of the country, but they'll kind of downblend it and destroy it instead. And that the U.S. has told Iran, we need time to manage, this is what Jeremy was reporting yesterday, that we need time to manage domestic politics. Which, good luck with that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be ugly. That takes some managing.
That is really a reference to the Netanyahu supporters in the United States. So this is where the call comes in.
Right. Yes. Exactly. So Iran, though, is skeptical as always of U.S. assurances, even though this is what they're saying. And then into this comes what you just mentioned. You had the U.S. launch quote unquote defensive strikes against some what Iran says were civilian vessels. What the U.S. says were some, Iranian Navy gunboats.
Laying landmines, right? Was it?
And you would think that Iran has to be telling the truth here because, according to Trump, the entire Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the sea. So why are we attacking a navy that he has already destroyed?
Their capacity.
Unless it's possible that Trump wasn't telling the truth about that.
Yes. One thing. Both things can't be true at the same time.
I don't even want to entertain that possibility. But
I know that would be
some people are saying that perhaps Trump exaggerated.
More on the back and forth yesterday. This is again from the Times of Israel. Talks between the U.S. and Iran on an initial agreement extending the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz will take several more days, according to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday, as Tehran threatened retaliation overnight for U.S. strikes, which he called a violation of the truce and a sign of, quote, bad faith. The U.S. military characterized Monday night strikes in southern Iran as defensive, saying targets included missile launch sites and mine-laying boats, and said the U.S. acted with, quote, restraint in light of the weeks-long ceasefire. Speaking to reporters after the
I can't believe it.
strikes, Rubio said there's, quote, a lot of talking back and forth going on about specific language in the initial document. He says it'll take a few days, and then added, the straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. Now, Mark Levin, this is a post from yesterday. Let's put A4 up on the screen. He just writes, looks like we may need a lot more, quote unquote, defensive strikes on Iran, Ryan.
It is funny to think of defensive getting used all the way to include even strikes like on Iranian soil. The U.S. also hit some kind of positions along the the Iranian coast of the Strait of Hormuz. But yes, Mark Levin, very excited. Did we put up A2 yet?
Yeah, let's put A2.
Yeah, so put up A2. So in response to these back and forth clashes, Iran is actually saying that they're going to respond more to this, that they feel like this was a significant enough breach of the ceasefire that doesn't actually exist, because the ceasefire expired weeks ago. But they feel like it's a significant enough attack. They don't consider it to be defensive, because that's absurd anyway, that they're going to retaliate. So whether that happens or not, well, we'll find out in the next hours and days as the U.S. continues to hammer out what Rubio says, like you said, just words away. Just like they've got one sentence left that they need to work out, and then once they do, that's going to work out. Meanwhile, Lindsey Graham is absolutely losing his mind at the Pakistanis again.
Yep. Tell us more.
He's saying he doesn't trust the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis are hiding Iranian planes. He's basically calling them.
Now he's trying to expand this into all the Arab countries. It's obvious what they're doing. This is why Pakistan and all of the fucking Arab countries around there should wise up.
With Pakistan, he previously attacked the Omanis, who were the mediators. Said those are biased mediators against them. He has attacked the Qataris.
That's how I know that it's we're all getting worked.
The way that my colleague Maz put it was that there was a way to kind of demobilize the American empire in a rational fashion, which the JCPOA was part of. It was an attempt to kind of put the region at some ease so that the U.S. could back away from it and focus on other things and reach an agreement and normalization with the countries there. That didn't happen. So now they're at the phase of just shouting at the referees. It's kind of comical to think from the U.S. perspective that you're getting steamrolled by, Pakistan, Oman, Qatar.
You can shout at the referees, or you can escalate. I mean, those are the options right now. Shout at the referees, take a deal, or escalate, or shout at the referees and take a deal, or escalate and shout at the. Either way, they're going to be shouting at the referees. That sounds accurate. I also wanted to ask you, Ryan, about this. Trump is now pushing for, I'm reading from Politico, quote, Muslim majority countries to join the Abraham Accords as he seeks an end to the Iran war. That is, quote, being met with laughter, dismissal, and often silence. That's again according to Politico, which writes it could endanger the prospects of a possible deal, but many aren't taking the push seriously. Iran, for its part, is walking a tightrope of trying to get financial relief for its strained economy while also not ceding enough ground to give Trump a victory. They've also started restoring internet access. As of yesterday, it looks like some significant internet access restored.
Internet's back there. They're going to get to see those Lego videos. Although they'll be in English, so most people won't understand them. But the cultural power of them pops through, I think, no matter what language you speak.
So what should we think of this Abraham Accord?
Yeah, so I make fun of Barack Ravid a lot, but he had a really fun little nugget in one of his pieces where Trump first was like, okay, guys, like I'm reaching this peace deal. And they're all, he's got everybody. He had Turkey, he had Egypt, and then he had all the Gulf on the phone. And like, okay, great. And then he's like, oh, and I need you all to sign the Abraham Accords. And in Ravid's
by the way, guys,
characterization of it,
if you could just do this one solid for me.
And then you get that funny moment where Trump's like, you guys still there?
Are you guys?
Hello? They're like, yeah, well, we're here.
Did it break up?
We're here. And of course, Mohammed bin Zayed, he's like, it's great. UAE, we're in. They're already in on that. But then everybody else is like, no, we're not doing that. Saudi Arabia put out a pretty clear statement saying we have been 100% clear that we are not signing a peace agreement with Israel until the Palestinian issue has been resolved.
Yeah.
That's been our position. That remains our position. So Trump...
That would be a domestic nightmare for them, I would imagine.
I guess. I mean, it's a dictatorship.
Yeah.
They can manage.
So, I mean, Arab Spring was a lot, yeah.
It would be a domestic problem for them, for sure. And it would be, they consider themselves to be, and they jockey for position as the kind of leaders of the kind of Muslim world. And they would be sacrificing that for sure. Mm-hmm. So the prestige that they generate from Mecca would be out the door if you're like recognizing Israel without, while they're continuing to occupy
Finally
Gaza.
home, hell yeah.
They're now working this bill through the Knesset. It's an antiquities law that would basically put all of the West Bank under their antiquities law. And they go around and be like, oh, look, here's a coin with Hebrew on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is all ours now.
Mm-hmm.
Out. So to recognize them while they're doing that is not possible. So it feels like Trump is grasping, I don't know who suggested this was something worth even suggesting, because
Jared.
Maybe, I guess, but it's like, Jared should know better. Like, that's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't happening before. It's definitely not happening now. So you're just proposing it not to get it. But maybe the idea is like, I don't know, because you had a whole bunch of Trump's defenders being like, absolute genius move, boss, like incredible. Like, again, like, art of the deal. It's like, well, he's not going to get this. So he's just taking another public L. I don't know.
Or he's playing 4D chess, that Ryan Graham chess master, who plays some of you on his chess app. You can't quite follow.
No, he's too advanced. And then there was some reporting that we were escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but A3, and turns out not true. But the Iranians have said they actually have ushered about 25 ships through in the last 24 hours. So, like,
where is that reporting coming from? Who is telling people that? I actually, because this keeps happening.
It does keep happening. Yeah.
There's someone who keeps putting that.
Is it coming from the Pentagon?
That would be my assumption, if people are reporting this. But it could be the White House.
Yeah, it is very strange.
Yeah, but it's not coming from any official White House source.
Like, check with the ships.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Don't just take the White House's word for any of the things.
Yeah, come on.
Or tell us that it's specifically coming from the White House. That would be helpful.
Yeah, so then we can be like, oh, okay, never mind, that's not true.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full
We got one more Breaking Point segment today. Iran in driver's seat as shocking deal emerges. So I'm pretty sure that this either broke like while they were live or oh no, Professor never mind. They that's right. They brought on Professor Pape. I think that there's going to be no deal, but like I keep saying, I want there to be because, yeah, everything's too goddamn expensive. It'd be really, really nice if he could do something about this. This isn't it's not a game, and he treats it like it is. It's just, I'm not going through what I did at the beginning of the show, but fucking A, man. Like, Trump has got to realize that it's like, yeah, you're very unpopular, and Americans are fucking really pissed. And, these internet trolls that are, like, showing up in my chat, they do not represent, like, the actual vibes out there in the country.
We are joined once again by Robert Pape. He is, of course, University of Chicago professor of political science. He directs the Chicago Project on Security and Threats, and he's the author of Bombing to Win and writes the Substack, The Escalation Trap. Has been many times on this show recently to discuss recent developments out of Iran. Professor Pape, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we were just talking before we went to air. You helped organize a great event last week at Busboys and Poets here in Washington, D.C. That people can go check out on YouTube. It's on the Busboys YouTube. It's full of really interesting perspectives.
Trump doesn't care about popularity anymore. He's not leaving. Yep.
From folks like Wajahat Ali. I did a panel with Joe Kent and Trita Parsi. So Professor Pape, it seemed like a great success. You addressed the crowd. The crowd was loving it. They were very excited to see you in person. So that kind of bridging of the left and the right was an interesting experiment on foreign policy.
It was important in a lot of ways. So first of all, actually going from online to in person, very, very important to do. And also to see the amazing reception. We had hundreds of people who were trying to get into those seats, and it was just incredible to see that. And what that really shows is that there is a crying hunger for a better foreign policy. And that is true across the political spectrum. And that's something that's very, very important as we go forward. So there will, of course, be lots of things we're going to disagree on. This isn't about trying to get people to vote for the same candidate. That said, what we need to do is understand that there is a common understanding that our foreign policy here has simply been a disaster. And we were very unhappy before the Iran war. We're much more concerned now because it's touching our lives in a personal way. So this is now not just simply a principal issue or something to be 5 or 6 issues down the totem pole. This is a front and center issue that's going to affect people's jobs, people's livelihood, what they can eat, what they cannot eat. This is really a dramatic, and it's happening because of a foreign policy decision. And that's what we really want to lean into going forward. And I hope that we'll have more events there. I'm going to have an event here in the city of Chicago, and I'm going to try to do a number of these in-person events where we bring people from across the political spectrum to talk about this need, because as we're trying to, as we comment on all the details, and I'm sure we'll do that now, the fact of the matter is there's something bigger going on here, and that bigger we need to move into and not just assume this will all somehow magically take care of itself once we just have a new round of elections. It's only been a few years since we got out of the last forever wars, and we're right back on the in another one. This is showing you we need more, and that big guardrail is actually us, the people.
Well, let's start with this post from Monday that you made, and we can put this up on the screen. You said Trump just made a major concession on the nuclear issue, words that move closer to Iran's position. Good for a deal. You were referring to this post on Truth Social where Trump said the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable
This seems to be the overall consensus.
With the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process event. And you said, but the U.S. military just attacked missile sites in Iran, daring the IRGC to respond. Bad for a deal. With this chaos, why should Iran believe Trump's promises? And obviously, we are still potentially waiting on a response from the IRGC. So as things stand right now, Professor Pape, help us to understand why. I mean, if you're Iran and you're looking at this, you're looking at Trump conceding on the nuclear issue, then attacking missile sites in Iran. To them, do you think this all just seems totally fake and like posturing?
I think that it seems totally chaotic if you're looking at this from Iran's perspective. And what you see if you're in Iran's shoes is that President Trump is trying to essentially communicate with all these different audiences, including Iran, here, and doing it on Truth Social, and then of course with bombing, which is also communication. And these are not adding up in a way that is producing anything like stability here. So we need to understand that This is a situation where Iran is in the driver's seat. So this is chaos by Trump in a situation where it's the United States that has suffered a major strategic defeat in this war. And that is something that not just Iran believes, but other leaders believe. You see that President Trump himself is making concessions to Iran's position. So President Trump may not say it, but he understands that he's got to move to Iran's position. But at the same time, he is seeing that if he owns the L, Crystal, and you heard this on Friday night, that the big problem with the escalation trap is that as President Trump gets closer to owning the loss, then that puts enormous political pressure on him because it causes him to lose the current support he has, or at least whittle it down further. So if you say he's got a solid lock on 33% of the country, and you see that in the primaries, that can actually be whittled down because that 30 to 33% believes he's a winner. And if he goes to being a loser, then that is going to be a further drift down. And I think that's what you're seeing with President Trump. He knows he's in a losing position here. And as he tries to navigate
no matter what, once it actually gets like to the people, most people are going to just be like, okay, so we went to war for nothing because he's not getting any of the concessions that he actually wanted.
Focus on a narrower set of issues. So what I would maybe talk about this, but I think that this idea that he's just going to fuddle around on all these different issues and find some way to get a W that he can claim here is just getting
no matter what,
into
they're
the
both going to claim
escalation
W.
trap. And look,
One side's blatantly going to be the L in this,
who cares?
like you said.
But the problem is, it's not just his presidency. This is impacting negatively all of us listening to this. And by July 15th, those inventories are running out, folks. So we're going to hit a triple time bomb here where inventories are going to run out, and this is just going to hurt even more in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and just so people understand the kind of concession that Trump was floating here, I'll just read it again. He says, you either turn over the quote-unquote nuclear dust to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, which I notice he switches around the language that he uses when referring to Iran, depending on kind of his posture toward a deal at the moment. He says the nuclear dust would, quote, be destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, which is another word for, downblending it.
Which is exactly what Iran's position was on February 27. So just what I mean by him moving to Iran is this was exactly the position that President Trump rejected on February 27 in that Oval Office discussion, where he then chose to do the bombing the next day. And so what he's done in that post is he has given up the positions that he's had before, and he's effectively moved to Iran's position. And that would mean, to be clear, what Iran was saying is it would dilute what it had above 3.5%, so all of it would be 3.5% enriched, which also, to be clear, would gain a few extra months in how quickly that material could be produced into a working nuclear weapon. So it doesn't solve the nuclear weapon issue. It is a way, this is why Iran wants that enriched uranium capability and keep 3.5%, because that would allow it within about a year or so to then fashion somewhere between 10, 15 nuclear weapons with the current amount of material here. And that would mean it would rise to become the fourth center of world power as the oil hegemon in the Persian Gulf. So Trump was moving to that position. I've called that stage 4, the escalation trap. And then the problem is, of course, as soon as he announced it here, then he's being attacked here politically. And these are people who are his supporters. So they are telling him, if you own the L, which is what he was saying he was going to do, then you're going to lose that next level of support And maybe no surprise, we see bombing then a few hours, not too long after that. This is what I've been defining as literally the escalation trap, where it's not that there aren't, words or deals you could talk about, but the politics of the trap is what pulls people to the trap. And that's what you saw right here. President Trump is having a hard time owning the L here, and that's what's keeping him in the trap. And I'm sorry to say, this can bounce back and forth, folks. If we keep to these set of terms, this can go back and forth for months, even when we hit the wall in the middle of July, when we run out of inventories and those gas prices shoot up even higher here, we can bounce back and forth. That's why I'm suggesting we sort of narrow the ambitions here to try to find a way to squeak out of at least a piece of the trap.
Well, right now, as we're awaiting the IRGC's potential response to what the United States is calling these defensive strikes in the Strait of Hormuz, I wanted to get your take on, Professor Pape, your take on what we could expect to see from the IRGC.
I mean, to be fair, Iran also has said like they're going to retaliate, and then they go back to being like, well, maybe not.
A kind of technical level, what response is possible, just as we also then try to expect what we see in response to that response from the United States. Now, President Trump has said the Navy has been destroyed. Ryan pointed out earlier in our show that it doesn't make a ton of sense to say
I don't actually know if Trump understands that he's in a losing position or not. I don't think so, because that's the problem with having sycophants around. They're worried to say anything negative.
Well, at the same time, say that they're laying landmines in the Strait of Hormuz, but they've said basically missile capacity has been severely damaged. We'll see, Professor Pape, what do you expect to come out of maybe the next 24 to 48 hours, if anything?
Well, I think that, first of all, we need to see that there is a small possibility that Iran may decide to not give up a chance to react at all, but to do it in a more modest way. I don't think that's likely, but I don't think it's really quite off the table here, because after all, Iran was moving Trump toward their position. So I think Iran probably saw that tweet where Trump is giving up the resistance to their February 27 position. And they're saying, actually, President Trump is trying to surrender on their terms. So I think that this is something to not dismiss. That said, I think that what Iran has established since February 28 is that there would be some kind of a quid pro quo. And often, though, it's not directly a quid pro quo the way we might understand it. So remember, the attack against the UAE oil facility was a way that Iran thought about. And it wasn't a direct attack. It was sort of a near miss. It was kind of a brushback pitch to remind everybody that it could do more to damage the supply of oil to the world. And I think that's really what I'm more expecting here, because that's their leverage. Their leverage is very specifically now about the supply of oil to the world. And so I think that this would be completely within their strategic mindset right now. And so that's the most likely attack that I would see.
And so earlier in the conflict, you had said that the escalation trap was going to kind of inexorably push the U.S. towards ground troops in Iran. Other than that weird kind of weekend rescue of the two downed pilots, of which we've heard nothing since and haven't learned who the pilots were, there haven't been American boots on the ground. Right. Why do you think that was? And do you still think the escalation trap pulls in that direction?
So long as the nuclear issue remains front and center here, I think that the issue of U.S. ground forces to go in to get that enriched uranium remains there. The exact timing of that, so I know the public wants escalation to be linear, that it wants it to be on a schedule here, but we need to recall that when I did the modeling, I started not with the modeling where we did a February 28 attack to change the regime. The modeling I've been doing for 20 years starts with the U.S. bombing Fordow and the nuclear facilities, and then saying about a year or two after that, we would do regime change bombing, which in fact happened. And then a period of time after that would be the limited ground operations here to get the nuclear material, that dust that he calls, it's not really dust, but, and I think that that's really still there. And you heard pressure from Netanyahu for that as well.
And most people think, like, they literally, they hear this shit and then, like, they're dumber than him, which that's a feat.
I realize the public wants things to be like a light switch. Either it's all escalation,
it's an Ouroboros of just
on,
stupid,
or it's not. But what you're really seeing is the way real war works. Real war are these long periods of boredom where costs are mounting indirectly, punctuated by very short bursts of essentially sheer terror. And that is unfortunately what you're likely to see here. And I describe this as instability bouncing between the escalation track of military escalation and then the allowing Iran to rise to become the fourth center of world power. And I don't really think you're going to be able to end that unless we, again, I do think that there's an important thought here that I want to get across today. Which is that I do think there's something that we should focus on in the negotiations. And if it's okay, I'd like to, because I just posted a big piece on this on Substack, I'd like to bring this up. So I think that it's not really going to be possible to end this escalation trap altogether. I think that's what everybody wants, and I think that that's probably not right. However, I do think that there's something that the negotiations should be focusing on more, and they're not, which is literally the price of oil. So right now, we're seeing negotiations about a whole host of these zero-sum issues here.
Actually, that's a good take. If you're Iran and its allies, you're possibly playing the long game to potentially deplete as many of your enemy's stockpiles as possible.
Whether Iran's going to have nuclear material or not, whether it's completely opening Hormuz or not. What matters to the public, what matters to that crowd at Busboys and Poets, though, are not all of these details, which, of course, the experts like us will talk about here. But what really matters is the price of gas, what they're really paying. And I think that it would really behoove the Trump administration to cut to the chase about whether Iran is really willing to commit to returning the price of oil down to the pre-war level. So you haven't heard that language yet. And I think it's important because I can well imagine we get a lot of sort of these MOUs and so forth, and then we discover that as months go by, the price of oil is still $90 or higher. And it's because Iran has lots of tools at its disposal here, including with its with the Houthis, with proxies, to find ways to keep that price and that risk premium high, even as some ships are passing. And so I think unless we focus like a laser on the issue that really matters right now to the world's economy, which is literally the price of oil here, I think that we're going to be sadly surprised when we find out that whatever deal might come is not actually that much of a deal, you see, because otherwise...
I mean, no matter what, the funniest part about all this is the deal's always going to be worse than the JCPOA.
Iran will just simply continue to
get away from him.
Deal with all these details when the bottom line for most Americans is what's really happening to that price of oil. And I think that this should be the front and center issue as the negotiations go forward, which is call Iran out. Is Iran really willing to have the price of oil come back to the pre-war levels of, say, the mid-60s for Brent? And if not, why not? And that
Indeed.
could actually be helpful over time, because then you really could have a conversation here with China, with Russia, with the Europeans. Now you have something you're actually talking about that's concrete. And if we don't have that concrete issue, I think we're just going to be bouncing back and forth. There's too many big balls in the air all at the same time. And this is just a prescription for a dead negotiation.
And we have some breaking news here where Iran State TV is putting out what they're calling basically an unofficial framework that has been agreed to by both sides that they're continuing to hash out. The details are the U.S. military would withdraw from the vicinity of Iran. U.S. Navy lifts its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran commits to restore the number of commercial transit ships through the strait to pre-war levels within 1 month, though it doesn't say anything about whether or not they'll be charging or tolling or what.
Take care, Rebecca. I'll catch you on the next one.
State media says military vessels are not included in this draft agreement. The managing of the ship traffic would be handled in cooperation with Oman. Oman just today announced a lot of new kind of trade and financial agreements with Iran, kind of preparing for a post-U.S. world, so that fits with the idea that they would maybe continue charging tolls. And then number 6, if a final deal is reached within 60 days, that would involve the nuclear dust and the other stuff, the agreement would be approved in the form of a binding UN Security Council resolution. So that's what the Iran State TV is putting.
That's right. So that was in line with, on Saturday, I posted, that was coming out from Iran's media, actually. So I posted this on X, and that's roughly the same. And that's that's what I meant, that those have always been Iran's terms.
This is similar to what Jeremy Scahill reported Friday night.
I don't see
so
anything
this
different.
is exactly what I mean by those are Iran's terms. And what you
Last time I checked, if it's one side dictating the terms and then the other side going like, well, how about this? And they're like, no, this. And there is, okay.
Is President Trump is having to move to Iran's terms, which is effectively surrendering on Iran's terms, you see. And that includes the tolls. So this would be Iran becoming the 4th center of world power. What I'm adding to that is that what's missing here as we're negotiating those 6 points is the actual issue that I'm putting my finger on, which is the price of oil here, because you could end up with a situation where even with that deal, the price of oil does not remains near $90 a barrel, 20-30% higher than it was before the war. Iran would have lots of reason to want that extra money. Russia would have reason to want that extra money. Even for a year, China might be willing to go along with that.
The US,
so over the next year
kind
or
of
two,
ignoring that too.
This is the critical issue.
It's just not the U.S.
here.
people
so
that will benefit.
What I would say to President Trump is that you could agree to all of those 6 points, but then I would point out that the real thing that needs to be focused on is getting the price of oil back to close to the pre-war levels, and as a commitment by Iran. So if for some unknown reason, price of oil fluctuates, Houthis, for instance, decide to attack a pipeline, there will be an agreement that Iran will already understand it has to make adjustments, allow Saudi Arabia, the UAE, to ship even more ships through the Persian Gulf than before the war, where the key goal is not exact number of ships. The key goal is the price of oil.
Right. All right, Professor Pape, always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
All right. What do we got? Caught deleting evidence. That's right. Here we go. This is the one I wanted to play first.
Economic crash is coming. Not just random economic crash either. We're also potentially looking at a massive stock market crash, a massive corporation crash that could...
I was saying this earlier in the show, that like the fact that the stock market is peaking while the economy's doing poorly, that is a red flag and a fucking half.
Lead to millions.
And you don't even need to be an economist. You just need to know a little bit of history to be like, oh, it's bad.
Layoffs across the United States. And yes, we saw little bits and pieces of that in 2025. But According to CNBC Squawk Box co-anchor Andrew Ross Sorkin, the crash is coming. Sorkin spoke to 60 Minutes' Leslie Stahl this past weekend, where he said this.
No.
Most CEOs in America today are very scared to
I was about to say, you can't play 60 Minutes clips. You kidding me?
speak out publicly about
They don't
anything.
give that to anybody.
They are so worried that they are going to be potentially attacked by the administration or regulated. They're going to have a merger in front of some agency that's not going to be allowed to go through. They are so nervous about criticizing anything that's going on with this administration. Now, that's just part one. He gets to the crash in a moment, but I want to stop for a second to analyze that. He is admitting, and this is a guy, plugged into businesses and all that. He's admitting that these CEOs, these massive corporations, they hate what's happening and they also see the crash coming. Unfortunately, they are too terrified to speak out against Donald Trump because they don't want him to post something mean about them on Truth Social.
Which
they don't want to have their next merger denied. They don't want to have to deal with more regulations. So for our own
I pre-watched this one, so
self-interests,
I know what he's about to say.
we're going to let the economy crash
he cooks.
because we'll probably survive it. But I tell you what we wouldn't survive is, a little bit tighter regulations.
Yep.
Oh, no, not that. We'd rather have the
Have
entire economy tank.
It's just like,
and
what?
destroy millions upon millions
There's
of lives.
so much more risky on their bottom line, but
Then have to
okay.
pay a little bit more each year in taxes, basically. That's what that means.
Yeah.
I hope you all go out.
And then on top of it, just think of it. So if Trump really doesn't plan to leave, that means that he's telling people just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The Democrats won't be back in power. So just do whatever you want. There's going to be no oversight. Just go for it. Go for it.
Out of business. Genuinely hope you all shut down.
Yeah. I do
And
too.
I hope the workers get golden parachutes, although I know it won't happen.
they're
And I
not.
hope the
Please.
CEOs are wearing
Please.
giant barrels.
I gotta say, man, maybe that's what it takes. Maybe that's what it really takes to have an actual workers' revolution. Is when, I don't know, everybody essentially gets fired, and they're just like, well, AI was gonna replace you anyway.
With suspend,
dude, they've said it. They've told us this.
On the side of the road.
And you got enough people that are just huffing copium every day, just oh, the AI's not smart enough to take my job.
Road for the rest of their lives. Now, none of that's going to happen. Unfortunately, the workers would be the one to bear the consequences of these
Absolutely.
CEOs' selfishness, but we can dream, right? But anyway, Leslie Stahl then asked Andrew Ross Sorkin, quote, there are some economists.
But then there's also the problem with, how, so you take all those jobs that produce insurance, right? And they pay half those premiums. Well, people aren't going to be able to stay on those insurance rolls because they're not going to be able to afford them. So then you have a bunch of AI bots come in. They don't need healthcare. So then what? What do the insurance companies do? Then you're going to this is going the funniest part is how it is going to become industry versus industry.
Economists who suggest that because Mr. Trump
What do you
ties,
say? I get to laugh at that.
his success to the success of the market, that he's not going to let anything like what happened in 1929 happen, and that we should feel secure because of that. And Sorkin responded saying, quote, I think it's hard to know how things get out of control. When confidence disappears, it happens like this.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't tell you when, and I can't tell you how deep, but I can assure you, unfortunately, I wish I wasn't saying this, we will have the crash.
Yep. We're never going back to pre-war oil prices. Markets don't work like that. No, especially when you have a bunch of countries and oligarchs making, hand over fist as far as profits.
Install is right.
No, I think that this was also a psychological thing to get the world populace, not just the American populace, but to get the world on board, which is being comfortable with some higher gas prices.
Donald Trump ties his success to
the way that all the prices raised during COVID, but none of them came down.
The success of the stock market. I mean, we all know the famous.
Inflation came down, but did those prices change? Nope.
The Dow's over 50,000, right? But he can't stop what's coming. because in order to stop what's coming, and this is kind of what
You have a serious question.
Sorkin is like hinting at,
What's that?
he would have to undo every single thing that he has done. He's not going to do that, because that would mean he would have to admit that every single thing I've done has been wrong
and stupid.
Stupid.
Because the thing is, it hasn't, like, Doge didn't produce anything. It actually cost the American taxpayers. Like, everything he has done has cost us money. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure that he's like a quarter of our national debt has been attributed to just him.
Bad. His narcissism, his ego.
But trust me, the second that a Democrat's close to power, they're going to start, focusing on the deficit.
So whatever you
deficit hawks coming out.
want to call it won't allow him to do that. So the crash is coming. That's kind of what Sorkin is implying without having to come out and just say it as straightforward as I just did. Trump will never change course on anything.
No.
Because that's an admission that I didn't know what I was doing and I screwed everything up. And that's not something Donald Trump is capable of doing. So hundreds of millions of Americans, potentially hundreds of millions or billions of people around the globe, will suffer the consequences instead. Thanks for watching. And if you are not already subscribed to the channel, please do so.
Sometimes I hate my computer. I really do. I love it so much, but I also hate it. Because, what you just heard there was it completing an update and being annoying. Right. I didn't get to watch this, but I thought it was cool that they got the interview with Zoran, so fuck it. I want to see this.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vegland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program the mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor, welcome back to the program. I will let you guys just do this since you need to do it, and then we can move on to other more important things.
Yeah, it's pretty important. I told Sam I would resign from the show in protest if I did not get the first question. So how about them Knicks, baby? How about them Knicks?
Baby.
How about them Knicks?
It just feels like the city is alive. And I got to say, even for a Knicks fan like yourself, Wes, a host for the Boston Celtics fan, you can still feel that excitement and that joy.
I can, but you know
his Riz.
what?
99.
Every day.
He hasn't been here since 99.
Not since 99, and he just tries to sap my joy away with all of his Celtics fandom. But when I knew you were coming on the show today, I said, I have to get the first question because I've got to ask you, all right, which starter do you think is not getting enough love, and which bench player stands out to you right now and is giving the team a spark?
Who cares?
Okay, well, I got to say, Josh Hart, the game that I went to, Josh Hart really put the team on his back.
Yep.
And he's incredible. Like the tenacity, he's just fighting for everything. Sometimes I'm a little worried that he's going to get a tech, but he's doing incredible work.
Even Sam's
Obviously, we all love Captain Clutch, but in terms of somebody who can always use a little more love, I'll say Josh Hart. And last night, I was very, very excited to see Three Awara get a few minutes coming off the bench.
Hell yeah.
It's great to be in a position where we're 20, 30, 40 points up and everybody's getting some minutes. That's what we want to see.
Yes, bench players showing out. Tyler Kolek was able to hit some threes, and my pick.
He was cooking there, and I'm interested to see if we can explore legislation changing laundromats to landry mats, just as a kind of nomenclature for the city.
11 for 12 from three over the past 4 games, and one more. Jose Alvarado, New York native, right?
GTA, baby.
Yes, so we shout out to Jose Alvarado. Sam's completely checked out.
It's easy to check out.
I just, as a follow-up, why did you just curse the Mets and not the Knicks too?
The Mets beat the Yankees. We're going to take that.
I appreciated that. I appreciated that, but I'm waiting for football
just
season.
Fuck them.
All right, let's move through. You had a big
Come on,
announcement
guys.
today
Politics. What are we
on
doing?
housing. I want to talk about this.
Your
A couple other things we want to talk
crash.
about.
Yeah, but then you have to also remember the housing market crashes. Then you have a lot of and I'm not even talking like landlord homeowners. I'm talking just homeowners in general that they lose everything. So is it we're sacrificing, half the population for half the population at that point, in my opinion.
Give us some of the details. what problems we have in this city.
Also, with a housing crash, then it becomes a lot harder to actually get housing, surprisingly.
In terms of housing, I think they're obvious for some of them are obvious in terms of just the sheer expense.
I don't know.
I'd
have to think a little deeper on it, but realistically, I've seen the housing market crash and I've seen what happens. It's not good.
In homelessness, what specifically were you looking at today?
No, I'm pro fucking putting caps on like landlords and how many like properties one person or entity can buy.
You know, I talk a lot about the cost of living crisis in our city, and housing is the number one driver of that crisis. And so today we announced a new plan called Block by Block, and it has 3 specific planks. The first one is that we're building 200,000 new, truly affordable, permanently rent-stabilized homes over the next 10 years. We're going to do that while preserving 200,000 affordable homes. This is the biggest commitment that a mayoral administration has made when it comes to affordable housing in the city. We're doing all of this while also investing in the tenants of today. And what I mean by that is that too often housing law, code enforcement, these are things that are taken as suggestions as opposed to requirements in our city. We're going to make it easier for tenants to report these kinds of violations. We're also then going to make it easier for us to hold those bad landlords accountable. Now, whether that means that for the first time in city history, starting October 1st, the city is going to start to investigate every single heat complaint made across the 5 boroughs, or it means that tenants are actually going to be able to reschedule an appointment with an HPD inspector when they don't happen to be home at the time that the inspector comes. We're showing that it's possible to both build more housing than we've seen in the city and do so while protecting the tenants who already live in the city. All of this as we invest $5.6 billion into public housing in New York City. And that's more money than any mayor has done in decades. And we're doing it because for far too long, public housing has been a footnote in our conversations around housing in the city. We want to unlock that dignity that was at the cornerstone of Fiorello LaGuardia's vision of public housing when he first brought it forward in New York City.
And does the city have
regulating things out the wazoo? I'm so done with
mechanism? I
neoliberal
imagine
BS.
there must be, and I don't know how it's been done comprehensively, of landlords that have high level of complaints, that where you have so much problems unaddressed. I mean, because those two, I mean, between like affordability and just the lack of leverage. Yes, habitability and the lack of leverage that tenants have against big landlords in that way, they will just drag it out. Every day they can avoid doing a repair is basically a net gain in terms of the way that they perceive this. So does the city have a sense of like what the scope of enforcement is going to be and then where the leverage grows after that?
Absolutely. One of the things that we're encouraging tenants to do as part of our block by block plan is to form tenant associations in this city. And that when they do so, the city will also provide a basement to roof inspection.
Hey, Tyler, what propaganda are you listening to that fucking says that shit?
Of the entire
even the
building.
fucking Fox News machine has even had to admit that he got rid of the deficit.
As part of that formation, so that it can be very clear as to what the violations are in any given building.
There hasn't been capital flight like you guys said there would be. Celebrities didn't move.
Additionally, we're going to make it easier to hold bad landlords accountable, not only in the manner in which we've done. We've held them accountable to the tune of $65 million just over the past 6 months
is that your
alone.
answer?
But also
no substance. Okay, cool. Yeah, Tyler's a very serious person.
In the question of when we have to transfer stewardship from one of those kinds of landlords to a nonprofit or a community land trust, or even in some cases to tenants. And this is a plan that at its heart has a vision for the city where tenants are not being pushed out, whether by rising rents or by the violation of housing codes.
Can you speak about how seniors would be impacted here? I saw that part of your proposal here includes...
Name them, since you're so confident in your fucking info. You're literally just like, it's all platitudes with you.
The commitment to more senior...
This one billionaire said he was leaving. What about him? Huh?
Your homes.
Absolutely. That's at the heart of this is how do we actually deliver the kind of affordability that too often has just been hoped for as opposed to actually been acted upon. And what I mean by that is there's a program that we have called ELA, Extremely Low Level Affordability. It's at a cornerstone of a lot of how our housing department is going to deliver a lot of these homes. But to your point, for seniors, you know, I remember when I was running for mayor, I went to a senior center in Brownsville, and I met a senior there who told me that they've been on the waiting list for 8 years, and that they said if they had to wait 1 more year, they would actually leave the city because they couldn't afford to do so any longer. So this 200,000 target is going to include a significant number of senior.
He saved a New Yorker from fucking moving.
Housing.
Cool.
And as part of it, it's also going to include us taking an axe to the time that so often New Yorkers have to wait to move into a home. Because we see right now in New York City, on average, it takes 7 months after a housing is completed for someone to move into that housing. So it's a lot of also the regular.
Yeah, did he actually sell that building, or is that just all blustery bullshit?
Framework that we're taking a hard look at to ensure that this is going to be the fastest possible process.
How do you fix NYCHA? I mean, it's a huge agency, and it is been, I think, perennially.
When you're done crying like a little bitch, listen.
Under-resourced. How do you scale that back up?
I think the first thing you do is actually try. Because what we've seen for many years is that the scale of capital needs have been used as a justification for administrations to not do anything. Because what is said time and again as well, NYCHA needs $80 billion. Anything that we do is just a drop in the bucket. We need to wait for the federal government. We know that after Reagan made cuts to public housing, that federal administrations, whether Democrat or Republican, have allowed NYCHA to fall into disrepair. So the idea of waiting any longer is not acceptable, whether for myself or for NYCHA residents across the 5 boroughs. And so what we are doing here is showing that the city is going to commit itself in a way that it hasn't in decades to start to show what it looks like to invest in NYCHA residents. $5.6 billion obviously doesn't cover an $80 billion deficit. What it does show, however, is that there is finally a party at the table that is serious about the needs of NYCHA residents. And we're going to show that not only in increasing the support that we are providing to critical services like elevator repairs or the turnover of vacant units, but also by showing that we can actually create new revenue streams for NYCHA that will be permanent for years to come, so that we can actually get out of this spiral that we have been in for so many years, and then say to the federal government and our partners that we are looking to build with that we actually need them to come to the table and start to partner with us at the same level, if not far greater than what they've ever done before.
So the idea is that some measure of success begets more success down the road when you can show people that we're not throwing this money into a bottomless pit. We're actually getting somewhere in terms of improvement, and we need more.
Exactly. And I think it's showing that we also can't afford to wait any longer when NYCHA residents are being forced to put up with conditions that are simply unacceptable.
All right. One more quick question, because I know you get time, and we spend a lot of time on the basketball stuff.
My man is bitter.
I am very bitter.
Every day.
I've been bitter for a year since the injury in the series last year. But
And
that's not the point.
They win enough. Like, he can't even give this to us. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
The federal government has been relentless. We've been talking about how their destruction of agencies. We're getting millions of people losing their Medicaid. SNAP cuts. Can you go through at least in the context of SNAP? I know there's a direct thing that's being done, but SNAP and just more broadly, what can the city do when the federal government has basically pulled the rug out from under the supports that so many people have relied on?
I think it's obviously incredibly difficult for our city as a whole when we have federal policy that is looking to take an axe to the social safety net for so many New Yorkers. And we've talked about the fact that it's the most expensive city in the country. Yep. These are the kinds of actions that make it even more difficult to afford to live here. SNAP benefits, this is something that the key demographic here that we are so worried about are New Yorkers in between the ages of 18 to 24, their ability to keep affording groceries. Yeah. We're telling every New Yorker that if you are not sure of your SNAP status, to please make sure that you're actually checking your HRA app to see that you've actually enrolled. Because if you are working at this time, or if you are enrolled in training, or if you are volunteering, there are ways for you to continue to receive your SNAP benefits. And yet what we are worried about is whether it's SNAP, whether it's healthcare, there are so many different ways in which federal policy is making it harder for the city to succeed. And what I've said to the president directly is that my vision is of a partnership with the federal government, much in the same way that who I believe was the greatest mayor of all time, Fiorello LaGuardia in this city, was able to build that relationship with FDR and delivering those kinds of New Deal programs across the 5 boroughs.
All right. Well, I know where you guys can say your Nick stuff, and then we'll wrap up.
I think we
I
did
don't laugh
enough.
if Trump all of a sudden just does a fucking socialist pivot just because.
We did enough.
You know,
that'd be really funny.
I can't wait to talk to you during the finals, my friend.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to go on about Wemby right now, but I mean, it's good luck.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not jinxing anything.
No,
I'm just riding the vibe one day at a time.
Enjoying the vibe and listening to these Celtic tears.
I'm drinking them.
Mayor, thanks so much for coming on. My son wanted to say hi, and he appreciated that last snow day. He wanted me to tell you that.
All the best. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks.
Thanks so much.
18 championships. All right, see ya.
Yeah, we know.
Whoa, jump scare. All right. Yeah, this one.
As we discussed in the previous video, Donald Trump has truly screwed the Republican Party, because in the aftermath of last night's Republican Senate primary race in Texas, in which the Trump-backed candidate...
Yep, I saw this. Republicans are scrambling to erase Ken Paxton's past right now.
Ken Paxton.
Or it's like, dude...
Steamrolled the incumbent John Cornyn. The entire Republican Party is panicking and scrambling to delete, to mass purge every honest thing they've ever said about their new nominee. Because now this morally inferior, shockingly corrupt politician is headed into a general election against the Democratic challenger James Tallarico.
Yeah,
and Republicans understand
fucking...
that control of Texas is now in play.
He is what they're truly afraid of. A Christian Texan who actually like kind of speaks to people's, living conditions and
ultimately control of the United States
Ken
Senate.
Paxton is a guy that has one of his claims to fame is that kind of funny. He had a friend that got arrested for fucking his best friend's kid. Well, not just fucking, graping his best friend's or his son's best friend for years, a minor. He got sentenced to 60 plus years in prison. They commuted his sentence and he didn't have to register as a sex offender. So, yeah, that's who Ken Paxton is. And trust me, they're going to remind you guys of that.
Back all that. If you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel.
I'm here to remind you guys of that because, that should have disqualified him from public office forever.
Please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells.
But we know Republicans don't care. They love sex offenders.
Before you go. All right, folks, what you're seeing now is a cover-up, a mass panicked, scrambled cover-up.
And pedos.
By the Republican Party.
You guys you go to bat for those motherfuckers so hard, it's insane.
As the New Republic, as Notice, and as The Hill are reporting, the Republicans are in full crisis management mode. Republicans scramble to erase everything bad they've ever said about Ken Paxton. Republicans are frantically deleting their past comments on Paxton after his Senate primary win in Texas. As Notice notes, Republicans scrubbed their Ken Paxton insults from the internet. The campaign arm for Senate Republicans deleted press releases and digital ads opposing Paxton from its site following the Attorney General's victory in the primary runoff. And again, as The Hill notes, the Senate GOP campaign arm deletes posts bashing Paxton after runoff win. Because understand, they didn't just favor John Cornyn over Ken Paxton. They told the truth about Ken Paxton. We're going to show you examples just to give you a snapshot as to who Ken Paxton is. He is a microcosm of Donald Trump. He is perhaps the second most iconically, shockingly, nakedly corrupt politician in the Republican Party and therefore the country, other than Donald Trump himself. For example, as Fact Post notes, the winner of the Texas GOP Senate primary is Ken Paxton, who, number one, was impeached by his own party for corruption. Impeached by his own party for corruption. Even Texas Republicans were like, dude, this guy is so corrupt, we need to get him out of power. And it narrowly failed. Was impeached by his own party for corruption, paid $300,000 to settle his felony fraud charges. Felony fraud. He has a mugshot. Felony fraud. Had multiple extramarital affairs, is under investigation for mortgage fraud, stole a $1,000 pen from another lawyer, was sued for firing whistleblowers. I mean, this ugly son of a bitch might as well be another ugly son of a bitch, Donald Trump. The resume, it's like copy and paste. It's like you double click and you copy it and you just change the name from Donald Trump to Ken Paxton. He is a younger, smarter Donald Trump. That's it. That's who the Republicans are now defending. And what, folks, I'm telling you, when you look, Paxton delete, it's tweeting, it's all over the place, right? Republicans, as the Republican Party released a press release attacking Ken Paxton for adultery, bribery, and corruption has resurfaced. The
Republicans selling themselves all the time at this point, supporting this administration is like screaming to the world that you're on a list.
Deleted this. The National Republican Senatorial Committee released the following statement on Angela Paxton. Yep. That's his wife. Her decision to divorce Ken
Samuel
Paxton.
Meyer.
Well, Ken
What
Paxton
up?
has put his family
This timeline's so screwed up. Yes, it
through
is.
is truly
Sam, if you have not hit that sub button, please do.
repulsive and disgusting. No one should have to endure what Angela Paxton has.
Come and hang
we pray
out.
for her as she chooses to stand up for herself and her family during this difficult time. That is the Senate, the National Senate campaign that is now trying to support Ken Paxton, and they're mass purging this. Background: Angela Paxton's divorce petition accuses Paxton of adultery and says the couple stopped living together in June 2024. Paxton's former chief of staff testified that Paxton confessed to her and other staff members he was having an affair with his mistress. Impeachment articles in the Texas legislature allege that Paxton used the alias Dave P. for a fake Uber account he used to secretly see his mistress. Paxton was also accused of using secret emails and burner phones to try to cover his tracks.
Yeah. Again, if the Democrats fuck this one up, then there's literally no elections they could ever win.
Paxton allegedly used his pal Nate Paul,
especially in red areas. Like, this is insane.
Who was recently convicted of bank fraud, to help.
Like, come on, this is the best they got. Like, dude, seriously, just because he was a Trump sycophant, they overlooked everything and just said, no, he'll win just because he's loyal to Trump.
Hide his affair and provide his mistress with employment in Austin so Paxton could be closer to her. 20 articles of impeachment were filed against Paxton in the Texas legislature over alleged bribery, abuse of power, and obstruction of justice. Paxton was indicted on security fraud charges that were later dropped after he paid $300,000 in restitution and completed community service. Paxton refused to disclose multiple out-of-state properties in his 2023 financial disclosure, including a $1.6 million luxury hideaway. This was written by the Republican Party, and now they're deleting it to try to cover their tracks. This is a shocking, despicable cover-up emblematic of the Republican Party. And we also have
really
this.
is.
This
I mean,
Republican
it truly is.
attack ad is going viral after the
But again, us idiots on the internet need to, like, there need to be more than just us fucking being, investigating this or bringing this to light.
GOP deleted it.
We kind of need the mainstream media to maybe care about this kind of stuff a little bit.
Because it's attacking their new nominee for Texas Senate, Ken Paxton. So let's hear what the Republican Party put together against their new nominee and are desperately trying to keep from you.
This is the sound of Texas. And this is how it sounds under Ken Paxton.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
So, which Texas do you want to hear?
Texas deserves better than the sound of Ken Paxton. Republicans created that attack ad.
What
Republicans.
up, Dix? How you doing?
Folks, I'm telling you. And nobody should be surprised by this. Like, the Republicans out there who are like wringing their hands going, I can't believe Republicans did this. Why not? They did it for Trump. If they did it for Trump, why wouldn't they do it for Paxton? You guys, the Republican Party, which claims to be the party of Christ and Christian values and moral responsibility and personal responsibility, that shit went out the window.
Oh, absolutely.
As soon as they made Donald Trump.
It's all partisan. Like, again, it's party before fucking principle.
Trump, their cult leader.
Like, they do not have any.
They became the morally inferior party. Republican politicians are objectively morally inferior. And if you're willing to sacrifice those principles again and again and again and again and again on the altar of Trump, why wouldn't you do it for Trump Light or Diet Trump? As Team Tallarico, which is James Tallarico's campaign Twitter account, says, this is Ken Paxton's mugshot. He was indicted on 3 felony counts for investment fraud. He was reported to the FBI by his own staff for bribery. He was impeached by his own party for corruption. Now he's the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate in Texas. Together, we will stop him. And note that smug smile on his face. This guy is younger Donald Trump. That's it. So, with that in mind, I also want to play some other things for you, okay, including a couple of clips of James Tallarico himself.
Dereliction of duty, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. A majority of Texas House Republicans voted to impeach one of their own.
60 Republicans voting in favor. Allegations he abused his office to benefit himself and a major donor who allegedly paid for his home renovations and even helped him cover up an affair.
They claim the AG used secret email accounts, burner phones, and a fake Uber account to see his mistress.
Paxton is a repugnant character. He's always been on the edge of sort of criminal activity.
3 felony fraud charges which have lingered for 9 long years.
And in between it all, the state's top attorney had a mugshot.
There are calls for Ken Paxton to step down.
Ken Paxton is an extremely flawed candidate, and I sense the worst is yet to come about his background.
That's how you make a fucking commercial. Like, goddamn, Tallarico.
Pretty persuasive. You have Republicans in there, Fox News hosts talking about this as well.
That's
and again,
what you
I cannot
need.
stress this enough. I've got to
That's
show
all
you this.
you need. You just use their own clips against them. God damn it.
Examples of people deleting stuff. So as Lauren
God,
French
they did
noted,
that with Trump,
across the
where
board,
it's just
Republicans
use
are
his
mass
own
deleting their
words
prior
against him.
posts about
Goddamn.
Ken Paxton, be it his scandal or affairs. You have Joanna M. Rod, Brandon Jaspers. You have so many people, so many examples. The NRSC, again, that is the National Republican Senate campaign arm, which are now forced to embrace Ken Paxton. They had a lot of things to say about him. Now they're deleting it. Senate fund,
Even Republicans in the Senate are saying that they might have just handed this, that Senate seat to a Democrat.
Mass deleting, mass purging,
what they did,
trying to keep this from you. Again, not shit
they
that
were
liberals
trying to
or progressives
convince Trump
said, but things
that calm down, because it's like James Corden still was a Trump sycophant, just not as sycophantic as Trump wanted him to be, because there are a few things that he even stood up for and went, nah, no.
They said.
Literally, they want unquestioning power. They just want people to be there and never question the administration, which, guys, that's insane. I don't care how much you like this fucking guy. Do you really just want unchecked power? What the It's not you getting the power, you fuckheads.
The Republican Party's
Jesus
NRSC has deleted their
Christ.
ad attacking Ken Paxton.
Eventually, it's going to fall to you.
After he won the nomination for U.S. Senate.
I can't wait till it. You know what? At this point, I genuinely can't wait till it does. I'm glad to see more and more MAGA accounts on TikTok. Just like, God, you know what? I didn't think that he was going to be this bad, but damn, this has really affected me. I've seen a lot of fucking MAGA businesses complaining about the price of diesel.
They understand that he's morally inferior. They understand that James Talarico is a morally superior person. He's just objectively better as a human. And they're scrambling because Donald Trump has screwed them. Speaking of James Talarico, let's hear him himself.
Something just happened in Texas. The most corrupt politician in America just became the Republican nominee for the United States Senate. 3 years ago, Ken Paxton was impeached by his own party for using his public office to enrich himself and his donors at the expense of the people. That kind of corruption is the rot at the core of this broken system. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. For 50 years, mega donors and their puppet politicians like Ken Paxton have stolen from us with their bribes, their bailouts, and their billionaire tax breaks. Ken Paxton has gotten away with it. They've all gotten away with it. But that ends this year, in this state, in this race. If we, the people, can come together to defeat the most corrupt politician in America, we can defeat this entire corrupt system. We can start unrigging this economy. We can start raising our pay, cutting our taxes, lowering our costs. We can finally get ahead. It's time to come together. The people versus Ken Paxton.
That is why the Republicans are panicking. Listen, I don't know if James Talarico will prevail. Beto O'Rourke failed to prevail. He came close against Ted Cruz in 2018. I think he only lost by about 3 percentage points. But many experts agree the political environment is better for Democrats than it was even in 2018, and that James Talarico is at least as good as Beto O'Rourke was as a Democratic candidate. And certainly Ken Paxton is more vulnerable than Ted Cruz was. Ted Cruz is mimetically disliked, but Ted Cruz is nowhere near as disliked and corrupt as Ken Paxton. So Democrats absolutely stand a chance. Republicans understand that. That's why Republicans told the truth about Ken Paxton. Not because they actually have an allergy to corruption. Again, if they actually had a principled allergy to corruption, they wouldn't be supporting Donald Trump as enthusiastically as they do. No, they understood that Ken Paxton put their Senate majority and that Senate Texas seat in jeopardy. That's it. They understood that Paxton was the weaker general election candidate. That's why they told the truth about him. If they thought Paxton would be a stronger candidate to go up against Talarico, they would have never said that. They would have never told the truth about him, much like they don't tell the truth about Trump. You understand? It is pure. The only thing the Republican Party cares about is power. And they believe that Ken Paxton is more likely to cost them power than to gain them power. That's why they told the truth about Ken Paxton. But now that they're stuck with Paxton, and he's the only chance they have, they're now trying to lie once again by purging every honest thing they've ever said or filmed about Ken Paxton. And they're trying to hide it from you. What you're seeing is a cover-up, a mass purge. Mock them, call it out, and use it.
I mean, the fact that they ran that quickly to go and scrub it, it tells you that they know that this is problematic.
That James Talarico.
And Talarico seems to have the social media savvy to not let this one go. So we'll see. We'll see. If AIPAC gets their way, though, they're probably going to want Ken Paxton. Because, they just want Trump to have no guardrails. So then he can just do whatever the hell, Netanyahu wants him to. Let's be real. That's who's running our country. It's not even Trump. It's Netanyahu. Netanyahu is technically our president.
All right, guys. We talked about this the other day on the show on Crystal Kyle and Friends. By the way, go sign up if you haven't yet for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, because great episode last week. We had Young Don on last week from Young Don Reacts. We talked about this and many other things as well. Also, check out the Ashley St. Clair.
I think she got you with the kid comment.
Interview from a couple weeks ago. I feel like
your kids don't call you, do they?
After we interviewed Ashley, every single left-of-center creator was like, "Oh, wow, I'm about to interview her too because she's got all the tea in the world." Talking about, you guys saw how she basically said Elon implied, if not hinted, if not outright admitted, that he kind of stole the election in 2024 for Trump. So you got all that out there. Like I said, go sub to Crystal Kyle and Friends to check out the full episodes. But I want to give you an update because it's even worse than what we realized, okay? So let me show you this from More Perfect Union. Virginia's Democratic Governor, Abigail Spanberger, started her term with some wins for working people. She signed a paid sick leave law, enshrined the right to contraception, and fought for voting rights and more. She also raised the minimum wage, I believe, as well. But now Spanberger is vetoing numerous bills passed by the Democratic legislature that would improve the lives of working people across Virginia. And we'll get to the thread in a second here. But guys, I told you, I was very hopeful because she ran as a centrist, okay? But then as soon as she got in office, she started doing base-ass shit. Another thing that she did, which wasn't mentioned here, is she said, we're not going to cooperate with ICE. The state authorities will not cooperate with ICE. She's banning that. So it was like, I want to say there was like 4 or 5 different decisions in a row very quickly that were like, I know I ran as a centrist, but I'm going to govern more like Zoran, right? It was awesome. It was awesome. But then the Supreme Court in Virginia slapped down the redistricting, which, by the way, she supported. She supported the counter gerrymander trick where it's like, hey, Republicans are rigging it here, so we're going to counter rig it here. They're going to gerrymander there, we're going to gerrymander here, right? It's the only thing you could do, fight fire with fire. She supported that, good on her. But then the Virginia Supreme Court slaps it down.
Yeah, but then it's on her to take that to the Supreme Court and be like, well, hey, you know how you did this whole thing for Article 2? Well, we need you to step in because, yeah, fair is fair, bitches.
And basically says, like, yeah, red states can gerrymander. You can't counter gerrymander here. Instead of fighting back, she goes, okay, that's it. We're just going to leave it as is. Excuse you? So you want to permanently make the Democrats a minority party. That's what you're saying if you don't want to fight this. Okay, so that's big red flag. Then after that decision from the Virginia Supreme Court, she became like straight up evil. She immediately morphed.
His kids too, and shouldn't he be parenting? We know he doesn't have custody. Come on now.
Into a diet MAGA psychopath, okay? Early in her tenure, Spanberger made historic progress by delivering...
You think with this shining personality that the court gave him custody?
On her promises to make Virginia...
How much back pay do you owe in child support?
More affordable. During her first few months, she signed laws that allowed workers to accumulate 1 hour of paid leave for every 30 hours worked for a maximum of 5 days or 40 hours annually, secured Virginians' right to contraception, capped out-of-pocket costs for a 30-day supply of insulin at $35, raised Virginia's minimum wage to $15 an hour. But when it came to unions, protecting immigrants, and more, Spanberger pivoted and dropped the ball.
Damn, nailed him.
The biggest blow has been Spanberger's veto of a bill that would have amended a Jim Crow-era ban.
I love, like, kind of when you get the vibe of, like, exactly who these people are and then just nailing it so fucking hard.
And expanded collective bargaining rights for the state's 500,000 public sector workers. Spanberger could have narrowed one of the nation's largest public sector pay gaps. Despite signing into law that ICE agents are not allowed to conceal their identity, Spanberger later vetoed a bill that would prevent immigrants from being detained at hospitals, schools, courthouses, and polling sites. What the fuck? Spanberger argued that there was no evidence that the law would improve public safety. Jesus Christ. But as we've seen in Minnesota, ICE presence greatly deters immigrants from voting, seeking medical attention, and buying groceries. Spanberger also promised to lower everyday costs for Virginians, but rejected a bill lowering the state's prescription drug prices. Jesus Christ, that's evil. In 2020, Virginians paid 36% more than the national average for prescription drugs, and last year, almost 70% of surveyed Virginians delayed or skipped treatment altogether because of inaccessible costs. Spanberger's vetoes include bills that would have established Virginia's first statute allowing for class action lawsuits, legalized the sale of marijuana in Virginia, Jesus, protected voters from illegitimate purges from the voter rolls, oh my God, just flat out helping MAGA, shielded universities from speech restrictions imposed by their boards, similar to those pushed for by Trump. Jesus Christ. We got another one that details it here. Last Friday, she vetoed a bill that would have expanded and protected collective bargaining rights for state public sector workers. On Tuesday, she vetoed legislation that would have protected voters from illegitimate purges from voter rolls. On Tuesday, she vetoed 2 bills that would have provided an affirmative defense and strengthened protections for defendants afflicted with mental illness. She also vetoed a law that would have established Virginia's first statute allowing for class action lawsuits, a veto on a law capping the use of private funds by election officials. She vetoed a law that would have shielded universities from speech restrictions imposed by their boards, similar to those pushed for by Trump. She vetoed a bill that would have outlawed ICE arrests at courthouses, polls, schools, and hospitals. She also vetoed a bill that would have legalized the sale of marijuana. On Wednesday, she vetoed legislation.
Seems like Spanberger got a call from Chuck Schumer - Israel.
That would have lowered prescription drug prices in Virginia. Yeah. Indefensible. This is disgusting. This is grotesque. And I know that she's one of these politicians who thinks like, oh yeah, I'll run for president. The fuck you are. I mean, you'll run, but like you'll get your ass handed to you because this is fucking... I mean, are you kidding me? Any decent candidate could beat up on this for fucking days. Let me explain something very clearly to Democrats.
We both know that he's sitting there on his fucking sofa, drinking a few beers. He's probably like 3 or 4 in.
We have zero tolerance these days for
Again, doesn't have custody of their kid, so this is what he does.
for diet MAGA bullshit.
I bet he has a time on Facebook too, where he's got like an American flag. It's an AI generated American flag and American eagle fucking in his profile picture.
Zero.
People call him a bot. And he's like, I'm not a bot.
No tolerance. I don't want somebody Republican light.
I'm just
I don't want
genuinely
somebody diet
stupid,
MAGA.
you know?
I don't want some fucking bullshit bipartisan, hold hands and sing kumbaya, work with both sides type. No, I want a motherfucking crusader. I want somebody who is going to obstruct literally everything MAGA does and represent the exact opposite philosophy.
Great,
They're taking
but that's not, I don't think she ever sold herself as that, to be fucking fair. You said it yourself. She sold herself as a fucking centrist.
away healthcare from people. Well, I want universal healthcare.
Okay.
Okay. They're lowering wages. I want to raise wages. They're getting rid of all the clean water and clean air protections. I want more clean water and clean air protections. They want to lower taxes on the rich and give them subsidies. I want to raise taxes on the rich and arrest the fucking Epstein class and lock up these criminal fraudsters.
Yeah, base.
You go down the line, they want more money in politics. I want to ban money in politics. I want to ban the corruption. They want to permanently protect the
Not going to
MAGA
disagree with anything you say, but I'm glad that he says this, but it's like, yeah, but this doesn't matter. Like, okay, we're just kind of pissing in the wind here, huh?
charlatans. I want to arrest everybody in the fucking Trump regime who's committing crime after crime and on a historic crime spree right now. Every single way, whatever they represent, you better represent the fucking opposite and represent it 10 toes down and puffing your chest out. I don't want you on the defense. I don't want you fucking playing footsies with the right. I want you to be all about destroying MAGA, ushering in democratic socialism in this country. That's what I want. That's what Democratic voters want. We're sick of weak ass, as Jennifer Welch calls them, pick me Democrats. Pick me Democrats. It's, pick me. I'm one of the good ones. See, I'm middle ground. Look at me. Why is it Democrats always have to be middle ground? Republicans never have to be. They all get to fall in line. They all get to suck off Trump. They all get to represent their philosophy. But Democrats...
Because deep down inside, America's actually still kind of racist, dude.
Always say, we got to meet them halfway. You got to be the bigger person. You got to be more... Fuck you.
A lot of people, and also just in general, a lot of people just they don't connect the same way. We don't have a cult of personality. There isn't somebody to get behind, so therefore people just don't pay attention.
Fuck all of you. So Abigail Spanberger... Totally.
This is what I keep talking about, needing just anybody, like somebody to step up and actually like be someone that they can focus on and get behind.
Shit the bed, totally humiliated herself. Yeah. But I guess this is what you get when you get a former CIA agent.
Pissing in the wind.
Who runs as a Democrat. I guess that's what you get. And that's disturbing. That's disgusting. That's unacceptable. And I hate it. I absolutely positively hate it. You should hate it too. And people need to know that this is who we're dealing with here.
Do something about it, Kyle. I don't know. You have a huge platform. You got 2.25 million. Why aren't you at her office? You live in Virginia. What are you doing?
So look,
like I genuinely, like, why isn't he asking to have her, like, you know, have an interview with her? So like, and do it not as like Kyle Kulinski, the entertainer, Kyle Kulinski, the constituent.
We're putting it out there. But if you are a diet MAGA Democrat in any sense of the term, if you're a pro-Israel,
I don't know. I'm kind of done listening.
There are moments in economics where the professional forecasts, the statistical data, and the lived experience of ordinary people all converge on the same conclusion at the same time. Those moments tend to be rare, but they also are the moments that precede the worst outcomes. This week, 3 separate reports.
I've come to really like this channel, by the way.
Reports from 3 separate institutions measuring 3 separate dimensions of the American economy all arrived at the same place. Goldman Sachs declared that the Iran war has killed the soft landing scenario for the United States and warned of a possible negative growth shock. The University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index fell to its lowest level in the survey's entire 70-year history, lower than 2008, lower than COVID, lower than any point ever recorded. And CNBC published a report showing that 37% of American adults cannot cover a $400 emergency expense. That
credit cards are also their credit card defaults are on the rise, which
credit card Debt has hit a record $1.21 trillion.
Yup. And I'm telling you right now, as somebody who has lived through 2 recessions now, guess what? Guess what? These are the patterns.
And that 1 in 4
You don't need to be you don't need prediction markets or any of that shit.
Americans is now skipping meals to make their monthly debt payments.
Yep. But now you also got the U.S. government coming out saying, oh, well, maybe skipping a meal's good. You know, we're a fatty nation. We need to skinny up.
Economists see it coming. The data confirms that it is arriving, and millions of people are sadly already living inside it. My name is Elle. I have a PhD in computer science, and I use data analysis to spot patterns in geopolitics and economics. And I want to walk through these 3 reports carefully because together they tell a story that is more complete and more troubling than any of them tells alone. Let's start with Goldman Sachs. Jan Hatzius, the bank's chief
Decent impression. Thanks.
economist and
enjoy them gas prices. No shit.
one of the most respected forecasters on Wall Street, published a note this week stating that the Iran war has destroyed what he called the Goldilocks scenario, the expectation that the U.S. economy would achieve a soft landing with gradually declining inflation, steady employment, and eventual
That
rate
ain't happening
cuts.
anymore.
That scenario,
We're gonna
Hatzius
plummet.
wrote, is now dead.
Yep.
In its place is a range of outcomes that includes what Goldman describes as a negative growth shock, an economic contraction driven by the simultaneous impact of elevated energy prices, sticky inflation, rising interest rates, and collapsing consumer confidence.
Yep.
Goldman has not formally called a recession, but the language negative growth shock is as close as a major investment bank gets to saying the word without saying the word. The mechanism Hatzius identified is the one this channel has been documenting for months now. The Iran war sent oil prices up roughly 80%. Higher oil prices fed directly into consumer inflation, which hit 3.8% in April.
Yeah, but this guy Tim in chat, he's just like, yeah, this is the greatest time I've ever lived in.
Higher inflation pushed bond yields to
You're 67 years old and you don't recognize the patterns. I don't think that you were paying attention through those 67 years.
levels not
Either that or you might have that prefrontal dementia thing that you might want to get checked out.
seen since 2007. The 30-year
Fucking boomers, dude.
Treasury yield crossed 5.
Isn't it fun when boomers just prove that they are just as bad as everybody claims they are?
5.2% this month.
Jesus Christ.
Higher yields mean the government pays
Why don't
more
you
to
wreck the
borrow,
world a little
which
bit
widens
more on your way out?
the deficit further, which requires more borrowing at the new higher rates. And simultaneously, higher energy and food prices compress household purchasing power, meaning consumers spend more on essentials and less on everything else, which slows the broader economy. Goldman's note describes this as a
not a
negative
boomer?
feedback loop between
I
energy
didn't call
costs,
you a boomer, I
inflation
called Tim a
expectations,
boomer.
and consumer spending. This
Guilty conscience there, Brian.
channel described the same mechanism 3 weeks ago. Goldman just put their name on it as well.
Yep.
If you've been following this channel's coverage of the U.S. economy, this is the institutional confirmation part. The data we have been tracking has now been endorsed by one of the most influential financial institutions on the planet. Next up, the University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index provides the statistical confirmation too. The May reading came in at the lowest levels.
Bubble. It's a bubble. She's using computer analytics to do this, but it's a left-wing bubble, people.
Since the survey began in the 1950s, not the lowest in a decade, not the lowest since the Great Financial Crisis, the lowest ever recorded in over 70 years of continuous measurement. Consumer expectations for inflation over the next 12 months surged to 7.3%, the highest since 1981, when Paul Volcker was raising interest rates to 20% to break the last great inflationary spiral. Long-term inflation expectations, the 5 to 10-year outlook, rose to 4.6%, which is the highest since 1993. These numbers matter a huge deal because consumer expectations are
And guess what happened in 93?
fulfilling prophecies. When people expect prices to rise, they demand higher wages. Companies raise prices to cover those wages, and the inflation becomes embedded in the economic structure. The Federal Reserve watches these numbers very closely, more closely than any other indicator, and right now, those numbers are telling the Fed that the public has lost confidence in the institution's ability to control inflation at the worst possible moment.
But Trump is out there thinking everything's fine and everybody believes me.
With a new Fed chair inheriting the most divided FOMC in 30 years.
Kind of like,
if you're trying to understand how to read through headline economic data and see what the structural indicators underneath actually show, my book, Awake: The Practice of Critical Thinking in an Age of Soft Lies, is available as an ebook and audiobook. Subscribers get 10% off, and you can grab the first chapter for free in the description links below. And then there is the human layer, the most important one, because behind every data point in a consumer sentiment survey is a legitimate person making decisions about what they can and cannot afford this week. CNBC reported this week that 37% of American adults, roughly 95 million people, say they could not cover an unexpected $400 expense without borrowing money or selling something they own. Credit card debt has reached a record $1.21 trillion. The average credit card interest rate is 22.76%, meaning a household carrying $10,000 in revolving credit card debt is paying over $2,200 per year in interest alone before touching the principal. 1 in 4 Americans told researchers they have skipped meals in order to make their monthly debt payments. Medical debt remains the leading cause of personal bankruptcy, and the households most exposed to these pressures are the same ones most affected by rising fuel prices, rising food prices, and the tariff-driven increases in the cost of imported goods that the administration's own trade policies have imposed. The connection between all of these
God forbid you're fucking, in the middle class. God damn.
3 layers is not abstract. It is very mechanical. The war drives oil higher. Oil drives inflation higher. Inflation drives interest rates higher. Higher rates make credit card debt more expensive. More expensive debt forces households to cut spending. Cutting spending on food, like skipping meals, is the last stage before default. And default multiplied across millions of households simultaneously is what turns a slowdown into a recession and a recession into a serious crisis. Goldman
and then you add the AI bubble to this.
Sees the macro picture. Michigan measures the sentiment. CNBC documents what happens when sentiment turns into behavior. And the behavior, skipping meals, draining savings, carrying record debt at record interest rates, is the human cost of every policy decision this
Trump is the best ever.
Channel has been tracking.
Highest deficit ever. But he's so great.
Since February.
No new wars? Oh, wait a minute.
Now, I want to be very clear about something.
Lower gas price. Oh.
This is not a video
lower inflation. Oh.
Celebrating American decline. There is nothing satisfying about people skipping meals. There is nothing entertaining about a family choosing between insulin and electricity, between a credit card payment and a grocery run. These are real people living inside the consequences of decisions they did not make, a war they did not vote for, tariffs they did not choose, an immigration crackdown that reduced tax revenue they were never told about, and an
That's another thing that the Trump administration does not want to address is just how much tax revenue we have lost because of the immigration crackdowns. It almost is because a bunch of these morons truly believe in the narrative of just like, well, they didn't file the right paperwork and they did a misdemeanor. They're illegal and they drain our system. Instead of thinking of it critically at all and going, oh yeah, they do pay taxes, especially in states that have income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes.
Trade environment driven by a bond market responding to a geopolitical crisis that most Americans,
all because you're scared of brown people,
can neither influence nor escape. The data
can't stand the idea of someone speaking a different language as we get a Polish neighbor.
But the data represents human beings, and those human beings deserve better than being governed by social media posts and policy by impulse, while the economists at Goldman Sachs write notes about negative growth shocks, and the sentiment index
and for Goldman Sachs to come out with this, not great. They tend to kind of save their analysis for when things are getting really bad.
It's never hit before in 70 years of asking the question. I don't personally think that the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index will recover above its 2024 average before the end of this year. Credit card delinquency rates, which have already been rising, will accelerate through the summer as fuel costs remain elevated and the cumulative effect of 3 months of war-driven inflation works through household budgets. Goldman's negative growth shock scenario will move from risk assessment to baseline forecast if oil stays above $100 through the third quarter of this year, and the human costs, the skipped meals, the medical debt, the $400 emergencies that 95 million adults cannot cover will probably continue to compound in ways that no headline unemployment number can capture, because the headline was never designed to measure suffering. It was instead designed to measure participation, and participation in an economy that charges you 22.76% interest to survive is not exactly the same thing as thriving inside it. But while the US economy deteriorates across every measurable dimension, Moody's chief economist has been tracking a specific recession indicator that has been flashing since January. I made a video on this vicious cycle index, why he says the economy has seven fingers left on the edge of a cliff.
You can't outsmart this. Eventually, it's going to start cascading.
And what happens when the next two slip? That's the one that I would watch next. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea that you, like, all of you guys, like, all of us are somehow, you know, not going to get hit from this. Like, dude, seriously, unless you make multi-millions, like, not just like, you know, a couple million here or there. Like, you have to make like hundreds of millions of dollars to weather this and really not feel it. So, but whatever, man. We know that you guys don't really care, so, which is fine. Go ahead. Do you? Don't be surprised when the world fucking hates you. And I mean, like, everybody in the world fucking hates you.
Insulin, dude! He needs insulin!
Hey,
so
Robbie.
many people are dying because of you. 1 in 4 to 6 days, let's not forget. Oh, so basic.
Lunch break.
Release. Oh,
Right
you're
on.
leaving. You're leaving. Why? To eat while there are people striking in there? To eat while the food in there is maggots?
Come on, we're sorry. Come back, we're sorry.
Oh, this is fun. Okay.
Don't go home and
This
beat
covered
your
for a little
wives.
bit.
Don't go home yet and hate gay people. Come back. We love you.
Ooh, we're getting close to the
She
420.
hits you with
Oh,
the
yeah.
medicine, but later on, we'll give you the sugar. Don't cry. Jesus, now we're gonna have to pay taxpayer money for therapy for ICE. Great. It's a shitty deal here in Delaney. Hey, you gotta finish your demands, right? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dude, Robbie
Release
rules.
young and elderly detainees.
Shout out Robbie Road Steamer.
Release, I'll say release
That's
young.
the Road Steamer,
okay,
all right.
you
He's
say
there, giraffe
an
costume and
elderly
all.
detainees.
Yeah, we're watching
Release
this shit
young
for sure.
and elderly detainees.
Oh, this is fun.
Release young.
I gotta run upstairs real quick.
Release young.
Prepping for the 420. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I think that means crying. Okay, gotcha. Well, it's very basic. Do you want your grandma to be in your concentration camp?
Would you want your
Release our grandmas. Release our grandpas. Release our grandparents. They look like you. They look like me. They look like all of us here. Some probably even look like you. You want children in there? You want children there in the pedophiles concentration camp? What have you done? What is God gonna look at you and say tonight? God will be ashamed. God is ashamed of you. God is ashamed of you. Why are you making God ashamed?
Oh, you can't go that far. But we want to.
Why are you making God ashamed?
I like him though. He looks like Wilford
Why?
Brimley.
Are you doing something
Diabetes.
where everyone is saying that you're a villain? Why are you here?
Not much air.
What do your children think of your job? How much money are you taking from the pedophile? Why are you trafficking our children?
Ask him if he uses Rogaine.
Why?
No body shaming. Come on,
Why?
these guys have feelings.
Why? Why can't you answer us? Voice is the gateway to the soul and the eyes. Y'all have covered up your eyes, covered up your mouths, and aren't saying anything in a way that will allow the pedophile, the warmonger, who's using billions of our dollars to go kill children around the world and rape children here in America. Why are you allowing this? Why are you taking the money? Why are you profiting off of suffering? Why are you exploiting us? Why are you on the side of the pedophile? God is asking. God wants to know.
Is there one too?
Can you tell God why? God is here. God is in us, in the people. Yet you carry the least godly thing to ever exist. That gun on your leg. That gun that you could take it out and kill me right now.
Okay.
Shoot late pigeons.
Our
Why can't
hearts are
we
breaking.
give it to Robbie? Yeah, give it to the road steamer. Let him do the
You don't have an
roast.
answer for us, and that shows more. Silence is violence, and you all are doing that at the greatest front, at the worst front. At least you have a body camera
Good stream,
on now,
everybody.
right?
If you're just
can we get
joining
that
us,
footage
watching the protest in New York or in New Jersey.
To hear the people, we the people, asking you very basic things that we would ask a neighbor, that we would ask you at the water cooler. What do you need? What about the $50,000 bonus, $50,000 bonus that you'll get in maybe 5 years, right? Oh wait, it's 5 years? Right after their term and regime is burned to the ground. They planned it.
That one guy was like,
against you and me. They have always been against us as the working
That was
class.
funny. I like when they
Every
they
single
get
person
that
knows
one where
that.
they're just like,
You
oh,
know that.
I didn't really read the
Right?
fine print. Shit.
Trump has made millions and now billions of dollars off of you upholding his reign of terror. So do you answer to Donald Trump when you sleep at night? There's no God in sight. There's no God in sight if you answer to Donald J. Trump, the pedophile in chief, as you traffic children, grandmothers, grandparents. Grandparents. My
That was
grandpa
not
is your
nice.
age.
I mean, I get it. It's your bed.
If he was
so.
doing that, I would be so
My
sad.
dog's just like, get out of here.
I would be so
Doing
sad.
cat.
If your children knew,
Bullshit.
or your grandchildren, or anyone in your life knew that you were trafficking children, what would they say?
There you go. Your bed.
Your silence speaks volumes. What do you need? Because we as the community will keep saying this. We as the community will resource. We'll resource because we keep us safe. Instead, you're relying on the fat cats. The fat cats up in there making money off of us, who have to stand on our feet all day and toil and work multiple jobs just to make a living.
Yep.
Billionaires don't care about you.
As he said, billionaires do not care about you. Then there would be no billionaires. Then they would spend all their
What's up,
money to make
Mossy?
sure that you can do what you need to do. You can make the community better. You can plant a garden. You can run a daycare
Saw you,
for your
over on
neighbors.
Twitch. Just realized
You
my
can do
Twitch is
something that has a soul in
not
it.
caught up here. There we go.
The fact that y'all are not saying anything is shameful. You're not answering to God. You're not answering to your people.
He knows the score.
The thing is, we will accept you. We are your neighbors. We are your neighbors who will accept you if you turn to the light.
Love
We will love you like we love each other. Because Jesus forgives sins, right?
Yeah, dude.
But not a sin like this. We're not Jesus, so we don't know. But what we'll do is we'll make sure your people are fed. Your family has a roof on top of their head.
We have Gatorade and Pop-Tarts.
And people have food on the plate, on the table. People in there are eating maggots and worms.
have cinnamon Pop-Tarts ready. The butter, the pads of butter.
Yeah, she's being so gentle, kind, and patient with them. It's unnerving.
This is on your watch. We'll say it as many
patient,
times
love is
as
kind.
we have to because God is watching you.
It's like they forget that shit.
God is watching you, and I hope all
that's
of
a God guy. It's the Jesus and the Bible and
you
stuff.
have the
Oh
fear
no.
of God in your soul.
Damn.
Because at the end of the day, that's who's making the calls. We're all here to show you the light and to accept you if you turn to the right. We love people. We love people. We don't love money. We don't love the pedophiles. We don't love the rapists. You all love the rapists, is that right? You all love the rapists? Oh, this is shameful. This is shameful. Can't believe I'm standing next to people who love rapists. And I'll stand here strong. Because we have
You're
the power
right.
of
The
people
way
on our
that she's
side.
just kind of like casually like, oh wow.
Y'all are there cowardly without your mask. Cowardly accepting trafficking of children, of mothers, of fathers. If you're a father, that could have been you in there. That could have been you in there. It just depended when your parents came to America. I could be in there right now. And I'm here asking you questions because we're humans. We have no proof of life yet from any of you. Nothing. Nothing. If you all
Can we get
end your contract
get
now,
Robbie
we
on
will
the mic,
accept
dude.
you. We will accept you, all of you. We will accept you.
I feel like this isn't doing as well as it could with like Robbie like
The fact that
making
you
fun of him.
can't say why you're doing this, how you feel about the very citizens right here.
When Cliff Cash, the comedian, shows up to these things, he brings the roast material. It's funny. We need more of that, roast comedians.
How much are you making? How much money are we as taxpayers paying you?
Stop asking questions like he's going to answer you.
How much do you need to get out of here? They're saying that you're hunting humans. Why are you hunting humans? They're saying you're scared. Why are you scared?
Less than 5 minutes into the fun half. Yeah, that's why I'm not like moving into anything new, but I'll be honest.
Why are you here?
This is not.
What are you doing here?
This isn't landing, and it actually is kind of sad. It's kind of like, all right.
What if someone did this to
Like,
your
this kind of
family?
shows
How
just
would you
how,
feel?
like, ineffective some of this shit is. I hate to say.
Why do you have
At least what she's doing. Like, holding the line, fine, great. Having people roast, but what she's just, I don't know. Like, when she does this, it's just like, you actually expect him to answer?
Didn't bring the FX3? I have it. I just was. I had to buy a new laptop and everything, so I'm like, I'm worried about it. So I'll have it out tomorrow, but I have crippling ADHD, and if everything is not perfect, I'm like, fuck that, I'll just go with it. So I still need to dial in settings on it too. Like, I get so much better picture off of a live stream off my phone than I have my $4,000 camera.
I can really look at it with
the stream itself, though, is, I don't know, the iPhone's got a really good sensor for low light and
Huh.
it is light outside.
I'm actually listening to,
I
like,
also
the guy
spent,
describe
a day
his
learning
camera.
The proper
I don't know, I've been...
What ISO to put it at, like, you know, the shutter, what shutter to put it at. Like, I didn't, like, put it through school for any of that stuff. It does have auto settings, but you know, I've relied on the auto settings. But
every once in a while when I'm like have my camera on vacation or something, I'll like go to auto. I'm sitting there like 10 minutes in, I'm like,
You're like regretting it. So.
yeah, I'm like
kind of waiting for like the next generations to come out so I can copy a nice 4K camera for nice.
I'm fucking afraid. Let me just throw it on auto.
Just a 4K camera on the secondary market.
That good. I gotta go back to actually doing it myself.
Although secondary market, I'll just say this much. It's not what it used to be, man. Everybody, like, they overvalue everything they have.
You guys
it's
are live
insane.
in Delaney Hall.
I was looking for, like,
in
just...
Newark, New Jersey.
You know, who gives a shit, like, patio table. I was just like, hey, like, let's see if anybody on, like, Marketplace is selling one for cheap. Dude, they were selling broken ones. Ones with, like, shattered glass, but, like, the frame, they were just, like, $100. It's just like, you're gonna throw that on the curb. What the fuck?
We gotta have our, we haven't had our safety meeting yet. How are we doing?
Oh,
Yeah,
I found some
live out
junk.
here.
Let's go. Is that Mercado? Oh, yeah, it's Mercado. Shit. Shout out Mercado Media. Hey, you're a Benjamin. I needed you. I'm sorry. I had to. Keith Porter. All right, 420. Celebrate. Keith Porter. Keith Porter. Yeah, we're not liberals. No, I think you don't get it. We're not liberals, you idiot. We hold different fucking politics. Oh yeah, Trump's got this so much that he had to call an emergency cabinet meeting. Whatever, man. Keep fooling yourself. That's the only... You and, like, that small subsect of the fucking cult, you're the only ones that are just like, oh my god, Trump is doing so awesome. Everybody else is just like, nah, economy sucks. Everything sucks. Everything's getting worse. The vibes suck. Like, nah. But whatever, man. Like I said, nobody cares. Keep believing in the shit that you believe. Well, I don't suck Trump's dick like you do, so that might be you projecting. Isn't that the word you guys were so gung-ho to use earlier? Thanks for teaching me that, guys. Damn, it's 81 in Jersey. Because this guy's from Status Quo.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna make a quick announcement about what happened last night. Last night, there was a medic right there. ICE agents pointed at the medic, grouped up, and sprinted past the line. They tackled
No, they're not.
the ground,
Weird.
pointed pepper spray at us, hit us with batons, and they pulled him back inside the
Okay. Well, we're technically in the fun half. Yeah, we'll come back to this in a minute. It's 91 degrees in Minneapolis. Jesus. I suppose it's like 80 something here right now. Huh. Avocados everywhere. Long time no chat. Busy, but good to see you. Golden Knights, hell yeah. Go Colorado. No, dude, hope you're well. You have been well, my friend. Actually, I'll be hitting some of you guys up over on Speakeasy's side. We have a new project where, yeah, you guys aren't the only ones who have lions' dens anymore, so we're going to be calling for some right-wingers to join our fucking debates where they're moderated by somebody. You know, that's a fucking lefty, because let's be real. There isn't a single fucking moderate moderator out there in the entire space. So, I think that'd be kind of funny. See how it goes. We'll probably get, like, you know, a degree of success, but let's fucking go. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, you're in? Fuck yeah. All right. Well, then, shit, this actually might work. Damn. All right. This is good. This is good. Rowdy, are you part of the Discord? As if you're not, you should be. Here. You are? Okay, cool. Never mind. You guys want to join the Discord? Go ahead. All right, so we'll come back to this. Since it is fun half, I found this video.
There is a man somewhere in America right now telling a state trooper that the gold fringe on the courtroom flag means the law has no jurisdiction over him. He is wrong. He is also about to be handcuffed. Hi, I'm Mark Lopez.
He's also about to be
and
handcuffed.
I have spent my entire career inside courtrooms watching people try and
Finally, a lawyer breaks down sovereign citizens.
fail to argue their
And
way
it happens to be
out
the
of
guy
a
that
criminal
was
charge using
breaking down
tricks
the
they learned on
marijuana
the
stuff.
internet. Today, we are going to walk through 5 of those tricks. I'm going to tell you exactly why each one gets you arrested, and then, because I want you to win these encounters, I'm going to tell you what to say instead. Quick context, because this matters. Everything we're about to talk about comes out of a movement. Some people call it the sovereign citizen movement. Some people call it pseudo-law. And some people call it Freemen on the Land. The labels changed, but the argument does
Freemen
not.
on the Land. I hadn't heard that
the
one.
FBI publicly identified the movement as a domestic terror threat because, over the years, traffic stops involving adherents have ended in officers being killed. This is the serious part. I'm going to make some jokes today because the legal arguments are absurd, but the consequences aren't. Here's the thing that's interesting about this movement. And this is the part nobody talks about. Almost all of these so-called tricks are built upon real constitutional rights. A right that actually works. A right that I would be thrilled for you to use correctly. The problem is they take this real right, like the right to remain silent, and they bolt on a bunch of nonsense. The nonsense is what gets you arrested.
Okay.
And then the real right, well, the one that would have protected you, that gets buried under the rubble. So let's dig out the actual rights. Trick by trick. Running scoreboard, by the way, each of these arguments, how many times have any of them actually beaten a real charge in real court? And we are starting with 0. Number one.
Dude, if I lived in Minnesota, I would totally call this guy.
The big one.
If I was
The
ever in
one I
trouble.
see in every other viral clip. Officer, I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
There we go.
Driving is a commercial activity. Traveling is my constitutional right. Therefore, I don't need a license, registration, or insurance. Okay, here's the actual law. In 1915, the United States Supreme Court decided the case called Hendrick v. Maryland. They held the states can absolutely require drivers to be licensed and vehicles to be registered. And that's been the rule for over 100 years.
I didn't know that.
Every
I didn't know it was that
Supreme
old.
Court that has looked at the right to travel equals the right to drive unlicensed argument has rejected it. Yes, you have a constitutional right to travel. You can walk, you can ride, you can bike, you can take a bus, you can hire a driver. What you cannot do is operate a 2-ton machine on a public road without a license. That is not travel, that is driving. The Supreme Court has thought so for longer than the airplane has existed. Scorecard, 0. Trick 2.
Okay.
This is the one where someone looks at the name of the driver's license, you know, the name in all capital letters, and decides that the all caps name is a separate legal entity, a straw man, a corporate fiction, and they, the flesh and blood human being, are not that entity. Therefore, the citation is for the straw man, not them.
We've seen that one before.
Mark Lopez. Listen, it's the same. Capital letters are a printing convention. They're how the BMV's printer formats names. It's not a jurisdictional fact. There is no published court decision anywhere in this country that has held that the all caps version of your name is a separate person from you. Federal courts have used words like frivolous, patently without merit, and my personal favorite,
patently
so
without
devoid
merit.
of substance to be unworthy of further analysis. That last one is judge speak for get this nonsense out of my court. So the scoreboard is still 0.
That's
Trick 3.
hilarious.
This is the multi-tool. It comes in many different flavors. I do not consent to this interaction. I'm a private American national, not a federal citizen. I'm not in commerce. This is a contract, and I did not enter into this contract. Here is what's wild about this. Buried inside that pile of jurisdictional nonsense, there is a perfectly good idea. You actually do have the right to refuse consent to a search. You actually do have the right to remain silent. Those are real. But
There we go.
I do not
Oh my
consent
God. Pep law. Fucking pep law over here.
The existence of this traffic stop is not a real thing. A traffic stop is
He's
not
literally
a
saying what
contract
I've been
you
saying the
opt into.
entire time. Just
it is a Fourth Amendment
shut up.
seizure governed by the Fourth
Just
Amendment.
shut
The officer
up.
doesn't need your consent to conduct the stop. He needs reasonable suspicion. 2 different doctrines, 2 different bodies of case law. And in most states, there is a stop and identify statute. Once an officer has reasonable suspicion to detain you, you have to identify yourself. Refusing to do so isn't a sovereign citizen power move. It's typically an additional charge, so the scoreboard is still 0. Trick number 4. This is a fan favorite. Someone demands the officer produce a signed contract proving the person agreed to be bound
dude, we just watched one that was all about
by
this.
the laws of the state. That
Where they were
is
asking for the signed
not how
contract,
the
and I was
law
just like,
works.
wait, what?
The law is not a contract. You don't have to personally agree that murder should be illegal in order for it to be illegal. The legitimacy of a statute does not depend on whether you individually sat down and signed a piece of paper. If it did, there would be no laws because not a single person watching this video signed a contract agreeing to any of these laws. The actual source of the state's authority is something called the social contract, which is a metaphor. It's political theory metaphor. It's not a physical document the trooper carries in his glove box. If the trooper had a contract signed by the people he pulled over, well, my job would be a lot easier. Scoreboard is still 0. Trick number 5. This is where it gets exotic. Someone cites the Uniform Commercial Code or Admiralty Law or the gold fringe on the courtroom flag.
This is it. This is it.
Yes, they really
we just saw this one.
Argue the court doesn't have
as well,
jurisdiction
like
over
where they
it.
were
Here
talking
is
about the gold fringe.
a quick reality check. The Uniform Commercial Code governs the sale of goods, contracts, promissory notes, bills of
Anyone else feel the social contract has been broken?
lading. It is not a criminal procedure code. It is not a traffic code. Citing the UCC during a DUI stop is like quoting a recipe for pancakes during open heart surgery. The words may be real,
fucking awesome
but they're not
analogy.
relevant. Admiralty law applies to the high seas. Unless you committed your
much
alleged
dough I
offense
need?
on a boat in international waters, that's also not your statute. And the gold fringe on the flag, it's decorative. It's a flag
It's
code
decorative.
convention used by military and ceremonial flags. It has been raised in courtrooms across the country. Federal judges have called it patently frivolous, utterly without merit, and one of my favorites, a recurring waste of judicial resources. Scoreboard is still 0. 5 tricks, 5
All right.
zeros. So
All right.
enough of what
So
doesn't
let's
work.
see. What's
Here
what's
is
the
actually
counter
what
here?
works at a traffic stop. 5 things. Pay attention, because this is the version of the video that the YouTube gurus don't want you to see. 1. Identify yourself when the state law requires it. In Indiana, that's after a lawful traffic stop. Give the officer your name, your driver's license, your registration, your insurance. That's it. You're not waiving anything by complying with a lawful order.
Wait,
you are setting
say
yourself
Indiana?
up to win later on the legal turf where you actually win these things, which is in court. Number 2, don't answer investigative questions.
Yep.
Where are you coming from? Where are you going?
Shut the
Have
fuck
you had anything
up.
to drink tonight?
Yep.
The right answer is some version of, officer, I'm not going to be answering any questions. Calm, polite, boring, final. That is invoking your Fifth
Yep.
Amendment correctly. Notice what's missing. No capital letters, no UCC citations, no mentioning of the flag's decorations. Number 3, don't consent to searches.
Yeah,
If the
never
officer
do that.
asks, the answer
That's
is,
easy.
I do not
I
consent
do not consent to any
searches.
yeah
Don't
any
yell
searches.
it. Don't recite it like an incantation. Just say it
Just
once.
say I don't. I
Clearly.
yeah no.
This preserves your Fourth Amendment argument later on.
Yep.
Answer that every time they ask, even if it's a different variation. I do not consent to any searches. 4, comply with lawful orders. Step
Yep.
out of the car if asked. Keep your hands visible. Do
Yep.
not physically resist. You fight the case in court with your words, with a lawyer,
Yep.
not on the side of the road, not on camera. And then 5, ask, am I free
Am I free to leave? Yep.
This is
Man.
truly a magic question. If the answer is yes, you leave. Don't keep talking. Don't ask questions. You leave quietly. If the answer is no, well, you just clarified that you are being detained, which
Yep.
matters for every
That
single
yeah.
Fourth Amendment
That
argument.
really
That's it.
matters.
5 sentences, no magic words, no flag fringe, no nonsense argument.
Am
side
I
of the
being
road.
detained?
Just a real version of the Constitution used in the way that it was meant to be used. Remember, the Constitution is not a magic spell.
Yeah.
It is a structure. And if you use it correctly, it does work. Now listen, I am not your lawyer. This isn't legal advice. Every case is fact specific. If you ever find yourself in one of these encounters, call a defense lawyer in your jurisdiction. But I am a lawyer, and I'd rather you hear the real version of this from me than some fake guy on YouTube with a flag pin and a webcam who is not going to be there for you at your booking photo. Now, if you watch this
Hey.
video this long, you must like me just a tiny,
This dude's
tiny,
awesome.
tiny
Yeah, I
little
gotta
bit.
like this.
I'm begging you. Do you have some sort
Already
of
did.
comment on whether
Only
I remind
1.5K
you, somebody
views.
let me
Come
know,
on,
give a lot
man.
of heat, John
Come on,
Leguizamo,
man.
Jack
We
Black,
gotta
like
get
the
Mark Lopez out there.
Here's
This
my thing.
guy.
Somebody called me a bargain basement turtle from Entourage, and that hurt, but it made me laugh. So
Yeah, bargain basement turtle from Entourage. Oh my God,
I
it's
do like it when comments
you do look like a turtle.
make me laugh. If you or a loved one are charged with a crime in Indiana, give me and my team a
All right,
call.
now
at
that's
Black Lopez
funny.
Law Firm. We would love to talk to you about your options. Most importantly, remember, always.
Someone's got jokes out there.
play the
I mean, for real, they fucking packed.
fit.
Fucking Mark Lopez rules. No, immediately when he said bargain basement turtle, I was like, oh my God, he looks just like him. Same haircut. Oh God. All right, so you know what that means, right? We have to watch a Sovereign Citizen video or two. You know? Yeah, I don't think that I'm actually going to be live for Pepaganda, by the way. I sent over the last hour of the show on Monday. So, yeah, it's essentially the all the impression. It was so great, I just wanted to fucking package it that way. But I will be releasing that cut up coming up here, where I have all the impressions available. It's going to be, dude, seriously, Monday's show was incredible, guys. Like, I really hope that you guys enjoy the last hour. All right, let's go check this out real quick. This is the protest over in New Jersey. Wait, is that the guy? Wait, is that the guy from Whipple? He's like the Eastern European guy that, like, he does have good trolling skills. I like your current vibes and the chat vibes, by the way. Thank you, no one.
I want to shout out everybody that's been supportive
this time.
of Mercado Media and independent
Appreciate
media
that.
in general. Giving you guys on the ground
if you haven't
coverage of
already,
current events
subscribe
for
to the
past 6
channel.
years.
Really helps me out.
Everybody that supports independent media, thank you, Gene.
Yep.
Thank you, Gene, for the support there. Thank you for the 50 from Soma.
Is this where they got the senator? What? Oh yeah, yeah. What's his name? I forgot his fucking name. Lee? What's his name?
And this protest does go all the way down the road, y'all. Like, there's more people that way. So this is just like this is kind of like This is just kind of like the front line of it, you know, where the ICE agents are.
Way
but there's,
bigger
like,
than
people that
Whipple.
go all the way back.
Holy shit!
And
Yeah,
there's,
New
like,
Jersey showed up.
A good amount of people back there in the tents in the back. So we're just at the, you know, people are going in and out, taking breaks in the tent. There's.
All right, let's get the Sovereign Citizen. Announces jurisdiction in court. Oh, no, that's AI. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Why would I? Man. Damn. I just realized that, though. Like, a bunch of these Sovereign Citizen channels have all of a sudden been mostly, like, AI. God damn it, it's Law and Crime. Hold on. Well, that sucks. Man, I just got to get a hold of Law and Crime and just be like, hey, you know, I'm a smaller channel. Can I do this? The stupid liberal. We don't want to deport lawbreakers. Protest. Oh, I see what you're saying. Not AI, you can prove it. No one was calling you AI. Who called you AI? Why would they call you AI? Ask me AI questions. Oh, AI consumes all? Wait a minute. You kind of just volunteered that info where you're just like, I'm not AI. It's like, nobody said you were, but now I'm kind of questioning, are you? I'm just kidding. We're Sovereign Citizen the rest of all time.
Sovereign citizens are.
Oh. Hey, look at that. We got a nice little collection.
Some of the most insufferable people that cops have to deal with. And sometimes their encounters go horribly wrong. So here is a compilation of some of their worst encounters, starting with one of the most clueless suspects ever.
Public of the state union, all rights are reserved.
How you doing?
Oh God.
Hey, Deputy Bruno, Lake County Sheriff.
God.
The reason we stopped you is you don't have a proper
When we see the window up immediately, I'm just like, oh, here we go.
registration on your vehicle.
So the plate and the rolling the window down, enough for me to
Yeah,
believe
just
that
like-
this is likely going to be a sovereign stop.
Can you rule this out a little bit? I've been having a hard time hearing you.
If you operate under commerce, that's the only reason why you register.
He's just like, oh,
The
God,
state
here
of
we
Florida
go.
says you have to have your vehicle registered to drive. Do you have your driver's license?
Then that would be a privilege, sir. I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
I think we've seen this one, but this is
They try to make
hilarious.
this distinction so that they can circumvent through what the real law is, which is if you're driving on a roadway, you're supposed to have a driver license. Your
Yeah.
vehicle's supposed to be registered. This does not work.
It's like that. It's like that lawyer just said. And the thing is, all you have to do is have a license.
Do you have a driver's license?
Why do I need to provide you with my driver's license?
They are blatantly wrong about this part. They need a license. The traveling shit, yeah,
Because you're
just
operating
that
on
don't
a
fly.
Florida road.
So what did I do illegally?
Florida law says you have to have your vehicle registered and you have to be operating under a valid driver's license.
Did I commit a crime?
Yes, by not having your vehicle registered.
Okay, can you tell me the actual crime that I committed?
I don't know the exact number of it.
I need to know first.
Do you have a driver's license, sir?
To know first.
No, I need to know if you have a driver's license. All right.
This is what baffles me and drives me batty when I see people do this, because I know that this person has gotten bad information from either the internet or some friend telling them to do these things. That plate, and when I look at it closer, I can definitely break it down,
Yeah,
whether
exempt.
it's a sovereign
Yeah.
plate, but it looks
Yeah, it's a
just
sovereign
like
plate
the
from
sovereign plates that
fucking
I've encountered
Amazon.
before. 2, the rolling of the window down just a
Yeah.
little bit is another sovereign tactic. The words, the commerce, have I committed a crime? All of these things coupled together.
Dude, I wish there were videos of him dealing with the sovereign citizens that he had to deal with.
Definitely a sovereign stop. It never ends well for the driver if they keep this up.
It's my right to know my
Does anybody know what happened with Sergeant Curtis and why he's retired?
Right, and
I mean, he seems like he's well before the retirement age.
Because that is the law. You don't have to agree with the law, but that is the law. If you're not willing to present your driver's license and your registration, then we're going to have to
Thank
take
you
this
for
a
the
different
sub.
way.
Appreciate that.
I have a driver's license, but I don't know why would I would have to present that to you.
Because when you got your driver's license, you signed a thing.
I wonder if he talks about it.
You pulled
Yeah,
over by
you
the
know,
police, you have to present it.
I'm gonna look
correct?
into that.
You have to have your driver's license. Yes. If you read what it says when you sign the back of it.
Commit a crime. But I have not committed a crime.
Car's not registered?
Yeah.
Go ahead and secure him. He's in there recording you right now.
All right. I need you to step out of the vehicle. All right, we're going to detain you.
For what?
Because you don't want to identify yourself, so we need to detain you. So step out of the vehicle.
Step out of the vehicle. Yes. We're going to break the window.
He said he's not stepping out. He said he's going in court right now for the same thing.
I know.
You see and hear officers rolling code to these kinds of situations, this guy inside the car, because this is basically a guy that's barricaded inside of a vehicle. And the danger that it places the officers in that are rolling there and the citizens that are on the road as the officers are getting there. And again, this vehicle has not been cleared. We don't know if there's a weapon inside the car, and what if the subject decides to engage the officer? Who knows? This is a dangerous situation.
He's not stepping out. I'd rather have Corporal come here and verify.
He was a cop for 20 years. He officially hung up the badge after 20 years in law enforcement to pursue new ventures, including his media. Oh my God. He got big on YouTube. He got big on YouTube and he quit being a cop. Dude.
What do you want me to do?
Oh,
We want
that's
you to
kind of
step out of the
funny.
vehicle.
I'm not stepping out. For what reason?
Because we're ordering you to step out of the vehicle.
No, like for what? What crime did I commit? I'm sorry.
Wait, are they in his truck?
Advised him while he was stopped. Yes. And
you've asked for his credentials.
Yes.
Damn, retire at 50. That'd be sick. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Living the dream. Internet cop that gets a pension? Fuck.
Excuse me, so I can get my license. No need to
step
get a
out.
pressure.
We're getting ready to break your windows. Step out of the truck now.
Step out of the car. Step out of the car.
Break it.
Yeah, I was about to say, just open the fucking door, dude. You're just like, oh, come on, man.
Not that serious. Oh, come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Oh, hey, oh, come on, guys. What are you
Many
doing?
opportunities to
Guys,
comply.
no.
I asked you many times.
Guys.
What is it that
You were not complying.
He really does have like, the weirdest demeanor.
No, you'll
I
get all
remember
that.
this guy, the paint. Yeah,
So I'm
he's a
going to
painter.
jail? Yes. For what?
Yeah.
Yes, you're going to jail. You tied up 5 almost 6 officers because you didn't want to provide your driver's license. It's baffling that an adult human male does not know that when you get pulled over by the police that you have to provide your driver's license and identify yourself. It's baffling.
I mean, YouTubing. Apparently, he didn't watch Sergeant Curtis. He watched Sergeant somebody else.
Non-US citizen. I'm going to get a look at this plate right here because you can see this is so similar or almost identical to many plates that I had before. So 109, this is where they believe that it proves that I'm a free traveler, not a driver. It has zero connection to motor vehicles or police authorities. So that's why they claim that one, but it's completely wrong. And if you also look at the license plate, it says not a U.S. citizen, meaning they don't accept citizenship, so they don't bind into any kind of contract with law enforcement. You'll see this kind of stuff on these plates. And just at a quick glance, it looks like some kind of official plate. That's just as valuable as a coupon from 1974.
Are we talking about retirement or cooking chicken?
Doesn't sell anything. So police officers may drive by that and miss it, but any cop that looks at it for
Wait, who asked the chicken question? Wait a minute, what?
Bullcrap.
What is this?
I've studied some laws, and it says that we have a constitutional right to travel. And is that not right?
Unregistered motor vehicle.
Huh?
Now it's an unregistered motor vehicle.
No, that'll be commercial vehicle. Then we're
Commercial. It doesn't have a tag assigned to it or anything.
no. That's what I'm saying. If he had it,
Why do they always conflate this? Like, how come in all of these sovereign citizens, like, they never have it clarified to them by, like, the people that they watch that get them into this, where it is like, okay, well, technically this doesn't, the vehicle thing has always failed.
the tag, it would be commercial.
Who's making money off this? Like, that's the big thing. Who's making money off these idiots?
That's what I'm studying.
Studied some laws on Facebook and the internet
Sergeant
and
Curtis
maybe some
here.
other places, but you're wrong. This detachment from reality is why you're sitting in the back of a police car. Your car is going to get towed. No bueno.
Like, I was complying. It's not like I did a little.
You didn't step out of the vehicle.
Yeah, I did step out the vehicle.
After I hit the window.
No, but I was trying to give you my license first.
I didn't argue with you.
I was trying to give you my license first, and I was like, of course I'm gonna get out if you threaten me to break my window. Why you guys ruin people's life, man? Like, this is wrong, like, for nothing. Like, I didn't do nothing to nobody, and you guys are trying to ruin my life. Like, I have not done nothing to nobody, and all you guys doing is just to your own people, man. I know this ain't gonna hold when we fight this in the court.
Sovereign citizens like this are always a pain to deal with, but it's incomparable to this next citizen who thinks that he can talk his way out of his arrest.
Bars in the back.
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing great. How are you?
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Why do you got
Nobody knows but Jesus.
your emergency lights on? What's the emergency?
Right off the bat, good approach on the passenger side. Emergency lights, why are they on? Definitely on the sovereign route. That's a question that they often ask.
Damn. Okay, so this is like a collection of just like all of his.
Yeah, it's private property. Registered
Do we have one that we haven't seen? Because we've seen this guy. Ooh.
Stopping, that's the reason why.
Yeah, no. Oh, I remember her. Oh, I remember her. Okay, so you know what? Fuck it. We'll do the greatest hits. This is fun.
I don't exist.
That citizen was pretty insufferable, but he obeyed the officers to some degree. Unlike this next woman who thinks that because she's not a corporation, she's exempt from the law.
Hi there. My name's Officer Hake. Just to let you know the traffic stop's being recorded. The reason why I'm stopping you is for speed. 48 to 35.
Thank you.
Not only that, I really strongly believe you're just not paying attention because...
I'm sorry, my father. My father's in the VA right now, and I just...
So first she tries the. All right, first dramatic. Like, let's get dramatic.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to this. I'm so sorry. Why didn't you make a sound? I'm not.
Because you weren't stopping. That's the reason why.
Oh, well, I didn't hear.
We went 8 blocks.
I didn't see any lights. I didn't.
It just means you're not paying attention.
I'm getting my lawyer. 1 second.
I don't need to speak with your lawyer. Can I see your license, registration, and proof of insurance, please?
What crime have I committed?
Speeding.
Speeding actually become a crime.
It's an infraction. It becomes a crime when you don't provide your license, registration, and proof of insurance, ma'am.
Ooh.
Ma'am, I can't hear you with this window halfway rolled up. Ma'am, are you going to provide your license, registration, and proof of insurance, please? Or does this have to escalate to an arrest?
This driver is doing nearly every single thing to guarantee at least a ticket. You are required to provide your license, registration, and proof of insurance when pulled over. When you keep the window partially down, and I'm not saying it's the law that you're supposed to do that, but it's going to incline the officer to feel like you're being less than respectful or cooperative. And the ultimate one is I'm getting on the phone with someone to get advice, whether it's a lawyer, a friend, a family member, in nearly every single interaction with an officer during a car stop. That will guarantee you at least the ticket.
I've explained the reason for the stop. I've requested the required documentation, and you're refusing to provide that, ma'am. Is there a reason? You don't contract with the state of Washington? Do you have a driver's license?
I'm with the Planetary Federal Postal Judge. I'm a service processor and a...
You're a what?
Neighbor just got home and he went nuts.
Service processor? What's that got to do with providing your license?
This is starting to sound very much like sovereign citizen responses. This federal processor, I don't contract with the state of Washington. These are very sovereign.
She kind of gave the game away because at the beginning there, she wasn't going right to the sovereign citizen thing.
Citizen type terminology.
I want to call my lawyer. I don't think it's your lawyer.
Thank you.
Her brother.
What's your badge number, sir?
You'll get that momentarily.
Okay, what's your name and your badge? Okay, thank you.
Is there a reason you're not providing your license, registration, and proof of insurance?
Just because I'm trying to get my lawyer on
Okay, I don't have to
I
wait
feel like
for your
the
lawyer.
lawyer is her brother.
Okay,
I kind of remember it was like a family member or some shit.
Nor am I required to. However, you are required to provide your license, registration, and proof of insurance. And I've requested it multiple times.
I mean, he has been patient.
For what?
so I can get my...
It's got nothing to do with this traffic stop, ma'am. Grab your sticks.
Grab your sticks.
I'm being stopped right now.
Put them on the front.
As I said, I have had to stipulate this in the past. I am in no way like a fan of, the police. But god damn it, these sovereign citizen idiots. I do take a special joy in seeing them get there.
Ma'am, are you providing me with your license, registration, and proof of insurance? Ma'am, are you going to provide me with your license, registration, and proof of insurance?
The officer did something very, very effective by having the other officer place the stop sticks in the front, likely is one of those similar devices that I would carry to ensure that the tire gets deflated if the person takes off.
Yep.
No, ma'am. Step on out of the car. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
Step on out of the car.
Please don't.
Step on out of the car.
Don't. That's it.
Do it now. Do it now or I'll break this window. You're under arrest. Step on out of the car. You're under arrest. Step on out of the car.
Can you listen to my
You're under arrest.
Can you please
Step on out of the car. You're under arrest.
You don't want to...
Ma'am,
oh my god, the person on the phone just said don't comply.
Multiple requests for your license, registration, and insurance.
That ain't no lawyer.
Okay, step on out of the car, do it now.
Like I said, that ain't no lawyer. I do remember that right then. It's just like, oh shit.
Wow, you're kidding. Charged with treason if you break my window. This is so illegal. I would not do that.
You can contest that in court, ma'am.
That ain't a lawyer. No. That's treason. Huh? Even the cop kind of had that moment of like, that's a new one. What?
The person on the phone saying that you're going to be arrested for treason to the officer if they break the window. This is the person who's probably in the couch
it's like
in
your
their house
lawyer's
giving this person really, really bad advice because that's not how it works.
You don't want to do this.
Law
here. I'm with the federal
that
postal
lawyer
courts,
did not pass the bar.
I am serving the judicial notice and global constitution to the world, and this is not correct. This is not what
you're being
the Constitution to the world. That's it.
Recorded, ma'am. Everything's being recorded.
Wow, this is a sovereign citizen.
You don't want to break my window, sir.
I will here in a second if you don't get out of the car.
If your supervisor gets here, he will let you know you cannot break my window.
Oh, I doubt that.
You're being recorded, and you can't face treason.
Yes, you are being recorded.
Everything's being recorded.
Yes, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
We know.
6 David 1
We
ETA.
highly know. Oh my God, this is one of her idiot girlfriends standing in her kitchen with a glass of wine.
Put me in jail.
Well, you are going to jail.
I do not.
You're under arrest at this point, ma'am.
She got herself a galactic lawyer.
I'm not a corporation. You can't contract with me. I am a free woman, a blood, flesh, breathing woman.
I am. I am from parts unknown. I am the ultimate warrior.
Not disputing that, but you are under arrest.
Definitely sovereign citizen. The free woman, all this terminology that she's using is definitely sovereign citizen terminology.
All right, she's
Let's freak the cop out.
She's under arrest for obstruction at this point. She refused to provide identification, registration, proof of insurance. Okay.
I'm not a corporation.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this.
Dude, that would be such a funny bit. Do fucking warrior as a sovereign citizen. I do not comply with your human laws. I am not technically the person you claim me to be. I am the entity known as warrior.
So now you're going to get out of the car. We're going to pull you out of the car by force.
He just said he's going to pull me out of the car. A living woman, and this is treason, sir.
Nope. It's a traffic stop under Revised Code of Washington, Title 46. I got one. Are you going to step out of the vehicle, or are you going to be taken out by force?
I haven't done anything.
You are under arrest for failure to provide ID. Are you going to step out?
Well, the speeding is...
Are you going to step out?
You can...
I hate to say it, but this is gonna be funny that this nerd is kind of gonna be the one to do the deed.
Give me a warning. Sir, can you please don't? Okay.
He is literally holding it. He's just like,
car. Do it now. Step out of the car. Do it
you want broken window? Oh, they pepper sprayed the. I forgot about that. They pepper sprayed her and then they pulled the window broken. And then yeah.
David Aid, one in custody, and we'll take aid.
How is she still wearing sunglasses? Wait a minute. Are those on top of her head?
9 David 8, start us a tow for impound. This could have all been avoided if you provided your license, registration, and...
I'm sorry, this guy's scolding her is kind of funny.
Insurance.
This could have all been avoided.
Well, that's what it's designed for.
Now, we all know that this woman acted ridiculous, but at least she stuck around for the stop. Unlike this next woman who thinks that she can outrun the whole department.
Ooh, they got the grappler on this one. I don't think we've seen this one.
Sorry?
We've never watched one where they do the grapple.
You're all tinted out and there's no plates.
Right off the back, the window is so dark.
Shit, I'm doing
from this perspective, I can't even see inside.
I want to finish this one, but then I do have to start wrapping.
And then just putting the window down just that little bit, and the responses sound very sovereignish.
I mean, the tint does not help.
The officer now is...
They didn't have to pepper spray. I don't think they had to pepper spray.
Sure that,
that seemed unnecessary.
Dealing with the sovereign citizen. This is
I'll be real. That was unnecessary.
Responses about being a Moor, about my consulate.
Was her response a little bit funny?
You know, the window down partially, the license plate. This is textbook sovereign citizen interaction. The challenge is, if you look at that window, you can only see a reflection. It looks like a mirror, and it might even be more challenging even for the officer at the scene. This is a dangerous situation, and this lady doesn't seem like she's going to comply.
That's not a license.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say
I need a license. You need a license to drive. You're driving. We're not going to do the whole sovereign citizen thing.
Oh my God, this guy knows exactly what he's dealing with. All right, these cops always make me laugh where they're just like, all right, we're not doing this, man. Come on, just comply. Can we just do this?
Well, I need a license.
Oh, damn, you made it for the fun half. Yes, you did, Mitchell.
Well, you're alternate out and you don't.
By the way, guys, if you did not see the last hour of the show on Monday where it was just a lot of fun, that is going to be playing on Pepaganda tonight.
No visible plates.
Need the night off.
Wait, where's your supervisor at? So I can speak to the supervisor. You can talk to our supervisor when you're done at the station.
My wife's going into surgery. Just so you guys know, yeah, my wife's going into surgery on Monday. So, yeah, we're spending time together.
We need your driver's license. I've already given you 2 reasons. You're alternate out. That's illegal.
Ooh, they're in a no-tin state. Oh, shit.
To finish what we're doing. I need a driver's license and an insurance card for the vehicle. You are driving. Yeah, you're driving. You're behind the.
Okay, so am I transporting goods and people?
It doesn't matter. You're driving a motor vehicle on the roadway in the United States of America. You're driving a car.
You're driving a car. This is a car.
You see here, this is the.
I'm sorry.
Word game. This has an engine. It's not a motor, so it's not a motor vehicle. I'm traveling. I'm not driving.
It has a
driving.
It has a
Ways
chassis.
to circumvent and
It
play
has a
around with the
steering
law.
wheel.
The UCC
It has an
is
exhaust. This is a car.
what they always misquote. The UCC deals with services, commercial things, and they conflate what the criminal and traffic statutes are with this UCC.
Thanks, man.
All right, we're gonna have you step out the car.
Yeah, if I show up on Monday, it's going to be for a very quick stream because the surgery is 6 hours. So
Supervisor's right
they even said like, go home. So
Yeah, come on out. I can talk.
I'll be home for a little bit.
I can't hear you.
You've been ordered out of the car.
You've been ordered
If
out
I
of
do
the
go
car.
live, it'll be a little bit earlier.
Right now, we're going to have you step on out. This is your final opportunity.
I'm right here. Sergeant Mike.
I mean,
Daly.
like early, by the way. It'll be like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Badge number 62. For right now, we're gonna have you step out of the car. We got the legal right to ask you to step out of the car for a traffic stop. So step on out.
Sorry, stand-ins.
If not, you're obstructing official business.
You're driving
No,
the
the sheriff
car.
isn't coming down here.
They ask for the sheriff because it's the elected official. Almost textbook by the numbers.
You don't step out the car, you're gonna be under arrest. I'm not gonna keep explaining the same thing to you. Huh? We're not trying to intimidate you. I've been trying to cooperate. She's pulled the window. She's trying.
Bad move. Bad move. Bad move. Okay, so this is cool. The grapple thing. All right, let's do it. Let's see if I can time this right.
Grappler's the lead unit.
All right, let's see. Grapple. Get over here.
Stopped with the grappler near the railroad
Got it.
tracks.
I mean, it was a little off time.
Car! Naya, open the door and step out. We're gonna bring her far right. I need a hands and a less lethal.
I got
Step
hands.
to your right. Step over that.
Lay down on your stomach.
Oh, that was very stupid of you.
Put your hands behind your back.
That was very, very stupid
In
of you.
custody. This is really good
That
stuff.
was-
The grappler was created by an officer. It's really cool device if used properly. And if you're in a car that gets grappled, it's really jarring and shocking when your car can't go forward anymore. And that,
Yeah.
I'm
You're
sure,
like, "Whoa!"
changed her attitude. 2 things that are very, very interesting if you think about it. If
Motherfucker
you
just
watch
get
very
me with a-
closely, and I was taking some notes, she was using her turn signal quite a bit, and she's running from the police. The other thing is she called 911, and she's telling her side of the story. This is important because when people do this, using the turn signal and calling 911, they're in their delusion are saying, I'm operating within the confines of what I'm supposed to be doing while on this roadway, and I'm calling the authorities against the authorities. As this case progresses, it actually gets even more interesting as they interview this lady.
You good?
No.
Why do you say you're not good? You hurt?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
A lot of stuff.
The handcuffs?
A lot of stuff is going on. I'm just trying to get back home.
She's giving the fucking silent. She says literally like your girl's giving you the silent treatment.
I don't know why you fled.
A lot of things are wrong. That's for you to guess.
Because you all were about to attack me.
Dude, she's fucking so passive aggressive.
Nobody was gonna attack you.
It was 3 you all and 1 of me. Yes, you were.
Nobody was gonna attack you.
Okay.
I was talking to you real calm, trying to get you on your way.
I was
Just
talking
trying
to
to
you
figure out
calm
what was
too.
going on.
I was talking to you calm too. I wasn't being rude. I told you what you asked for. I gave you everything you asked for. I just didn't give you my nationality card because my consulate says we're not supposed to do that. I'm following consulate orders.
She is 100% committed, no question. And we're not done. It gets even deeper when she gets interviewed by the detectives.
So you met our patrol guys tonight. I'm a sergeant at Detective Bureau. We're just trying to figure out what happened. We got called because there was a pursuit. Pursuits in Ohio are felonies. So that's why we're here. Okay? We were on a traffic stop. We were stopped in the parking lot. And then we put the car into drive and drove away. Can you tell me why we did that? Okay. What made you feel like your safety was in danger?
Because they put on gloves like they were about to punch out my window.
Okay. I wasn't on the traffic stop, so.
I know I contacted and I asked for a sheriff. They said there was nobody around.
Okay.
So at that point,
This sucks for her because the body camera definitely contradicts what she's saying. Ooh.
Okay. They were at your car. Did they ask you to get out or anything?
yes, they did.
Okay. Did you say you weren't getting out? Like, I wasn't there. I haven't watched body cam. I was at home having dinner. Now I'm here. So I'm leaving it up to you to kind of fill in the blanks. I haven't even gone back and talked to them yet. And then you said you felt like you were in danger because they were putting gloves on. Okay. When you were driving away from them during that pursuit, were we stopping at red lights?
Yes.
Did we go?
Turn on signals? Yes, I did. I turned on my signal while I was turning too.
Okay. Were we going faster than the speed limit, the posted speed limits?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I know at one point somebody had said they were questioning as to what your identity was because you couldn't provide a driver's license. I
One more minute? Oh, fuck.
Saying that you believe in talking to a
Oh,
sheriff
dear.
higher up and that you're traveling, right? You don't have any government identification. Okay. Have you ever had any form of government identification?
When I was under the black code, yes.
Okay. And what state would that have been with?
That would have been as a United States citizen at that one point.
How does she ever, like, how does she get a lease? Or, like, how does she get anything? How does she even have a car?
Okay.
If you'd have gotten a hold of the sheriff,
A little
what was the plan?
like, I am confused about this.
I would have asked him, are they competent in the United States Notification and Access Manual?
And if they'd have said no,
Then I would have needed to speak to somebody else who was, maybe their supervisor.
Man, this audio sucks.
Like, were you going to a specific destination or?
Yes, I was traveling back to my domicile at Chicago.
In Chicago?
At Chicago.
Domicile.
What brought you out here?
I literally went to Mission Barbecue. I picked me up some.
He's pissed, but very professional.
I was going fast when the guy pulled me over. You know, I was literally traveling the speed limit.
So you came from Chicago?
No, I was traveling back from Maryland, but I was en route to
Oh,
Chicago.
okay. I see. That makes sense. I thought you came
Damn,
from
and she made it to Ohio?
Chicago here from Mission Barbecue. I know Mission Barbecue's good, but
Yeah, it's good. It ain't that good, no.
You see this interaction between the detective and this lady is very cordial. She is really locked in on this and she's very matter of fact. There are people who fall into the category of having a mental illness and acting this way, who are just committed to doing this and someone sold it to them. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I can't speak to her mental
No,
state.
it seems like she believes it.
What I can say is that she really buys this stuff and
Yeah.
believes it. And there are a lot of other people who do. And it makes it dangerous.
Just want to make sure I got all this correct. Tell me if I'm wrong at any point. You're traveling back from Maryland, headed back to the Chicago area. You stopped to get Mission, and he pulled you over.
For no reason, other than the fact that he didn't like my tags.
Okay. Let me ask you just for my own personal curiosity. Okay. Obviously, you don't recognize our authority, right? That's your belief.
He's just like, I just gotta know this. That's hilarious.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I
He's just like,
misunderstood.
you know, I got a
Sorry, I thought
question.
you were asking for the sheriff. You were saying you don't recognize the authority of the local police.
Well, he asked me about tags, and he kept being aggressive. So at that point, I needed to
All right, I gotta
Oh,
go.
okay.
Is confident in notification, the constant notification and access manual.
Okay. Because my question was going to be, what made you stop
turned up.
originally? If you wanted to speak with the sheriff, what made you stop for the police department originally?
He signaled, so I was at least being respectful.
Yeah.
And pulled over, but then they kept being aggressive. They asked for identification. I told them I have a nationality card. And
All right, yeah. No, she's a true believer, that's for sure. All right, folks. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Yes, head on over to This Space. If you guys don't know what This Space is, it's a awesome channel that we have where we have a bunch of different creators with different types of shows. Y'all should check it out. You guys can see the last, it's going to be the hour from Monday where I did a bunch of impressions and just had some fun. So if you guys are a little Politicked Out. I highly recommend going and checking that out. Yes, exclusive show, Pepaganda. I appreciate you guys being here, and yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow night, probably around 6 p.m., worst case 8 p.m., like the schedule says. So yeah, come and have some fun with me, and I will catch you all later. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.